All right, everybody. Future Pinhead here, everybody. So this was originally going to be like a 30 to an hour long. That was the plan, but this ended up being almost 4 hours. So I decided to add it to the Killer Main podcast. Kaiser is not a Killer Main, technically speaking. They mostly play Killer, but not entirely. They do play a lot of Survivor, but I couldn't really think of a better way to put this in, and I do want the podcast to kind of expand to other avenues and not just be only me bringing Killer Mains on. Let me know how you guys like it. Kaiser stuff will be below as always. We are going to mention that here soon, but you should definitely give them a follow and all of that stuff. In any case, I love y'all. I'll let y'all continue watching, and bye. Welcome to a really random video, but I wanted to take the opportunity to have other people on that weren't just notable Killer Mains, even though I know Kaiser does main. You main what, Billy now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just wanted to have the opportunity to be able to bring other people on for other reasons. So today's topic is going to be about thematic versus gameplay. This is going to be brought up a lot because of the recent Pig changes that were slightly changed back to normal, not fully, but mostly the fact that her ambush got buffed and her reverse bear traps got nerfed. With us having differing opinions on it to a certain degree, I thought it would just be interesting to talk about. Kaiser, if you want to introduce yourself real quick.
Yes, hello, my name is Kaiser, and I make dick jokes and Dead by Daylight discussions on the internet.
That's the best synopsis for a content creator I've ever heard. So to get it started, I guess we'll talk about the elephant or the pig in the room. So the changes they did on the PTB to Pig before they were reverted were buffing the ambush and nerfing the reverse bear trap. And the way they nerfed it was she can't see the boxes anymore, and they made it so the timer was, 150 longer?
It went from 2 minutes to, 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes.
Yeah. So they added 30 seconds to it. And I know I was in the camp of I didn't think it was that big of a deal
Mm-hmm.
from a balance and to a degree from a thematic perspective. But I know a lot of people were like, this was the thing that makes her unique and it shouldn't be changed. And, all of these things. But your opinion on it was kind of in that camp, though, where it was the thing that made her different. And that's
Right.
why we shouldn't be changing it.
Yeah, it's her identity. It's if you want to if you get rid of the reverse bear traps, you're just left with dude who dashes forward fast with a knife. And we have enough of those, and then without the bear traps, there's just no reason to play any other dude, or there's no reason to play her over any other dude who dashes forward with a knife.
Right,
Um,
right. What would you say to a lot of the pig players that were like really, really, really happy about it though?
I mean, it's good to be happy about her ambush being buffed because her ambush was also dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
The killer overall is just was in a very terrible spot because her ambush wasn't useful, her stealth wasn't useful, her reverse bear traps wasn't useful. So it's good that they buffed a part of their kit, and I understand why people were happy about getting the ambush buffed, but I don't think that she needed a nerf in compensation for it. That just doesn't fit.
Right,
Um,
right, right.
yeah, like taking out the reverse bear traps just removes the identity of the killer. And I think even many pig mains will agree that you shouldn't be taking those away from them. But I mean, you don't see head pops anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I challenge pig mains to tell me that they're getting consistent head pops in like every match. I played. There was one time I did a video on pig, and a pig main came into my comments section and was like, "You don't know nothing about pig. I get head pops all the time." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'll test this theory." And I played like over like 50 games of pig, and I got a head pop to go. Even with a head pop build, I got a head pop to happen like 4 times. Like, you're not getting head pops. They did not need to nerf that shit.
Yeah, even like if you run like tempered timer creative gears, I think it's very, very rare unless you're absolutely trying to force it, and at that point, like,
At that point, you're throwing the game.
yeah. Uh, I will say I think the reason they were doing it mostly was just because they said they're going to keep an eye on it for some reason.
Hmm.
But I think the main reason they were doing it was kind of like to compensate just in case the ambush buff was too much.
And the thing is that I just did a killer tier list that comes out on the 1st of April, but even with these ambush changes, she's not like I think I still put her in C tier. Let me check. I can tell you right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've played around a little bit with a new pig on live. The ambush changes are great. It feels good and all that stuff. But I mean, you're still gonna miss them. Like there's a lot of loops where it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so I ended up putting her. Yeah, I still put her in the middle of C tier because the realistic thing about it is even with the ambush changes, she's still an M1 killer. So she's gotten a small buff to her anti-loot, but she still suffers the same way M1 killers do. And the ambush needs to be strong in tandem with the bear traps because the bear traps don't get put on people's heads unless she's downing people.
Right.
So the ambush needs to be strong, but you don't need to compensate and remove her identity. Like, it's just people need a reason to use the bear traps. If there's no reason to use the bear traps, there's no reason to use pig.
Right. And I think I've heard suggestions of giving her more, of making them do something else. My suggestion has always been that the add-ons that affect them should work after they're removed, not while they're on, in my opinion.
Well, my upcoming video, which might be out by the time you post this, I don't remember when it's scheduled, but I talked about making the head traps give a debuff to repair speed, so that there is, and then you can't take them off until a gen is finished, so that there's that danger. Yeah, there's that inevitability that you need to go. So they don't. The way I put it in the video, of course, it was just a suggestion. I didn't put a lot of thought into it, but the way I put it in the video was you get the head trap on, and the debuff doesn't happen until it's activated. But once it's activated, you can both take it off or have the debuff. So there's a reason you can't take it off before it gets any value. That's part of the problem with Pig now. Is you can get the head trap off before it gets anything. And people are like, oh, well, it's one less survivor on a generator. And I hate having to explain this, but if just having one survivor off a generator was enough, then chasing one guy for the entire match would win you games.
Right.
When a survivor can go and get the head trap off in one search before it's even activated, that does nothing for you. That creates no value for you. They get off, they go get the head trap off in one try or two tries or whatever. They're done in fucking 20 seconds. They're back on a generator. Now what? Now what value did you get there? Right. It's not enough for an M1 killer. It's not enough slowdown for an M1 killer.
Yeah, and I also one of the biggest criticisms I've had, because back in the day, you didn't start playing till what, night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Night's PTB.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard stories, but back in the day when she came out, the reverse bear traps, if you had one on when you left, it didn't matter if it was active or not, it would just kill you. And honestly, I don't know why that's not a thing still.
Oh yeah, she's that's another thing that keeps her in lower tiers, is she's one of the killers like Freddy, like Myers, who has a significant part of their kit become useless in the end game.
Yeah.
It is like I hate this design of killers who lose their powers in the end game. I don't know why that's a thing. I don't know why they keep doing that, but it's so bad.
Like I don't see the like, even from a balance, from a fun, from a thematic perspective, I don't see the problem of letting Freddy teleport to gens that are done. I don't see a problem with Myers having, well, okay, that one might be a little different. We'll get into Myers in a minute, but I don't see a problem like with the pig one. It's like, I feel like if you are in such a desperate situation that you haven't been able to get that many traps on during the match, and it's the in game and all the gens have popped, there's no, other than the points, there's no point. Like, there's no point. Wow, that was hard to say. To putting the bear trap on their head, I don't see a problem with. I mean, people 99 gates anyways.
Yeah,
like I don't see a problem with the trap just killing them when they leave. Now, if they go through the hatch, sure, they have the trap on through the hatch, whatever. That leads to some interesting moments I could feel and things like that. Like, no, you guys go, I'll look for Hatch because I have the trap on. I don't want to waste that much time and give them the chance to
Yeah.
snowball and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But like, back to the whole like thematic thing. I think with Pig, her gameplay style, her theme, like the fantasy of playing her is supposed to be the bear traps. You're setting the survivors in a situation where they have to make a choice. And what there's a fine line there, and I think behavior in particular isn't sure where they want that line to be. At least
Well,
it seems like.
that's the entire problem with the character in general, is that it's supposed to obviously mirror the Saw universe of
Mm-hmm.
being make a choice, but then like I've talked to people who are big fans of Saw, and they said that Amanda is known for rigging
Right.
tests.
Mm-hmm.
So why is there this random ass RNG element about it? I think that the inherent problem with the character is that while I am one of those people that say that thematics, especially in Dead by Daylight, thematics should be first and foremost, and then you balance around their themes later.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's too easy to write yourself in a corner, because like, yeah, the head traps are cool, but you could do other stuff. There's other ways to inflict choice upon the survivors. The recent Mangled nerf is one of the reasons. Like, I hate the recent Mangled nerf because of that. There was a choice to be made. Do you heal through the Mangled, or do you get a generator done and then try to heal through the Mangled? But now it's like, oh, who gives a fuck about healing through Mangled? I'll just do the generator, and then when the Mangled's over, we can fucking heal me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they took away that they said it's to invoke choice, but it just took it away. You don't have to decide. You just wait for the Mangled to be gone. Who gives a shit now? Like,
Yeah, I think I've said this a bunch about the Mangle change. I don't understand who wanted it. I have I can count on my hand how many times I've ever heard anyone complain about Mangled.
yeah.
Like,
I've never heard it, and I pride myself in finding out every stupid bullshit whiny complaint this community can come up with. Like, I'm on Reddit, I'm on Twitter, I'm everywhere. I try to find the dumbest complaints I can and compile them, and I've never once heard someone bitch about Mangled.
what do you
But
mean?
where Pig is concerned, it's the problem is that there is no choice with her now.
Mm-hmm.
You get the head trap put on, you get to see the boxes before the thing even activates, so you go and you just get the head trap off instead of doing gens. There's no choice now. You don't need to worry about doing gens. You just go get your fucking head trap off. There's three other knuckleheads in the fucking trial doing generators with you. The only time the head traps get any kind of significant value is either when you put them on right before a gen pops, or if you have two or three of them in play at the same time.
Right.
And it's not strong enough, and that's why Pig is so weak, and that's why the trap of thematic design is that you pigeonhole yourself into this very specific thing, and then you write yourself into a corner, and then it's hard to get yourself out of it.
Yeah. And I was gonna bring up a League of Legends character, and I know you haven't played. Well, you said you played like 3 hours of it or so,
Hmm.
but so there's a character in League called Kale. If
Hmm.
anyone knows who I'm talking about, you already know where I'm going with this. So the thematic gameplay of Kale is she is supposed to be this super weak early game character. She is ridiculously weak early, like a support can 1v1 her. She's like a top laner. Um, she goes from being melee to range by the end game, and the whole point is she gets to a point to where she grows strong enough that she's unstoppable in the late game.
Hmm.
Now, the problem with this is that League, especially at the time when they did this change to make her more like that, is a very fast-paced game. Games last maybe 15, 20 minutes. She needs about 40 to get to that unstoppable point. So they kind of pigeonholed themselves into, we want the theme to be this super like weak, can be killed by anybody early game character that progressively gets stronger to the point of unstoppable.
Hmm.
And now that they don't know what to do with her because they can't buff her, because if they buff her, then she becomes too good early game, and then her entire thematic and balance kind of crashes on itself. And they can't nerf her late game because then then the whole, once again, it's the same thing. It's the same issue. And then back to Dead by Daylight, I think it's funny because I think Pinhead actually kind of handles the theme of like making a choice to a degree a little bit better. Not exactly, but like, the fact that you have to go find the box and figure out who's going to do it, who isn't, who's being chased, who isn't, taking turns taking it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think Pinhead is one of those where they did thematic and balance properly.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish they'd quit fucking with his TP point, because every time I think I know the pattern, they do it, they change it on me, and it's never in the patch notes, and I have no idea what's going on. I got to do testing on it, but I mained Pinhead for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and he's probably one of the best ones where thematics meet balance pretty perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I know that solo queue 100-hour survivors cry and whine a lot because, oh my god, the chain hunt's so OP. But like, it's very easy to just go get the fucking box at like 80% to the chain hunt,
Mm-hmm.
pick it up, solve it. Make sure you're in a safe position when you solve it. Because like, what normally happens, and I can tell you this from playing the character, what normally happens is somebody is injured and on death hook, and they decide they're the ones that go get the box, and then they do it in the middle of an open ass field, and then complain because Pinhead's OP. But realistically speaking, he is and I think Reaper would even agree with me. Field Agent Reaper, who's a Pinhead main, would even agree with me. He is the pinnacle of balanced. He's got a fair chase power that he needs to do a skill shot with. He's got a decent slowdown with a side quest. He is one of the most balanced characters in this game.
I did a video a couple weeks ago talking about the best design killers in the game, and I made it very clear I don't like playing against Pinhead. I don't. I hate playing against Pinhead. However, he is, probably not even just gameplay and thematic. I think he's one of the best design killers in the game for both sides.
Mm-hmm.
His hits aren't guaranteed from his power. He has inbuilt slowdown. He has info.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decisions on both sides at most loops. Like, a lot of the problems Pinhead has that would some would consider bad gameplay design isn't even his fault. It's map design.
It's the combination of map design and, just like I said, general skill issue. Like I said, fucking injured death hook doing the box in the middle of an open field in a dead zone, and then crying because you got fucking downed. Like, what did you expect to happen? It's even I've had people who it won't go, because one of the tricks to Pinhead is to go up to a second floor or something, and then do the box, and then when he teleports to the bottom, to the ledge below. It used to be you turned around, but now I think you face the front, and he'll teleport to the ledge below, and people just don't take advantage of that. It's kind of like whenever Brand talks about Xenomorph, how people are like, oh my god, Xenomorph is just so bad, no counterplay, I suck at the game. And then it's like, well, yeah, you can't fucking play against Xenomorph. You keep putting the turrets in front of the goddamn tunnel, so they disable, so as soon as Xenomorph comes out, he breaks the fucking turret, and then your turret gets no value. If you'd stop being a jackass and fucking learn how to play the game, then you wouldn't have a problem.
Put it in a loop nearby, or where you're going to go near the away from the gen a little bit, and
yeah, that's the larger issue. A lot of complaints in this game, a lot of complaints from this community. And again, I pride myself in finding every stupid complaint I can. A lot of complaints boil down to skill issue. A lot of them do.
Well, I forgot what it was. I got a comment, and I know YouTube comments, we shouldn't be focusing on them too much, but I got one that I was talking about DVD hot takes, and I was talking about Knight. And I said, I think the problem with Knight is that their counterplay isn't intuitive. And someone said, there isn't anything to intuit, you just hold W. And I think what I realized is that my idea of counterplay is kind of... Because I was talking about more manipulating the Knight's AI, which some could argue that's not even technically counterplay. That's an exploit if you want to be
Well, no, it is counterplay. They specifically designed the guards to follow your exact pathing, and so if you learn how to manipulate that exact pathing, that is an inherent built-in counterplay. But then they have the it's called a standard, I think.
Yeah.
a little banner that shows up, that is also part of the counterplay. What most people hate about Knight is that what I hate about Knight is that all of his guards feel the same. I don't know why there's three of them. Because even though there are subtle differences between the three, they're not big enough to matter.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what for a lot of people that they don't realize that, oh, if he drops Carfax on you, then you can outrun Carfax very easily because it's the slowest of the guards.
Mm-hmm.
If he drops the assassin, then you need to be very careful about how it goes. And then some people don't know the difference between vaulting a pallet and pre-dropping a pallet. If you pre-drop the pallet, they'll run through it. You can't drop pallets against them. There's just a lot that goes into the character that people just don't really fully grasp or understand.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason so many people have a problem with Knight. My problem with Knight is, and the topic of this discussion, thematics, is that all the guards feel the same.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
Yeah, I've talked for a while. I love the idea of Knight. I just don't like the execution. I'm not the biggest fan.
Yeah, like I think if only the assassin could damage survivors, while Carfax was just a pure brute for breaking stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Jailer was, some sort of, I don't know how we would do it, but like a hinder or something like that. I don't fucking know, So Jailer was like a debuffer. If that was like, there was like a difference and then you could switch between them at will. I think a lot of people would find playing the Knight a lot more or playing against the Knight a lot more palatable, because then they have an idea of what the Knight is trying to do with each of his guards. Whereas right now, most Knight players outside of the good ones will just be like, I drop guard at loop. I go opposite direction. I hit survivor.
Right. I think that's another thing with that is you just said it, where good Knights won't do this. And I think that's another thing, because people complain about scampering Chucky. And I'm a Chucky player. And trust me, this will wrap back around to thematics. And, people complain about Scamper all the time. And most Chucky mains want it nerfed too. We don't like it. We think it's boring. We don't like doing it. We hate the guarantee. A lot of us will go for the dumbest slice and dice hits just because it's more fun. But, on back to the topic of like thematic, it's like when I think about Chucky, going under a pallet and being like stealthy in the middle of a chase, which I know you wanted him to be more of an actual inherent stealth killer, I believe.
Yeah. I wanted. I always said if they brought Chucky in, they should have made him more of a stealth killer, because I feel like that fit his theme a lot. I feel like that fits his lore a lot better, because his whole thing was, I'm a doll. I'm a doll. I'm a doll. I'm not a doll. Surprise! Fuck you. You're dead. And I always, like, I saw this idea on Reddit, feels like ages ago, where somebody was like, oh, what if like there were fake good guys around the map?
That was me.
And oh, that was you?
That was my video from like, well, I mean, I didn't steal it from Reddit, I promise, but that was my video from like a month before he got released.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe it was you. I can't. I read so many after I released that Should Chucky Be in Dead by Daylight. I got sent tons of fucking like people, because I was like, when I did it, when I did the video, I mentioned in the video that I only ever found one idea, and then I criticized it, and then like out of like nowhere, out of the fucking ether, like it feels like hundreds of people were just sending me rework or Chucky concepts, and so I read probably dozens of them.
I mean, when I was doing research for mine, I looked. I didn't find any but the one you mentioned. So I don't know where these people found these.
Yeah, I mean, I was being sent Twitter threads, Google Docs, fucking YouTube videos. I feel like people would have sent me a messenger pigeon if they could have gotten away with it. Like it was insane.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think if they added the good guy dolls, like him simulating a doll, that would have fit better thematically, and I think it would have been, as the big problem that you and many have stated, it would have been more unique. I do appreciate that Chucky is third person. I think that alone makes him more unique and actually leads to a lot of the reasons I enjoy playing him so much. But
that is probably the best thing they could have done. I was concerned they were going to do some sort of bullshit where he was actually Charlie and then he could like teleport into dolls and stuff like that. Like that was my biggest concern with Chucky, is that they were just going to do another generic dude with a knife with some sort of teleport ability. So the third person, like in my eyes, they did everything right with Chucky except for that fucking slice and dice. If it wasn't just another dash forward with a knife, I think I would have been happy with like literally anything else.
yeah, but I mean, if they made him 115 and got rid of slice and dice, I actually I don't know. Like I know you would want to add something else, but like what we have,
Yeah.
I think if they made him 115 and got rid of the slice and dice, I think he would be miserable to play.
I mean, he would have had to have been, if they didn't have slice and dice. Yeah, 115 for sure. They probably could have kept the scamper mechanic, but increased the duration of hidey ho or something like that, and then they probably would have had to add some form of counterplay to the scamper within itself. Very similar to how Ghostface's counter is being stared at, which is still the stupidest fucking design decision in this entire game.
We're gonna get into that in a minute.
But Jesus Christ, I can talk for I can rant for hours on that fucking. I hate the reveal mechanic.
Don't
For
worry,
the,
we're gonna get into it.
but they would have had to add some sort of counterplay to the scamper mechanic, and I think that's where like alternative good guys could have came in, because like you could have given him a secondary ability to pose as a good guy doll, and then the counter to his scamper could have been something to do with the good guy dolls, collecting them or destroying them or something like that.
Yeah.
And then that would have given him surprise factor. It would have given him stealth. I don't think he needed a teleport. I think one of the suggestions I saw was him teleporting from good guy doll to good guy doll. I don't think he needed that. Like, yeah, it's good to have map presence, but I mean, it's great for Chucky mains because he's a top 10 killer. He's very, very strong. I just think that it was too generic in my opinion to go with the slice and dice.
Yeah, I think a lot of like, because I think Chucky is the best, one of the best adapted characters, apart from Michael, who we'll also get into in just a minute. Just, I mean, the voice lines alone, I think, saved the adaptation. But as far as the power goes, like, I think the scamper works thematically. I think the third person camera, I could see the argument for it doesn't work from his theme, but he's also like a magical doll. So, like, I think it kind of makes sense. Not really, but really. But it also, like, if he was first person, he would be miserable to play. I have heard that suggestion so many times.
Yeah, first person would be. I mean, he's too short. Everything wouldn't match up. They would have to heighten the camera while keeping him small, and it just wouldn't work.
Go play Swamp as Chucky, even with a third person camera. You cannot see over the fucking grass half the time. Also, I'm very confused with this. Someone told me this, and I don't know if it's like a Mandela effect. I think scratch marks are brighter for Chucky, like slightly brighter for him.
I haven't noticed.
I think they did that because the camera's kind of lower. I don't know, whatever. But Scamper, I think, comes into the question though of thematic versus, because he's a tiny doll. Him being able to go under a pallet makes sense. And I don't think the mechanic should be removed, obviously, but I do think it does need a lot of balancing change. Well, not a lot, but I think it needs some balancing tweaks to it, obviously. But I think the general idea was there. Same thing with.
I mean,
no, go ahead.
I mean, if they want to balance it, it seems simple to me. Just give him a longer cooldown before he can slice and dice and or take a swing after the scamper.
I've heard that before, and I think the problem with it is it would just feel clunky. I think that's the biggest issue with that. My suggestion has always been just make hard hat base kit, not where it breaks pallets, but where it just ends slice and dice. So you can't you can use it like as a utility tool, not as a chase tool.
That makes sense. If every time you triggered a scamper, it just ended your slice and dice and your hidey ho. But I would only do it for pallets.
Yeah.
I think,
Not Windows. I don't even think hard hat works on Windows. I could be wrong. I don't run it, so I don't really know. I named this character, by the way. It's just it's one of those add-ons like you just don't like. I don't run, so I don't know everything about it. I just know it's not good, so I don't use it.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, so Myers is another one that gets brought up a lot. And I know people want a full-on rework for him. I think Myers is a victim of his own success because the add-ons, especially Tombstone, and this idea of him being the embodiment of evil and like going against the entity's like game plan of hooking people and he can just mori them whenever he wants. Well, not whenever, but you know what I mean. And he starts off as a tier 1 that's kind of bad, but he has to stock them a little bit. Like once again, I think the theme of the gameplay is fine. It just needs some balancing tweaks. But at the same go ahead.
What the common complaint with Tombstone is that people, and this just goes to just arrogance. The common complaint with Tombstone is that people are under the belief that they only lose to Tombstone because their teammates are always feeding the Myers. When I had to play Myers for a week straight to farm that stupid man in the bush achievement. The amount of times people would go, "Oh, I wish people would stop feeding the Myers," and I'm like, "Brother, you got drained of stock completely." And they're like, "No, I didn't. I never saw you until you tier 3 and you downed me." I was like, "I know because I'm good at this game and I know how to play the character." The way you fix Tombstone is you make it to where someone cannot be moried until they are fully drained of stock. Once you do that, that's how you fix Tombstone. Because then that gets rid of the most common complaint. People will know it was quote unquote their fault, and they'll just have to deal with it. Now, Tombstone Peace is a bigger issue than Tombstone because Tombstone makes it take fucking ages to get to tier 3. Especially if you want to combine it with Tuft of Hair for Infinite, right. It takes you like 4 or 5 times as longer, I think.
500%. So yeah.
Yeah, 5 times. It takes you 5 times as longer, and it already takes a fucking act of Congress to get yourself to fucking tier 3. So that's how you fix Tombstone. Myers' real issue is the fact that he can run out of his power, and it takes him too long. This game is too fast for characters like Myers, Trapper, Freddy. Characters do not have time to wait for their power to work. And so for Myers, my solution was always get rid of all the things like, oh, if Myers stalks them from X amount of meters, it goes up slower and get rid of all that and just make it to where in tandem with the Tombstone change, you make it to where once Myers drains all 4 people of all of their stock, he's in permanent tier 3. You do that, and Myers he's not going to be much higher than C tier. He never will be. He's just an M1 killer. But you do those 2 changes, those 2 changes, and all of a sudden Myers is a pure thematic balanced killer.
Yeah, and honestly, I've said this. I think a lot of people have said this. The fact that the stock is slower from farther away makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, it's asinine. And like and like thematics wise, he's more well thought out than I realized. And I should know this because Halloween 1 and 2 are my favorite horror movies of all time. But Pixel Bush did a video on the Myers chapter. And he broke down like the tiers and how they match the pace of the first movie. The first tier, he can't really kill you. He's just stalking you. That mimics in the movie when he just wasn't doing anything for most of the beginning of the film. And then tier 2 is when he gets a little bit better. He starts killing people. That mimics the second act of the movie. And then tier 3 is the climax, where he's this unstoppable machine ready to, take everyone down. And the way, like I said, the way I would do it, where as soon as he drains everybody of their stock, he's permanent tier 3 for the rest of the match. That matches the way the movie works. And it would also make him more, in my opinion, it would make him more fun to play against because then it gives people, before people would be like, oh, it's Myers, he's stalking a little bit, but I don't hear tear radius. Now it's like, shit, if he drains me of all my stock, that is one step closer to him being permanently in tier 3, and that's a very scary fucking thing to think about.
Yeah, and
there'd probably have to be some rebalancing with the speed he tears up and everything, but yeah.
Yeah, and I also think like with your suggestion, it's like people would kind of have to take turns, but kind of backwards. I don't like be like, oh, I know I'm fully drained, so I'll get chased.
Yeah. And it's one of those things too. Like we could even do something, because I know there's going to be comments about it, but we could even do something like you can't be exposed until you're fully drained. You know, the tier 3 is still his best part, where he vaults faster, he moves faster, but nobody's exposed until they're fully drained, and then that helps people out a lot in the long run. But if you combine that with making his stock faster, and getting rid of all these stupid limiters. Because did you fucking know that if you're stalking more than one person at a time, it does not increase the stalk rate?
What?
Yeah. Stalking more than one person at a time does not increase the stalk rate. Instead, it splits the stalk rate between the amount of people you're stalking. So if you're stalking, because it's all based off a point system. I did so much research on this. It's all based off a point system. So if it takes, say, off the top of my head, I forgot the numbers, but if it takes, say, 500 stalk to get from tier 1 to tier 2, and you're stalking 2 people, instead of you doubling the speed of the stalk, you split that 500 between the 2 of them, and they each lose 250 apiece. Yeah. There's so many. If you go to the DBD wiki and read how his power works, it is asinine. There is so many limiters that stop him from being a fluent killer. It's ridiculous.
I have been playing this game for 3 years, and I did not know that.
Yeah. Just for fun one day, just read his yarn break at work. Just go to the wiki and read how his power works. It is asinine, overcomplicated, and completely fucks him.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this into a discussion about Larry, but I did the recording for the Larry main podcast. For those watching this, it's not out yet. But did you know that the you know how Larry gets the overdrive? Or not the overdrive, the overclock. Did you know it lasts longer based on how many people have a pod on them?
I didn't until I came back to the game.
Yeah, he's my secondary main. I didn't know this.
Yeah,
it says it nowhere in the power.
Yeah, it says it nowhere in the power. I didn't. I had no idea. I came back. I was working on. I was playing Singularity for I had like a bunch of Tiramarisus on him, so I was playing him for blood points to catch up.
Yeah.
And so I was technically maining him, and then at one point somebody was like, yeah, your overclock lasts longer, depends on how many people are gooped. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? Why do I gotta go to a wiki or learn from my Twitch chat to figure this shit out? Please, behavior, be transparent, for God's sakes.
It's not even on the wiki.
It's not?
No. It might be now, but like, yeah, because I did that. I recorded that podcast like 2 weeks ago, and we both looked it up. It's not on there. The only reason people know is because Larry mains are insane and tested it, just based on a feeling.
Yeah, dude, this is just like it's.
It's just like with Knight. I didn't even know this. I feel like I should have known this because I played the killer a lot. I didn't know that the longer the patrol path is, the longer they chase for.
I didn't fucking know that either.
Yeah, I learned that the other day.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Behavior has a really bad habit of not giving us information.
I mentioned, I talked about this, I think in one of the patch notes. Like the unknown can have up to 4 hallucinations. You would have no way of knowing that if behavior didn't tell us. And we didn't do extensive testing because it's not in his power description. Like, please, I understand that power descriptions need to be a little bit shorter because sometimes you open it, like Freddy's power description, you open it up and it's just a fucking wall of text.
Skull merchant.
Yeah, but like, dude, like, just there needs to be some more like transparent. Like, there needs to be like a testing mode where I can just go in and like test a bunch of shit.
I mean, this isn't just a DVD problem, and we both know it's a lot of games do this shit.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, it does say it on the wiki. For each slipstream survivor, the
does.
duration of overclocked mode is increased by 1 second up to a maximum duration of 8.7 seconds.
I swear when we looked it up 2 weeks ago, it wasn't there. Unless the info was finally getting around and someone updated it.
Yeah.
But yeah, stuff like that is just so weird. Speaking of Myers, though, the other stalking killer, Ghostface. So I watched your tier list today to date this a little bit, but you said Ghostface was fun to play against, and the reasons you stated, I believe, and I'm not trying to hold you to your word because I say some dumb shit when I'm recording too that I didn't entirely agree with, but you said you enjoyed the idea of like looking around, trying to see where he is, and then revealing him. But I know you said earlier you're not a big fan of the LOS mechanics.
I like the idea of the panic that Ghostface induces.
Mm-hmm.
I like the back and forth he does. The reason that the separation is I don't think just perceiving the killer should be counterplay. That is fucking stupid.
Okay.
I do believe that there should be an interaction of some sort. So like if you have Ghostface in your view, you could do something to point there could be an interaction on your screen or something like that to point him out. You know what I mean? But the reason I don't like the LOS mechanics, I explained this in a Ghostface video a long time ago, is the LOS mechanics of revealing him are based off of a very weird algorithm that draws a line from the center of the survivor camera to Ghostface, and then it does a calculation based off the amount of pixels it can see of Ghostface before the reveal can start. That is fucking stupid. Because that allows survivors to reveal him from... Every Ghostface has had this happen, where they get revealed, they look around for the killer instinct, and the survivor is behind 3 rocks, 2 walls, and in the next trial over. And you're like, how the fuck did you possibly reveal me from there? What I said what needs to happen is either this interact thing that I talked about, or there needs to be direct LOS drawn from the center mass of the survivor to the Ghostface. Because otherwise you're just getting revealed for no reason, and it feels bad as Ghosty. But then it feels bad as Survivor, because sometimes you can be staring at him in what seems like an open ass field, and he's not getting revealed. And the reason for that, like Cockwind Farms,
Oh god.
the corn can block your reveal of him, but it's not just if he's just inside the corn. It's like if he's outside in one of those clear rows and fucking his back, like part of his cloak or something is blocked by the corn, that could be enough pixels to be hidden to reveal it. So the reason he's fun to play against is the inherent panic he introduces by being there. But the reason he's not fun to play as is because you are too easily taken out of your stealth.
Right.
And it's very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating to deal with. It's the reason I stopped playing him.
If they made the LOS more clear, do you think you would be fine with it?
Yeah, if there was a better indicator, it also happens too fast.
Oh, I agree with that 100%.
It's like you get the little shoo and the white lines, and then before you know it, you're revealed, and it's like what? Like you have no time to react to it as Ghostface. It's way too fucking fast. But if they fixed the inconsistencies of the LOS mechanic, and they made it happen slower, then yes, I think it would. I would probably go back to maining him, to be honest.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because he has the 2 add-ons, the one that makes it take longer when they're on the ground and one when they're on a hook. He doesn't have one for just base, does he?
No.
Huh. It's very strange. Now that I think about it. Yeah, once again, I've recorded the Ghostface one too. We were talking about it a lot. I think Ghostface, thematically speaking, it does feel like you're playing like a kind of more methodical killer to a degree, where like you're kind of like, it doesn't always happen this way because sometimes the matches go too fast or certain maps make it difficult. But a lot of times, like, it feels like you're methodically trying to sneak up on people. And I do agree. While I like the idea of the LOS mechanic, it does a lot of times fuck him over in ways that neither side was. Like, sometimes when I'll play against a Ghostface and I'll reveal him and I'm like, how the fuck did I even?
Yeah, and it's. I actually had somebody back when when the unknown PTB was out, and I was talking about line of sight as a counterplay and how bad it feels. Somebody wrote a fucking like 12 paragraph essay in my comments section.
Wasn't me, was it?
About no. He even copy pasted it when I did the first day impressions review. But like it was like a 12 paragraph essay on why looking at Ghostface is a good form of counterplay thematically. And I was like, if we want to go with that argument, the better thematic counterplay would be finding clues to Ghostface's identity.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
if we want to really go with your argument, the better counterplay would be finding clues. And I even came up with like a system for that before I quit Dead by Daylight. That was actually on the doc. It was going to be called My Dream Ghostface Rework, where everything was far more interactive with him because it would change him to a permanent stealth killer whose stalk was on a cooldown, and then you could take him out of the stealth by all the survivors working together to find clues around the map.
I like that.
But Ghostface could do things like disable cameras, and and then when he downed a survivor, he would steal a clue from them so that it would take longer to get him out of his undetectable. But his stalk was always there. So even without the undetectable, he still had the stalk power. It was just on a longer cooldown. It was on a resource meter.
I
like pyramid heads.
I like that, and it would be like since he's permanent. Only problem I could really see with it is he could maybe camp the. I mean, well, that wouldn't really be a problem. I was gonna say he could maybe camp the clues, but no.
But if you spread enough of them around the map,
I like that. I would be curious if they could code it, but But speaking of, and you brought up the elephant in the room with the line of sight mechanic, because we both have extremely differing ideas on the Unknown's LOS mechanic, because I like it.
I'm infected with a venom. I'm staring at you. I'm no longer infected with the venom. Yeah, okay, cool.
I like the okay, and once again, I made a thing on Twitter where I was like, he's a mix of how I play Chucky, how I play Clown, and how I play like Singularity, and I think that's why I enjoy it so much. Because when I'm playing Chucky, I don't like beeline to the survivors. A lot of times, I try to use the shortness to my advantage, where I'll hide behind like little fucking rocks and cabinets everywhere for some reason. And for me with him, a lot of times what I end up doing is I'll weaken somebody, and then I'll try to remember where somebody else was, especially at the beginning of the match, and I'll leave the chase, and then I'll go off to the other side of the map. So now they have to come find me. And I think that's what. Once again, this could be me being pretentious and up my own ass, but I think that's kind of what they wanted you to do. And then in chase, like maybe this is just a me thing. I just like the idea of like having to constantly go behind shit and not have a direct line of sight to where it kind of forces you to try to curve the grenade a little bit. But if
it was not so fucking short, I would give it a pass. So I looked it up. It takes 10 seconds to get rid of the weakness.
9 seconds.
Is it 9?
No, it's 10. I was going to say the cooldown of the power is 9 seconds.
Cooldown of the power is 7 seconds.
Is it 7? I can't count. My bad.
So, you have a 3-second window to fire off another weakness. If you miss, and I know people are going to go, "Oh, this is obviously skill issue." Shut the fuck up. If you miss for any reason, either the inconsistent bounce fucks you over, or the hit doesn't register, or whatever the case may be, if you miss, you have to re-weaken them.
Mm-hmm.
And this can lead to things like having to re-weaken people multiple times in a chase. And because the reveal mechanic works just like Ghostface's, they can stand behind cover, stand behind a wall, and reveal you. And so I like the concept that there is a hit and run play style to him,
Mm-hmm.
and I definitely believe that that could work, but until they increase the window to where you're not losing the weakness power mid-chase just because you made one mistake. I talked about this back when I quit the game. If making one mistake makes me feel like I've lost the game, I'm not having fun.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the problem I have with Unknown. While he can be very fun, if I miss even one shot, then suddenly I've lost all my pressure. That's not fun for anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And so it should just be, I think the base reveal mechanic should be 14 seconds. So you have your full 7-second window of the cooldown to get another shot in. And then I like the idea that, if you injure them with the weekend, it lasts even longer. I think that's cool. I do believe, and I don't know if it does work this way, so I might be talking out of my ass here, but I do believe that if you weaken them and then you injure them with the weekend, the timer should completely start over. So if they got 1 second left to get rid of it, and then you injure them with your weekend, it should go right back the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the whole point. The whole point of this killer is that he is a never-ending anxiety
Mm-hmm.
to the people who know he's there or they're there.
Right.
You know, the unknown is supposed to be a never-ending anxiety. And the fact that it's just like staring at you, I'm no longer anxious, it just doesn't fit, in my opinion.
I wonder if instead of increasing the timer, if there was a buffer. So, like, when you weaken them, there's like let's say, because it's what, 10 seconds? Let's say there's like a 4-second buffer before they can actually start decreasing it.
Yeah, see, that would also be good. Another problem is that there's a 1.5 second grace period between looking at the unknown and not looking at him, where you're still getting the decrease, and that's also stupid.
I didn't even know that one. That I agree is stupid.
Like, it's just like that's why I don't like looking at the killer as a form of counterplay, because there's so many inconsistencies with both the Ghostface and the unknown that make being countered not feel good.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back to my argument with Singularity and the EMPs. EMPs come up so fucking often that you're just like, fuck, I might as well just be an M1 killer. Because it's like, I've got all my cameras set up, and I've got a web, and I'm you're in that power fantasy of, I've got a web of cameras and I'm able to be everywhere all at once, and I can see where the survivors are, and you goop a survivor, and then all of a sudden it's like EMP, and then they destroy the goop and 4 cameras in the same EMP blast, and then they run to the chest where they got the EMP to begin with, and they just get another one right there for free. And by the time they'll have to use their EMP again, another one will be ready. And that's all 4 survivors. So it's just like, when you're as a killer, when your power is countered too easily, it doesn't feel good to play.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to go with this thematics, you want to go with themes and power fantasies as a design choice, you need to make sure that the power fantasy feels good. And there is a semblance of balance that needs to be had. But at the end of the day, I am an unstoppable killer coming for helpless survivors.
Mm-hmm.
They should not be able to fucking beat me by looking at me.
Okay.
Imagine a fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Bubba starts fucking going, and then I forget the girl's name, but she turns around, she just looks at him, and his chainsaw spontaneously combusts. Movie over. Good fucking job, guys. Everybody pack up, go home. Multi-million Oscar-winning movie. Let's go. You want to put this power fantasy of being these type of killers and playing with their lore, being lore accurate to what they are, cool, but stop making it so fucking easy to beat them. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and I think with Larry, my suggestion has always been make it so they actually have to aim the EMPs at the least. Because really, I mean, all you do now is, and this is if you're not being chased, but You kind of just hold it out and wait for it to turn green and then activate it.
Yeah. My solution was always to just stop letting the printers automatically print EMPs while you're holding one from the same box. So
Oh,
if all four survivors go grab an EMP, the box stops printing another EMP until the EMP they have is used.
okay, yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Then they might actually have to fucking use their brain about when to use the fucking EMP.
People don't want to think. Come on. With yeah, and with Unknown, I think the idea they were once again, and this isn't the gameplay side of it, but what they were going for was the idea of you're scared of it, and that's what lets it affect you until you like understand it, and to understand it, you have to look at it.
Yeah.
And honestly, I know you've suggested making it so if they dispel a clone, and I know it's not actually a clone, but whatever the fuck it's called. If they dispel a clone, like it gets rid of the weakened. Honestly, I'd be cool if they kept the LOS and that if they fixed like the mechanic and they added in the buffer we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. I mean, it's all like my problem inherently is not looking at the killer counters to killer. My problem is the way they execute this every single time makes the killer feel bad to play. It is always the execution over the idea, and that's why I want to quit doing it, because I love behavior. I really do. I even have a video coming out like literally called In Defense of Behavior. I hate comments that call the devs lazy or incompetent or anything like that. I hate that shit. But I'm going to be upfront. Behavior does not know how to balance looking at the killer as a form of counterplay, and that's why I hate it so much.
Yeah. What was it? There was a comment on one of your videos. I forgot what they said. They had a word that wasn't lazy that made more sense, and I liked way more because I don't.
It was clumsy, I think.
Clumsy. Okay, yeah. Because I don't like calling them lazy either. I think it's really ignorant to call them that.
Yeah.
Anyone who's worked at any job in their life can tell you they're not lazy.
Yeah. Oh, they worked on this killer for an entire year. How lazy are they? Stuff an unwashed cock in your mouth, for God's sakes, bro. You're annoying.
And I'm not going to sit here and say they get everything right because they don't. Clearly, we both run channels about talking about that. A lot of things they get wrong.
But it's like I think that people just fully underestimate how much they're trying. Like I sit here. I mean, we talk about this game for a living. I play this game every fucking day. I research. I'm on the wiki all the goddamn time because you have to know information to make videos. The amount that behavior is actively trying to make this game good is insane. Like, I understand there's a lot of flaws. Like, okay, so like, why do they take ages to make changes people ask for? That's a big one. I honestly think it's just because the code is fucked up. Like the visual heartbeat took what 2 years since people asked for it. Like they announced it and then it took like 2 years or something. I think it's honestly just coding. I think that the code is a jumbled fucking mess, and it's not necessarily current behavior's fault. When they made this game, they were a small indie company with like 2.5 guys and a fucking coffee machine. So it's just like, they didn't necessarily have the tools and the manpower to make it. I wish from the bottom of my heart, they would take a chapter off. Just one chapter to fix the fucking code. I don't care if do you understand the backflips most of us would do if they made a new chapter and it was just called "The Code Isn't Shit," and the entire thing was about fixing the coding? Nobody would be upset. We'd all be over the fucking moon because the coding would finally be viable. And that we could rely on future updates. We could have more complicated shit, like the Ghostface clue thing, or my rework for Legion, and so you could have more Z's for Nemesis, and have better AI for Night and stuff like that. You could have all these things if the coding wasn't a steaming pile of shit.
Right. And as someone who's worked in I haven't worked in corporate America, but I'm a manager right now at a at a car parts store, not to give anyone too much info. And I used to be a manager at a grocery store. And I have talked to CEOs and higher ups at these stores, or who run these stores, and the issue with them doing with doing like a health update or a health chapter, and I've talked about this before, is most people at the top end, and I'm not talking Matthew or Cote, I'm talking about the people above him, because I think people forget there's people above him. They don't care how much money they'll make in 2 years. They care about how much money they'll make tomorrow.
Right.
And the reason for that is because business is finicky, and for all they know, the sun will explode tomorrow. That's real. As much as I would love it, and everyone probably would, and in the end, it would make them more money. For so many reasons.
The game would be more consistently played. People would be more willing, and that also goes back. I wish I would have put the video. Now that I think about it, that also goes back to people disrespecting the developers. You don't understand how many are executives. How many decisions being made are the result of stuffy ass suits who are so fucking disconnected from reality because they're too busy cheating on their wives with their fucking secretary and snorting coke, and they lift their heads up from their Scarface mountain of cocaine every once in a while and go, make more shit, and the developers are like, we need to fix the game, and they're like, make more shit, more skins, where are artists? And then they fire half their fucking staff and go, more shit. Like, that is the reason most of these gaming companies part is executives. It's not the devs most of the time. Sometimes it's the devs, but like with behavior, I've never noticed animosity from the developers. I know that there probably used to be, people talk about it from time to time. Like, I think there was a developer like years ago who like lambasted people asking for colorblind settings.
I forget who it is, but yeah.
I don't think he works there anymore.
He does not. He actually made that comment while he wasn't working for them anymore.
Oh, okay. So I haven't seen any. If I can compare my experiences between behavior and Respawn is a game where I blame a lot of the head devs, because the devs of Respawn are fucking assholes. Any criticism you come up with of that game, they will make fun of you for ages on Twitter, in public spaces, in patch notes. Like, constantly, they will make fun of the community constantly for criticism. TCM is a very good example of developers you can blame. Every time that man gets criticism, he has some fuck shit to say. Like, I've seen like threads of people who genuinely care about TCM. I don't give a shit about TCM. I never have. But I've seen people who seem to have a true passion for the game, like talk like, and I'm not talking like talk about the game. I'm talking about talk like Ots Darva talks about Dead by Daylight. You know, they talk with passion and love and care to see the game they like succeed, and he'll respond to them basically calling them stupid and incompetent and not knowing what they're talking about. And it's like, dude, no wonder your fucking game is dying. You can't take criticism for shit, and nobody wants to play your nobody wants to be around you. But behavior's never been like that from what I can see. I know there was that. It was a Cote interview, I think, years ago, where somebody was like, how do you plan to make the experience better? And he was like, play Survivor. Like, yeah, I get that. But how long, what was that, fucking 7 years ago? Yeah, 6 years ago?
And, a bunch of people, because I did a video about that, and I was like, yeah, like, it was a bad PR move, but, like, it's actually pretty, like, he basically said,
it's actually good advice.
It's good advice.
It's actually good advice. I run into people all the time who are like, oh, I'm tired of playing Survivor. I'm like, oh, well, like, playing. They're like, well, out of my 3,000 hours, I played, 21 or 2,900 of Survivor. And it's like, I don't know, play Killer a couple times a week, bro. Like,
play another game.
Yeah. That's another thing. Like, he wasn't wrong. He could have approached it better, but he wasn't wrong. But I think people are taking that behavior and they're putting it toward today's behavior. And I don't see that, man. I just don't. I don't see that.
No, like, I like, if anything, I don't think they say enough.
Yeah.
Once again, I bring this up a lot. Like, it's not just, it's a lot of gaming companies I feel don't talk enough, but, like, I think there's a way to be. Helldivers 2 had some meta discussions. I don't know if I'm sure you know about it. You're on Twitter, so it had some meta discussions going on, and the devs straight up came out and said, "Listen, we're gonna let it sit. Stop crying and complaining about it. Let people have fun." And like, like, honestly, I kind of agree with what they said. Like, I think there's a way to be an asshole.
Yeah, there's definitely a way to approach it. The hardest thing with transparency from developers is definitely PR, because it goes back to the whole it's a common joke in the community of during dev Q&As, the development team is aware of the problem, we are doing our best to fix it, and we have no estimated time to when it will be fixed, or whatever the case may be. And people make a joke out of that, but it's like, they can't really say anything else, because if they, like, let's say they were like, okay, Twins rework is coming on March 12th of 2024. I mean, it's past March 12th, but you get my point, right?
Yeah.
The Twins rework is coming on this exact day at this exact time. And then during the testing of the rework, fucking Victor ends up getting stuck in the skybox, and they got to spend an additional week trying to figure out how the fuck to fix that. Because I don't know if you've ever coded before. I've dabbled in coding. Do you, like, a fucking comma in a random ass spot can cause the most absurd of bugs to happen in any video game you talk about.
Yeah.
In any video game. And so finding the fix to problems is not, I feel like a lot of people think that coding is just a bunch of paragraphs and you scroll down to the paragraph. Like, it's like, they type the words, Victor pops out of the chest. And then they're like, well, just go to the paragraph where it says Victor pops out of her chest and delete the part that says he ends up in the skybox. It's easy as that. That's not how it fucking works. It is obnoxious. So they cannot be more transparent than they are. But at the same time, it feels bad on our end because we're sitting there wondering what the fuck is going on over there. One thing I'll give Respawn credit for is back in one of the earlier seasons when we would have a game-breaking bug. First off, they would address it, and then they would work on it, and then when they were done working on it, the lead developer would tweet out a thread on what happened with the bug and how it worked and what they had to do to fix it. And him doing that for like 2 or 3 seasons, the community was never happier, because not only were we getting stuff done, but we were also being told the work that goes into it, and so it calmed a lot of people down because people would get pissed.
I think the why is the, like, cross progression, right? People have been talking about this for years. Like, if behavior is, someone told me that they said they're not doing it anymore, but I've looked. They have not officially said that. It's just been highly speculated. They just gave up on it. My thing with it is, if it's not happening, I'm fine with that, as long as they come out and say why. That has always been my biggest thing with a lot of game devs. I just want the why. And you don't have to be super specific. I work in customer service. I understand. Be vague. Be vague but specific. That's the whole point.
You don't have to fucking break down the meeting that led to the decision. We don't need the transcripts. I just want a fucking It's kind of like whenever you were younger and your parents used to tell you something and you'd go, why? And they go, because I said so. That's not a fucking reason. Please.
Because if you do that, you'll bust your head. Okay, now I won't do it. Rather than you saying because I said so and then I do it just to spite you. It's just like I said, it's just, they don't want to give false promises, and I understand that. I do, as someone who's done it, I get it. But, like, sometimes just a little bit of hope is all people need. Like, it's really just, like, I know I'm saying it like I'm some wise old sage, but, like, that's really what it comes down. Just a little bit of hope. That's all people need sometimes, to see that the game is going in a direction. Like, when they did the AMA and they were like, this will take years to do, and people lost their fucking minds.
It was like, what do you mean years? And again, it goes back to the terrible way this game is coded. It goes back to that small indie company with 2 guys and a coffee machine coding that this game is built off of, and that's why it takes that. But without that explanation, I can say that stuff till I'm blue in the face. I can give you guys an explanation to most things, but I can give you guys an explanation to most things, but no one's going to listen to me because fat balding comedian on the internet. I'm not the developers. The developers need to step up and give the explanations, because then people will, hopefully people. I mean, there are people who like to just they don't give a fuck anyway. They're just like, oh, you're pointing out, hey, Behavior could release a fucking 150-page document on why everything is the way it is in excruciating detail, and some players will still go, oh, none of that matters. Fuck Behavior, they suck.
And still play the game.
Yeah, and still fucking play the game, bro. Fucking people furiously masturbating with one hand, going, Behavior is fucking awful. I hate them, as they hit the ready button for the fucking 400th time that goddamn day. Like
as much as I hate Riot, like I still played the game, so like I didn't complain that much. I was just like, oh, this is probably not a good decision, and then but whatever. Yeah, and I think with the idea of to bring this back around, I love doing these because they go out of nowhere. To the whole thematic debate, it's like, or conversation is. There's a lot of like killers that, like you said with the Ghostface one, where like we can't even really get the true like theme or gameplay fantasy because the way the game is coded, because it would be too complicated. Because, like, I mean, Twins is probably, I would argue, the most unique killer in the game. As far as I would argue the most unique killer in the game is Twins.
I don't think I'd disagree with that. Yeah,
and we all saw what happened when that came out.
Fucking God, bro. Twins is such a nightmare. I feel like our mutual friend Ambrosia, I feel for Ambrosia so much, dude.
Yeah.
From Brand's chat, fictitious Ambrosia, because like they're a very dedicated Twins main. Like I've had conversations with them on my stream, and the way they talk about Twins with a burning passion. And it's just like, I feel so bad for the fucking 3 Twins mains out there, and I know 2 of them. It's nobody wants to play the character, not because the character's bad. If we go back to, like I mentioned, my tier list, I actually put the Twins in upper B tier.
Yeah.
Because generally speaking, they're very good. They feel a little clunky, but when they work, they fucking work. And they're very, very good. But the amount of bugs surrounding this character is ridiculous.
I think
I have, in my opening for my stream, I have a clip of me, like I can't move. Like I got Victor, Victor got put back into me, and I was trying, I remember the match. I tried to put him back out in the middle of Gideon's meat plant, and my entire character froze. I couldn't move my camera. I couldn't walk. I couldn't do any. It was just, I was stuck staring at the ground at Victor halfway coming out of Charlotte, and I'm just screaming. I'm like, I'm being cocked because I was winning that fucking game, and then the game was just like, nope, you're frozen now. I was like,
well, like when I was talking about Knight, I did a video called Justice for Knight, like last week, for my friend Pix, because she's a P100 Knight, huge Knight main. I wonder who I'm getting for the interview for that.
She fucking retweeted that shit. What is this supposed to mean?
Anyways, in that video, I was mostly talking about skins. That was the whole point of that, because that's what she was talking about on Twitter. The amount of comments I got talking about they need a quality of life change or like bug fixes. I'm aware of these issues. I am 100%. That was not the point of the video. But yeah, like it's not just Twins. It's Knight. Chucky has a couple that no one talks about because they're very rare, but they happen. Did you know that if you flick too hard after a scamper through a window, it locks the camera? And it happened.
Oh, I found a wraith bug today. You can be, if you I don't know what causes it, but you can end up not initiating chase with someone until you hit.
What?
Yeah, if you are uncloaked, and it happened to me on my last match today. Because I'm doing a week of Wraith, hashtag go follow Twitch.
Link below.
Where I'm doing a week of Wraith right now, so I can write a video on it. And I was chasing a Nay in Greenville, and I was chasing her for about 35 seconds, and all of a sudden I'm like, "Where's the chase music?" And my chat was like, "Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, what? Hold on a second." Because like you're so used to it happening, I didn't notice it at first. And I went back and I watched the game because I record them so I can put them in the compilations for my second YouTube channel. Link in the description. And but just link all 4 of my
I
channels
will.
when you do the video.
I got you. Just
Um,
send it to me so I can copy and paste.
I'm kidding, obviously, but
I got you.
so I was rewatching the video, and it happened for the whole match. Everybody I chased, I did not get chase music until I landed a hit, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
There's a bug with Larry right now that I only found out because of someone who plays him. Which is another problem with twins. I feel since no one plays them, a lot of the bugs don't get reported. Apparently you can be aiming the camera at somebody like directly, and it will not lock onto them if they don't have a bipod, or like if they don't have a bipod on them already.
God,
a friend of mine is a Larry main. They refuse to play him until they fix it.
oh, speaking, Singularity and bugs, one or not bugs, but like LOS features. If we bring that back for like 5 seconds, which it'll probably be like 5 hours knowing us, but the fucking thing that pisses me off is when you're in a camera trying to lock on somebody and you have one little tiny ass fucking branch smaller than my dick, and that's saying something, blocking your view. You can see the entire survivor. You can see the pores on the fucking survivor's skin, and it will not lock onto them because of this fucking tiny ass twig that happens to be. Oh my god, so much. Oh my fucking god, I hate that.
Also, another thing that's not in Larry's power description, by the way. It doesn't say that you can shoot a bipod at someone who slipstreams to teleport to them.
So there's probably some people out there wondering what the point of the slipstream is.
Yeah. So well, no. Like it tells you like if you use the cam and like hit them again.
Oh, it doesn't tell you about the M2. Oh my fucking.
Yeah, it doesn't. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but it does not say this, and it's very strange because, like I said, it's funny doing the Killer Interview podcast because I learned so much stuff where I'm like, wow, people probably don't know that. That explains some things. That might be part of the reason a lot of people don't like. Or I know it's not the only one, but I think it's part of the reason a lot of people don't like playing him. I don't think people know you can do that. So I think people just assume you just have to shoot the cameras every time you want to do it.
Dude, Singularity has a really high skill, and I think it's only made higher by the fact that you don't fucking know how the power works.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would argue, I don't even know if it's an argument. I would argue he has one of the highest, like, not necessarily mechanically high, but like, just thinking about where to place the cams and how to use them and when and where, and keeping track of EMPs.
He's got a very, I'm actually glad that I had to play him for a while to all my Terramarisus and Blood Point grind, because I went from saying, God, this killer sucks, he's terrible, to really fully understanding the potential of the killer. Like, there's so much macro sense that goes into him. That's why people don't like playing him.
Yeah,
is because there's a lot of macro sense. Because a lot of people think, oh, I just put cameras in, I put camera on Jin, I slipstream Survivor, I TP, I hit Survivor, boom, bada bing. And then when that doesn't work, they're like, what the fuck? But actually, you're not supposed to do. I found out. I actually talked to what's his name?
Coco?
Yeah, I talked to Coco in his comment section one day about this. I asked him, like, hey, I'm having trouble with Singularity. What am I doing wrong? Probably putting your cameras on Jins. I'm like, am I not supposed to do that? He's like, you could put them on a couple, but realistically, what you want to do is you put your cameras in high up places that have large areas that they can overlook. And then you save like 1 or 2 cameras for your chases, so that in the middle of, when you got a dropping God palette, for example, you can put the camera on the other side of the loop and then slipstream them and then TP to them before they know what the fuck is going on. And then all of a sudden, God palette doesn't matter to you. And, like I said earlier, that he's very easily countered, but realistically speaking, his power level puts him in A tier, and like the middle of A tier. He's very, very strong.
And
it's just behavior doesn't tell you shit.
Which I think there's a give and take with that. I'm cool with him not saying everything in the killer description. I'm a big fan of, trying to learn things on my own.
Yeah,
But
I don't need a fucking Aranad level guide in the power description. I just want to know shit. I just want to know numbers. I
yeah,
hate numbers.
yeah, I'm sure behavior was scared the day that they got rid of the slightly and whatever the other words were, because it showed how some of the add-ons barely do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a fun day. I remember seeing videos of that when it first happened. There was a Ghostface one that, like, I think it decreased the stock speed by like 0.002 seconds.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was back when they did what? It was like moderately,
Slightly, massively.
slightly. Oh, Jesus fucking
Yeah,
Christ.
and then there was a couple in there. I remember someone found out that I forget which killer it was, but the add-on literally did nothing. It said slightly, but it did 0% increase.
Hell, I know a couple of those. They fucking have that now. Fucking green tongue for Nemesis has got
Oh yeah.
useless. If that is not the most useless add-on in the game, very, very useless.
Do you know how much time it saves you, by the way?
What is it like? Fucking like 0.02 of a second or something like that.
If you hit every survivor in the match with a whip, so the Nemesis mains have done the math on this. If you hit every survivor in the map with a whip while you have Licker's Tongue, and they all run in a straight line before you can hit them again, which isn't realistic, but for the sake of argument, you will save yourself a grand total of 22 seconds.
A grand total. That is match long.
Yes.
So we go from an 8-minute match to we go from an 8.5-minute match, which is the average. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but if you record all your matches, you average out to 8.5 minutes.
Really?
But yeah.
Mine's been 11 because I do that.
So the way I figured it out is if the survivors are able to just completely smash gens with no gen rushing, if they are able to just completely smash gens, the average match comes out to 8.5 minutes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because so like and this isn't like, oh, I'm just leaving all 4 survivors. Like, it'll go fast if you do that. But I'm talking the average match, you are chasing one person's going for the save, and 2 people are on gens, 2 separate gens. Your average match will last 8.5 minutes. So if you take that 8.5 minutes, you're not even to 8 minutes that you've reduced the amount of that match. That's just fucking cool. Like, I just don't. I want to be in behavior. I want to be a fly in the wall in behavior's balancing team. Sometimes I want to sit there like a therapist with a notebook and just analyze the way that they approach balancing sometimes. Because I admit this, it's hard. It's very hard to balance. Like, you've got a collection of over 1 million players. I don't know what I think it's like 1.2 million players in this game. You've got a huge mass of players, and you're never going to satisfy. If I can have people arguing in my comments section that Freddy and Trapper are actually powered, you are never going to satisfy everyone.
Hold up, go
and
back.
So it's hard.
Wait, go back. What?
Yeah. So in my very first How to Fix Trapper video, I had a guy tell me that Trapper didn't need any buffs because he was too strong. His reasoning was that the traps shut down god loops. Disarm the trap, you stupid fucking piece of shit. But the kicker was my Freddy video. I did a 20-minute How to Fix Freddy video. I did this entire rework from the ground up. I added all these cool features. I did all this stuff to make him more powerful, more fun to play against, all this stuff. And this dude's first comment in the section was, Freddy is OP. What? And this was back when we had the Overcharge Eruption Call of Brine meta. So he goes, Freddy's OP. I get 4Ks every single match. First, second off, he was like, you can hold a 3-gen with Freddy with these perks. And I was like, you can hold a 3-gen with any killer with these perks. That's how the perks work. And he was like, oh, no. And I was like, give me one reason Freddy can do these better than everybody else. He's like, you just don't get it. You're fucking stupid. I play Freddy all the time. I have 4K all the time, and I'm at the highest MMR. but he was literally arguing. Like, I thought he was a troll, but he was serious because I went to his YouTube channel and he had like fucking 12 subscribers and 100 videos, which is, and most of those videos were Freddy matches, and he was getting his ass kicked in most of them. But he sincerely thought that Freddy was overpowered. And it's like, and the moment I saw that, and this was, this was back when I had less than 1,000 subscribers, and I had maybe fucking like 300 hours in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, I told myself, there is no fucking way this community will ever be satisfied. Because there's no way y'all are this stupid. And so balance-wise, it's very hard to balance.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some decisions I just don't, like, nobody should agree with. And that green tongue add-on is one of those things.
Yeah, like, and I think I talked about in when I was talking to Horserer, like, my suggestion to changing it is to have it interact with the zombies and make it something completely different. Because I think people forget that and I'm not saying it's good or anything. The whip has a base hinder on it. I think some people forget that it has that.
That's right, it does, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
It's so useless, I forgot about that.
Exactly. The reason they put that in there, I'm assuming, by the way, for anyone also in my comment section who constantly tells me, you don't know what the developers intended, I am taking the information I have and making a best guess judgment based on that. That is all I do whenever I talk about design decisions or the intention of play. Like, that's all I'm doing. I'm not making a grand objective statement. I'm just saying, like, based on how things work, this is what I think the developers want. So with Nemesis, I think why they did that, and I don't know why it's as small as it is, but was because you had to hit them 3 times with the whip. So I think the idea was for that first hit, because it only works on the first hit.
Mm-hmm. So it works when they're not infected. Wait, does green tongue work the same way?
Yeah, it's only when they're not infected.
How useless. Yeah, so, and that's another thing too. Like, oh, you don't know what the developers intended. We can infer.
Well, yeah,
we can fucking. It turns out that if you pass second grade and learn what context clues are, you can infer what the fuck. I get comments all the time where people are like, "How do you have any followers?" Always call it's because I'm a dumbass. Don't be fooled. But it's like you can infer from context what the developers were wanting, and it's very obvious that they were trying to toss Nemesis a bone.
Mm-hmm.
But I have always thought that the solution to Nemesis is to make the infection like a pheromone.
Yes, I've said that. I said that for so long. Yes.
Yeah. So when you're infected, yeah, cool. We got the you have to be hit 3 times still, which is fine. I think it's fine. But if you made it to where while you're infected, the zombies are attracted to you. Holy shit, that would be one of the best fucking that would be one of the best buffs a character has ever received.
I think mine and Horser's idea was change Liquor Tongue to when you hit someone with a whip, the zombies start heading in that direction of the map.
Oh my god, that would be good too.
And the reason we made it an add-on, because we were talking about this too, is sometimes you don't want your zombies to move.
Yeah.
So if that's not a playstyle you want, then you don't have to take the add-on if you don't want. Because
I might have spaced out, but didn't you do an interview with the Nemesis main?
Yeah, that was Horserer. That was my third or second one. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched all of them yet. I've been trying to catch up.
But I appreciate that.
Yeah, I watched the one with Bran, obviously.
Yeah. I know a lot of them have been a little less talking about the killer recently. It's just because I did the Freddy one. There's only so much we can talk about Freddy, but we kind of talked about the game overall a lot, which was kind of what we're doing here.
I'm fucking surprised you found a Freddy main.
It took a while. I love Ghosty, thank God. He doesn't really advertise himself unless you ask him. That's why it took so long. But
I'm hoping to get good enough at Billy by the time you're ready to do the Billy main one. Yeah, no, I was very when I heard Freddy main, where the fuck did he find a Freddy main at?
That's what everyone said. I tried to keep it a secret as long as I could.
I was like, where the fuck did you fucking? Because like a Twins main, I get because Pixel Bush is very famously a Twins main.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I know all three of the Twins: Fictious Ambrosia, Lynxie, and Pixel Bush.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, there's a couple of famous Twins mains out there, but I've literally never met a person who mains Freddy.
No.
I've had people who play a lot of Freddy who love Freddy, flock to my rework. Dude, the Freddy community is larger than you think.
No, it is, and this is I've told people this because people are like, because I forgot which video it was. I think it was the Skull Merchant one with Pixel. I had so many comments that were like, "Why didn't you get me?" Or why and I knew this was going to happen one day, but you know, a bunch of people being like, "Why didn't you get this person?" or "Why didn't you get me?" or all this stuff. It's like, first off, I had to find you. Second off, my only criteria, it's not size. It's not even like you don't even have to be like super good at the game. As long as you will remain of the killer and you are a content creator of some kind, that is my only stipulation. When I go to these people's comments that are like, "Oh, why didn't you pick me?" and I look at their thing, they have 10, and I'm not shaming anyone. I'm just saying, like, they have 10 subs. They've never posted a video. They don't have a Twitter link anywhere or anything like that. It's like, okay, well, like, what do you want me to do here?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. It's crazy. So like I have my interview series that doesn't happen very often because I'm very picky about who I have on the channel because I don't ever want to end up in a situation where I interview somebody that I barely know anything about, because first off, how shitty of an interviewer can you be? But also because if it turns out that person is actually like a piece of shit and I brought them onto my stuff, then I have to deal with that backlash for the remainder of my fucking life. And so I'm very picky about it. But like I did the one with Bran, and there were people in the comments that were like, "Oh, you can do me next." And they have like one video they posted a year ago. Their stream doesn't even have VODs enabled. And I'm like, no. Like I'm not even like necessarily looking for popular people to interview. I just like getting to know people, but I'm not gonna fucking get you on here when you've got nothing for me to go off.
Yeah. Yeah. Also,
like, what am I gonna ask you? Hey, so when are you gonna come out of your coma and finally post the fucking video? Like,
your mic is cutting, by the way, a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's because when I yell, my mic cuts.
Okay, just making sure that's what it was. That's what I figured it was. I just didn't want to say anything. Yeah, it's so weird, and you know, this is great because I never get to talk with other content creators that often. But I did a video, the Sable video I did, where I was like, I hate Sable, and I can tell who watched that video because the first sentence of that video is me saying, "I know the title is clickbait. I don't actually hate Sable," because the amount of people that have been deleted, but who were like, "How dare you hate this character? You terrible human being." But not as nice as that, obviously.
Yeah. I delete a minimum of one F slur out of my comment section every.
It's just like, I swear, like, once again, I'm not trying to get super famous or make a lot of money from this, but I tell people all the time, it's like, I still want my videos to get watched. So there is an art to clickbait, quote unquote.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You have to, dude. I've had to explain this several times that people just don't understand the difference between clickbait and a clickable title. I explained this in my I'm worried about, or the invocation video.
Yeah.
Where I was like, I spent like the entirety of the beginning of the video saying, "Hey, what sounds better to you? This fucking paragraph of a thesis, or the invocation problem? Which one's going to get clicks?"
Yeah.
And people were still in the comment section like, "Oh, so it's clickbait." No, I'm still going with the fucking video title, you jack.
It's clickable. It's not
Yeah,
clickbait.
it's like, it's the difference between clickable and clickbait, and like people just don't like it's people who aren't content creators. They don't fucking understand it because they're so fucking busy. People believe that this entire job is just talking to a microphone and then throw the video up and then make $1 million, and it's never been that fucking easy. This is a very difficult job. And even me, I have a video uploaded every day. I am currently, as of us doing this, 2 weeks ahead in videos.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I'm getting a break? Absolutely the fuck not. I have to be prepared.
Well,
so I am always fucking a week or two ahead. I get off stream. I don't fucking get off stream and then go masturbate and fucking watch Charmed on Amazon Prime or whatever. I fucking get off stream and then I work on videos for another goddamn 7.5 hours. And then I get to go masturbate in the shower and cry over a tub of ice cream before I go to bed. Like
people have told me like my interview series is so lazy, and it's like, you guys don't see the behind the scenes stuff for that. Like, don't get me wrong, the editing is very minimal. That's on purpose because I want people to listen to it, not really. There's nothing like I really want people to like be. I don't want to like throw in. I'll be nice and call it retention editing. I have another word for it, but I don't want to. Anyways, yeah. So I don't really like edit it too much. Like, there's a couple of like audio stuff I try to edit in and out, but that's about it. But people don't see the behind the scenes of me tracking these people down, like getting in touch with them, setting up a date to do it. Rendering and uploading alone takes like, those are like 2 hours, like the 4-hour videos, like that takes like a minimum of like 3 or 4 hours just to render into a file before I can upload it to YouTube.
And then you don't even get to use your computer while it's rendering. You and I were talking about your computer problems. Like, your computer's a fucking pile of shit.
Yeah.
I have trouble, and my computer's like leagues better than yours. I have trouble. I can't like watch YouTube or anything while my shit's rendering. I gotta leave it alone and go fucking play on my phone or some shit. But like, and then there's the bullet. Like, you got to come up with the bullet points. You got to try to you got to make sure you keep things engaging, because like that's another problem people don't understand. Like, I see people time like, I don't understand how I'm not a popular creator. I think my content's good. And then you go watch it and they're fucking silent for 90% of their shit. And it's like, well, like, because dude, if I wanted to watch fucking no narrative gameplay of Crash Bandicoot, I go on fucking YouTube and find a playlist of it. But you know, I don't want to fucking sit there. Like, when people watch streamers, they're not watching you for you to sit there staring at the screen in silence in your fucking badly lit bedroom before finally, after an hour and a half, going, shit. Nobody wants to watch that shit.
Yeah,
I see it, dude. In the DBD, in the Dead by Daylight YouTube space, I have had people come to me because apparently people value my fucking opinion for some reason. But I have had people come to me and be like, "Hey, I need help with my YouTube channel. I don't understand why it's not good." And then I go to their YouTube channel and they don't even have a fucking thumbnail. It's some random grab from the match. The title is something like P100 Nurse Beat Survivors, and it's like, they have like 40 views on it. And I'm like, well, there's nothing to bring people in. And then I watch the video and it's just them staring at the screen. And then I tell them this and they're like, well, I don't have a chat. Figure it out.
I figured it out. Like, I'm not some super big streamer either. I get maybe behind the scenes stuff, by the way, for those curious. I get like 6 CCV, but like, I'm also not, my form of entertainment is usually this, just like casual conversation, not really like entertaining or anything, which is very difficult to market as a streamer. But you know, the people who do stick around enjoy it. If anything, I've always said this before. I've always been afraid I talk too much sometimes.
It is nearly impossible to talk too much as a streamer. And then like that, and then that's the distinct difference between being a streamer and YouTube videos. Like, one thing I was fucking so worried I was going to lose subscribers because I switched from scripted to bullet point format. And you can tell just by listening to me, I stutter a lot.
Same.
I have a very bad stutter, and so when I don't have a script in front of me, it's very difficult for me to articulate my points. Thankfully, people, like I said, for some reason, people value my fucking opinion. I have no idea. I'm just a jackass.
Same.
But you know, for some reason, people value my opinion, and so I'm blessed with that. But like, I tell people all the time that I have 2 advice for anyone out there who wants to be a creator of any sort. Number 1, just do it. Stop trying to perfect it. Stop trying to fucking be like, oh, I'll do it when I get this, or I'll do it when I get this, or I'll do it when this happens. Just fucking do it, first off. Second off, learn what it means to provide entertaining content, because just making a video and being like, well, unknown's cool, I guess. Here's some clips. Is not gonna fucking do anything for you. Why is the unknown? I don't care if it's a bullshit reason. I don't care if your video it goes off on a 10-minute tangent about the unknown is cool because you think the twisted neck design is interesting. Give people, give people. He reminds you of a walking dildo. Give people something to fucking latch onto. Because when you give people, that's why the end of every single one of my videos is, I want to hear your opinion as well. Not only do I just enjoy genuine conversation, but it gives people a call to action. It tells them, oh, I can say something. And then your video starts getting spread out.
Mm-hmm.
But when you give me these boring fucking, I don't like being mean to people, right? Because I know that even some of the most boring content had effort put into it.
Mm-hmm.
And it follows my first rule of just do it. But sometimes I got to be like, brother, you're just boring. And I'm not even saying that you're boring to me. You are boring in general. And you need to stop that.
I mean, like, you know, those glass houses. Like, I'm self-aware enough to know my content isn't going to fucking shoot to the moon. And a lot of my stuff, because I do the same thing you were talking about with the bullet points. A lot of times I don't even bring up bullet points, and that's just because I prefer, once again, not to dig at anybody, which I have a bad habit of prefacing everything I say. Thanks, Twitter. I prefer, like, my content to feel as authentic as it can. So a lot of times what I do, because my video ideas usually come from either something the community is talking about, or I literally, at work, when I'm doing nothing, write down bullet point ideas for things to talk about. One of my favorite videos I did was the one on the BFF token, the BFF add-on for Legion, and how it was a missed opportunity that we haven't gotten another token-like add-on. Because it was something no one's ever talked about, really. And even and even if my points were, even if my video was kind of, you know, me being monotone or kind of boring or whatever, I still had something to say and something to have a discussion about.
Slowly yoinks video idea.
I got a lot of comments on that people said it was one of the most interesting ones that not just I've done, but that they've heard in a while, because it's a really weird add-on that, like, I don't understand why we haven't seen.
I mean, it's a very unique add. Yeah, like I think you're right. No other add-on has a token-based system to it.
Yeah.
See, that add-ons are so, this actually kind of fits into the theme of this video, but add-ons are so much potential, and sometimes they're so wasted because, like, do you understand how cool the concept of add-ons are?
Yeah.
Like, fundamentally, the concept of add-on is you take a base power and you change it in some sort of way to be beneficial to you. And I'm so mad that so many add-ons are just numbers or mangled. Yeah. It's so infuriating to me because, like, there's some cool fucking add-ons out there. Like Wraith has some really cool add-ons.
Like the generator one?
Like the generator one, that goes back to Legion. Legion has one that shows you the progression of generators when you're in Frenzy, and all generators regress when they're not being worked on while in Frenzy. It's a mini ruin. That is so fucking cool. But they miss out on so much. Like Ghostface. One of my favorite ones for Ghostface is when you fully stalk someone working on a generator, the generator explodes.
Driver's license, yeah.
Driver's license. That is my favorite add-on in the entire game.
Yeah.
I love that add-on because it's so thematically interesting, because what it does is it's like I picture it, like in my head or whatever. I picture every match as a story, right? And the effects of add-ons and perks are plot points to that story. And so in my head, with the driver's license, what it is Ghostface is stalking them and they're doing their thing, but then he drops the driver's license next to them and it scares them. Because they're like, oh, you're not supposed to be here, before they get downed, you know? So it's like he's scaring the survivors off the generator and causing that to happen. And so it's just like, when it comes to thematics, I'm like, oh, there's so much cool shit you could do. Please stop just doing numbers. Numbers are great, I think, for like Brown and maybe yellow and some greens. But once you start getting into purple and iridescent, bro, we just got to start doing bonus effects. Like all sorts of change the way the power works. I want an add-on for artist that makes one when she points a crow in a direction, all of her crows come out and shoot in different directions or some shit.
I've had an idea for Pyramid Head for a while because I will never shut up about how bad his add-ons are.
Oh my fucking god!
My ideas for I've explained why his add-ons are bad, and it's not even not to based on thematics or balancing or anything. It's because almost all of them don't affect his M2.
Yeah.
Almost every single one of them, except the ones everyone runs, which is the range one and maybe the new one. I don't know. It hasn't been long enough yet. Actually affect the M2, the actual main power that people care about.
Yeah.
But my idea has been, what was
any of them affect his cages?
None. Well, technically one, but no.
One do have aura reading, right?
Yeah. That's technically a bug, actually.
Oh my lord.
Because it shows you aura on everyone who's tormented, and technically the person you send to the cage is tormented as you're sending them. Though it shouldn't show you the aura, because once they're in the cage, they're no longer tormented. But it does, because it affects the moment you hit the button. Whatever. It's technically a bug, but it's cool, and they haven't changed it because no one really complains about it. But like my idea is just making it so like I've had an idea for one that like makes it, instead of a straight line, it like lowers the range, but makes it a cone. Or like one that makes it shoot in front of you and behind you. Like shit like that.
Yeah, it's like stuff like that, just stuff that fundamentally changes the power. Like I like, and some stuff I know it's more difficult than others, right? Like Trapper is so difficult, but even Trapper has good ones. Honestone is the best Trapper add-on, hands down. Which puts them in the dying state after they free themselves from a trap. The Bloody Coils is pretty good. But it's hard to do it with some stuff, but behavior. I know that you guys have at least one bright-eyed intern up there who's fucking chock full of ideas, and you can do an add-on pass. This is one of those things where I don't think people understand. I don't think behavior understands how over the moon so many of us would be if they just did random chapters where it's just such like cool shit. Like chapters with add-on overhauls. I wasn't around for the
6.1.
The perk. Yeah, the 6.1, because I think Night actually came out after that. I think 6.1 was the mid chapter before me. I believe.
Yeah.
So I wasn't around for that. But I when I watch videos from that time, I see people excited because stuff got fucking updated. Like they did this massive overhaul. And I feel like they need to do that like once a year. Like once a year, come in and just fucking rework a bunch of shit.
I've said it before. Like every I would be like, the problem with 6.1, because a lot of people hate it now. Because people are people. Wasn't that it changed everything? Because that's what a lot of people don't like. They don't like that Iron Will got nerfed, that Decisive Strike got nerfed, that all of these things got changed. But I think even at the time, a lot of us were kind of like expecting it to happen more often. Like, once they did it, like, they set a precedent of, okay, we're going to start doing this now. And they didn't. And I think that's the problem. And I think they're getting a little better with it. Because with this PTB, for example, I mean, we had Hag changes, Huntress changes.
Oh my god, dude. This is, I said this when the chapter released. This chapter is my favorite chapter since I started playing the game.
Yeah.
If for anything, but they took some massive fucking risks. So
there's a thing in balance. I have two schools of camp for balance changes. I call them the horseshoe method and the throw shit at the wall method. And I've noticed a lot of people don't like those methods. And honestly, I like them because they're interesting. They start conversations and they change things up. Like the throw shit at the wall method is pretty self-explanatory. I don't care what it is, just fucking chuck every change you can think of.
Yeah.
And we'll
load that shit in a blunderbuss and fire it, bro.
we'll fix it later. That's one way. The other way I like is horseshoe balancing. I forgot which developer coined this, but it's where and behavior kind of does it, but not really. It's where you release something either super overpowered or super underpowered, and you kind of wheel it, and then you go to the opposite end, and you keep doing that over and over until you find the perfect balance.
Yeah. And like that's the thing, bro. We just try
Yes.
it. Like I wasn't around for lights out mode. That was during my hiatus.
Mhm.
But from my understanding, a lot of the consensus of Hot Lights Out was it was mediocre, but at least you fucking tried.
Yeah.
At least you gave us something. And that's all I want.
Mhm.
That's all I want. Just once a year, come in and start doing wild shit. Give Pig fucking 8 reverse bear traps and fucking and make pyramid heads rite of punishment fucking 10 meters far and fucking just start doing wild off the wall shit just once a year. Then you can revert stuff as they needed because you never know what's gonna stick.
Yeah.
Like a good example of this is in Overwatch. My favorite Overwatch creator, Flats. He's a tank main.
Yeah, I know.
Back in Overwatch 1, he suggested a change to Reinhardt during an April Fool's patch, where Reinhardt's Earth Shatter would one-shot anybody. It did 400 damage, so it would one-shot squishies who got caught in the immediate radius of it. If the hammer connected to him, it would kill him.
Right.
And he did that, and it was a wild change, and everybody's like, "What the fuck?" But they kept it because it was good.
Yeah.
And it's like you never know what kind of wild shit would work. And so that's all I want from behavior is just once a year to just do some shit. I fucking pull every intern, every crazy cuckoo homeless man off the fucking street, start fucking like I want you guys to start lucid dreaming and just doing whatever you come up with. Because I guarantee you this community will have so many. I hate the idea of 2v8. I would still rather them try it. I would still rather them try it because they fucking they tried something. They took risk. We talked about this earlier. I hate the words lazy and incompetent and all this, but if I was to give one criticism to behavior, they are too safe.
They're too scared.
Too safe. Yes. They're too scared. They're too safe. And I don't want safe from my game developers. I want risks. I want risks in my balance.
Yeah, speaking of the 2v8, someone in my chat actually had a really good suggestion for that to make it like, because I'm sure you've talked about the problems with it as I have too.
Oh my God.
Deathslinger and Bubba would be, okay. Yeah, have fun with that. Someone suggested, make it 1v4 v1v4.
Wouldn't that defeat the purpose?
Well, so it'd be a killer versus a killer. So
both killers are trying to see how many points they could get over the other one?
Yes.
Huh.
Same with the survivors. And it's like...
Sounds complicated, but that does sound interesting.
Yeah, like 2 of the matches are going on at the same time, and whoever wins...
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked that idea. I thought that was a cool one, like a way to like kind of do it, but not really. Like the game wouldn't fundamentally change. It'd still be the same game, but like the goal would be different.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be trying to, like, it would also, like, it wouldn't fix it, but, like, you know, you would be encouraged a little less not to tunnel if they change how the point system works a little bit, and things like that. Because, like, with the lights out mode, it's like, there was things about it I enjoyed. I liked that the HUD was gone for certain aspects. I wanted to do a whole video on this, but I couldn't, like, stretch it out to more than, like, a couple minutes. But it was the in-game collapse. It was still there, but the timer wasn't there. And I liked that a lot. Because because the only thing you had to go off of was the visuals on the map. So like there was like a couple matches where like they would open the gates, which arguably that's not going to happen that often, but the point is it would happen sometimes. And like there was like this, I was chasing someone like towards the gate, and there was like this tension in the back of my mind. Do they have enough time? Like, and I'm sure they were thinking the same thing because there's no timer there anymore.
That actually sounds good.
Yeah, same thing with like the generators. Like I really think getting rid of the timer on them, well, like I understand why some people wouldn't want that, but like you can physically look at the gen and see how much time is left on it. You know what I mean? But there would be problems with it, obviously, because, then Swift has another advantage because they could call it out and, whatever.
We can't make changes. Shut the fuck up, dude. I hate that fucking argument so god. The amount that I loathe the argument can't do a change because Swift exists is just so... I don't fucking care. If it would be fucking cool, then it would be cool. Like, okay, when I did my Freddy rework video, one of my favorite ideas I came up with was while in the dream world, you can't tell the progress of generators from looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
You have to start trying to work on them. Every generator looks like it's completed. So even if a generator is at 0%, all 4 pistons are still moving and the lights are still on.
Mm-hmm.
So survivors would have to actually go up and touch generators to figure out where progress they're at while they're in the dream world. And people in the comments were like, oh, but Swifts would make that useless. I don't fucking care.
It's still cool.
It's still cool. It's still a cool idea. I'm a solo queuer. I would love to against that. That would be fun. It would be like, shit, this generator is actually done. Or, oh, this generator doesn't have any progress. Cool, I found one. It would still be fucking cool.
I forgot.
I don't care about Swifts, dude. Jesus, shit.
I forgot someone told me, like, blindness shouldn't be in the game because Swift immediately kills it. And first off, no, they don't. There's some things blindness still affects that even Swifts can't handle. Second off, okay.
I have a video coming out this week, I think, actually, called Swifts Aren't That Bad. Swifts Are Not the Problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I say in this video, you guys seem to fucking think that every Swift is Team Eternal. I can guarantee you, even if it is a 4-man streamer squad, they are not doing clock call-outs and fucking they are probably drunk or high. One streamer is too busy talking to his chat. Another streamer is too busy raging at the game. They are talking about girls and school and work and which killers they would let peg them, and they are not fucking calming that goddamn hard. Quit thinking that every Swift... Have you ever listened to a 4-man Swift comm? It is some of the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your fuck... I went into a stream one day, 4-man Swift. They were all singing Take Me Home Country Road while playing the fucking game. They are not fucking calming. They are not calming in your game. It's just not happening, dude.
Like,
you are not facing Team Eternal. Chill the fuck out.
Like I used to run Knockout a lot, which you can fucking... put me on the crucifix for that later, but
yeah,
I love that perk. And back when I used to run it, I always had this idea, like, oh, if I go against a Swift or like whatever, 1, it's gonna not do anything, and 2, they're gonna be very mad at me because I didn't like slug people till death, but like I would leave them there until I came back and did something else. Anyways, the amount of people I actually got who enjoyed going against it, Swifts especially. I had like 3 or 4 Swiss. I remember this very distinctly coming into my chat being like, yeah, it made us realize how bad our comms actually are.
Yeah, because they're like, oh shit, where are you? I'm over here. Where the fuck is here? What are you talking?
Like, I remember very distinctly, I like downed someone in the bottom of Badham's preschool by the bed, and they didn't know how to describe where they were.
Yeah.
I rewatched their VOD and they were like, I'm by the stairs. Mm-hmm. There's 2 stairs down there, dude. Like,
I have my, every time I stream Survivor, I do open lobbies.
Mm-hmm.
And we were in a match against, I think Bubba, I'm not sure. And one of my people were on second stage across the map, and another person was getting hooked right next to us. And I said out loud, I said, go get the save on... Yeah, I said the name. Mm-hmm. And they went straight for the person that was getting hooked right next to us and went down immediately. Mm-hmm. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And they were like, I thought you wanted the save. I was like, the other save! The one that's not dangerous and needs to be done now! That is the kind of shit that happens in comms. That is like, that's what I'm saying, bro. You just, people believe every time someone brings up Swift, I roll my eyes because Swifts are not as bad as you think they are. You are not. You're just not facing people you think you're facing. What always happens is you're against people who are slightly more coordinated than normal. Mm-hmm. Slightly. Because what normally happens in Swifts, what happens in solo queue, I've talked about this before. What happens in solo queue is Every fucking person in that lobby, all 4 individual people have a different idea of how to play the game. They have a different idea of what decisions need to be made. They have a different idea of what needs to be done at what times. In most SWFs, there is a general universal agreement. So you end up with accidental coordination because, especially with like streamers who play with their communities, because like every one of my community or most of my community goes based off what I say you should be doing during the game.
Right.
They know how I think the game should be played, so they play it that way. So we seem like we're fucking 4-man calming, and because you're used to solo queuers where nobody knows what the fuck they're doing, you get harder matches. But it is not because they're 4-man calming, it's because they just have accidental coordination.
Well, yeah.
And that can even happen in solo queue. I've seen accidental coordination happen in solo.
Yeah, sometimes you just click with it. And the thing is, and I bring this, we've talked about this a few times, this isn't just a Dead by Daylight quote problem. Like in any game with solo queue, like, oh, well, they have access to voice. Yeah, they do, but most people, I don't know if you played solo queue in most games, most people don't use mics. Most people don't even type. Most people, like me, just mute everybody. Because I don't want to...
Listen to me, bro. Listen to me, bro. You think this community is toxic now? Holy fucking shit, do not bring voice chat to this fucking...
Oh my god, I have so many people suggested. I'm like, no, it's too late. It's too late. Like, if the game launched with it, sure, whatever. But the fact that this game has been out for almost 8 years, you cannot just add voice chat. You can't. It's just not going to work the way I think people think it will.
Oh my god, it's going to be awful. It'll be fucking awful. I have been... Like, in-game chat is... The reason... Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I was talking about this one time. Actually, in-game chat's empty most of the time. First off, it's because of crossplay. Consoles don't have in-game chat.
Right.
Second off, it's because a lot of people, when they die, they instantly go next. They're not going to wait to talk shit. So the most you get are the people. That's why so many in-game. That's why there's so many. Because most of the time, the people talking shit are just the unhinged motherfuckers with nothing better to do than to sit there and seethe for fucking 10+ minutes. So that's why it's so bad. You bring voice chat in this game, this shit's going to turn to a fucking Call of Duty lobby. You will hear slurs like you've never heard. People will be yelling about you, especially with the Survivor HUD. People will be yelling about you not being on gens every single solitary second of the match. If, God forbid, you try to do an archive.
Oh my
God forbid. I did an experiment once where in every single pregame lobby, even if I didn't have one, I would type, I have an archive to cleanse totems. Every single game for fucking like 15 straight games, at least one person left. Every single one. Now, could you imagine if they had voice chat and they find out later on during the match you have an archive? Holy shit.
Well, I've also said this, like I said, with them adding it later into its life. You know what's worse than not being able to talk to your teammates? Thinking you can, but they have you muted.
Oh, God, yeah.
And you know, like I said, some people like me, like when I play Overwatch or I don't do it in Siege because I think comms are too important in that game. But like I just auto mute everybody because I don't want to deal with like I'm just chilling out. I don't really care what I'm doing. Like I'm trying, obviously, but like I don't want to get bitched at because I didn't see you on the other side of the map and I'm playing Mercy and I have to run over there to heal you. Whatever. Anyways, my point is like so I just auto mute everybody. People would still do that in this game, and I feel like people would be even more pissed if they're telling their teammate, go do this, and it turns out they muted you, and they don't hear you. And then now you're raging your ass off, because why didn't this guy go do it? I told him to go do it. Why didn't he do it? Why didn't he listen to me?
Yeah, and I actually took, when I used to be, not a lot of people know this, because I haven't talked about it, but I used to be an Overwatch coach.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about it before, yeah.
One of my biggest pieces of advice way back in the day was to I would tell people, turn off voice chat. What are you doing? And they'd be like, but I need to calm with. I said, no, you fucking don't. You're in silver, dude. You don't need to calm shit. What's gonna come of you? You climb the fastest in Overwatch when you mute everybody and focus on your own gameplay. If you just focus on your own gameplay, you climb so much faster. Oh, but I got a Rhine that keeps going too deep. GG go now.
Like
I would tell them that all the time.
telling him he's going too deep isn't going to. If anything, he's going to try to spite you because you're telling him what to
Yeah,
do.
yeah. Oh, it pissed when I went in the very rare occasions I have voice chat turned on. If I am in the middle of doing something
God.
and they tell me to do it, I will not do it out of spite. Like if I'm a tank main, and so if I'm like okay, I'm getting on wrecking ball, let me switch, and someone's like ball switch, I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. We're losing this game. I
The Overwatch doesn't have it set up so if you mute everybody, you can still talk, right? I don't remember. Like if they don't,
I I don't remember either.
I don't think they do. I think Valorant has it set up that way.
Hmm.
But that's the other thing. A lot of times people are like, "Oh, just like I need to calm with my team." You could just mute all of them and just, you know,
Hmm.
as long as you're not being like disrespectful or anything, just tell them what you're doing or what you want or what you're doing. And
Yeah.
even if you didn't have them muted, like there's still probably the same amount of chance that they're going to do it anyways. Like you just don't have to deal with the headache or the mental strain of it. You know what I mean? Like it's like voice comms would not save solo queue. I'm just solo queue is not something the developers can fix. That doesn't mean they shouldn't make it better, but
Right.
a lot of the problems
And
solo queue has are just inherent to the idea of bringing four
mhm.
random strangers to accomplish a task.
Yeah.
It's just
I did yeah. I did a two-part series on this actually,
mhm.
where I talked about the issues with solo queue are inherent to just how solo queue works in any game. And when it comes to the developers, you can get all the comms you want, all the it's not going to make a fucking difference. If you get a fucking Claudette that's scared of the killer's terror radius, it doesn't fucking matter how much you can. It's not going to change a damn thing.
Yeah,
Have you? And I tell people all the time. Have you ever played with new survivors? Get your friends into this game. I know it's difficult.
I have. Yeah.
Get your friends into this game, and then try to convince them to stop being scared of the fucking terror radius. You, you
I
will. I just. They act like bots. The second the terror radius even remotely appears, they fucking take off. And it's like, where are you going? Where this gen is at 80%. We have time, please. I'm begging you to get your ass back here.
it's just once again, it's just an inherent like I said, you're getting I go even in real life. Go find three random people or four random
Mhm.
people you've never met in your entire life. Give them some money and be like, "Hey, I need you to do this." Don't tell them how to do it. Just be like, "Hey, I need you to do this job." And see if any of them actually work together properly.
Do none of you remember school projects? fucking read the teacher would be like, all right, I'm not gonna trust you guys to be with your friends for this group project. So now you and you all hate each other, who are all in completely different cliques and groups and have different interests. All of you gotta fucking work together. None of you been through that bullshit? That's what solo queue is. It's a group project with four people you don't like.
Yeah, and there's nothing the developers can do to fix that.
Yeah.
There's literally
There's
nothing. Well, there is something they can do to fix it, and they have done it, and people complain about it all the time, which is swiffing.
yeah.
um,
Yeah. Oh my God, that's another thing. People are like, "Oh, oh, dude, if I had a fucking, I swear to God, if I had a goddamn fucking dime for every time somebody's like, there should be separate queues, a solo queue and a swift queue." I'm like, shut the fuck up.
League
Holy shit.
League tried that for a while. It did not work.
Oh, dude, you think, dude, queue times would be so long. They would be so long. Because then I asked them whenever people suggest that, I always ask them, I'm like, so how do you do that? And like, well, you just do two separate queues, okay? But what about duo swifts?
Yeah,
Well, what about trio swifts? How do they get some? Because
Trio.
I was like, yeah, when I said duo swifts, they're like, oh, well, then you just put two duos together. What about trio swifts? Where does the fourth come from?
Yeah,
And they're like, yeah, exactly,
yeah,
dumbass.
yeah.
Like, so what are you gonna do? Four separate queues?
Like,
Like, come on, man.
well, and that's the other thing with the force. Like, if with let's say there was a queue for Trio Swift, right?
Hmm.
Who would want to be the one? Not even,
Yeah,
not even not even like, oh, the game could just fill them. Who would want to do it?
yeah. Dude, I hate whenever I'm solo queuing Survivor and I run into a trio swift because they're always the biggest group of assholes who will let you die for free
Yeah,
so that they can fucking leave.
you're the bot.
Yeah,
You're
you're the unknown. You're the unknown factor. They hate you. They hate you with every fiber of their fucking. They don't know you. They've never met you, but they hate you. They will make sure you die instead of one of them. They will leave you on hook from first stage to death to make sure the other three get out. They do not care.
Yeah, it's yeah. And I mean, like, another problem, and you know, this is an inherent problem with the game. By the way, we were talking about thematics. I'm gonna get back to it. I'm gonna get back to it. I promise. Because I do want to bring.
Where are we at the 2-hour mark now? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, welcome to talking with me. I love this. I love this. Yeah. Another problem with it. And I've talked about this before with like the problem with tunneling. And I think people misunderstood what I meant with that video. What I was talking about.
A video coming out about that.
Yeah, what I was talking about was the feeling of being tunneled and why it feels so bad. Because let's say, in theory, you get tunneled, and this doesn't happen, but I'm just saying, and you run the killer for all 5 gens, right? Let's just say, and you die on hook, and you're in solo queue.
Mm-hmm.
You lost that match. The killer lost that match. Your team won, though.
Yeah.
That's why it feels so bad. That's part of the... it's just inherent to how the game is designed. Like,
that actually goes back to the elo problem that I talked about regarding a Hens video. I fully believe that Survivor elo should be based off the way that the team played instead of the individual.
Yeah.
And then with like buffers, because like people are like, oh, well, what if like all 3 of my teammates die? Why do I get punished because they all died? I'm like, first off, if all 3 of your teammates died, it is a team. But second off, you can do something like, oh, the one survivor who lived gets less of a loss of elo than other survivors. You know what I mean? But even Bran was talking about it's fucked up because we have a system in place to judge how well you perform. It's called the Emblem System. As dog shit as the Emblem System is.
Yeah, and my solution, and this isn't like a 100% solution, but I've always said that a lot of people agree with me on this. Some that didn't were very vocal about not agreeing with it. I think the blood points on Survivor should be a pool and divided up 4 ways.
That's interesting.
The reason I say that is because if you get tunneled, in theory, you're probably getting at max, like, what, 9,000, 11?
Yeah, you don't get shit. If you run the killer for a full 5 gens, you don't get shit.
Yeah. So, like, if you made it a pool and it's divided out 4 ways, everyone feels like they did their part, even the person who got tunneled. It wouldn't fix the feeling, obviously, but it would help, I feel.
Oh, it would definitely help. Nothing feels... I talked about this in my Emblem. Nothing feels worse than performing well and getting...
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you can agree with... or to a degree that happens on killer side, too. It's like... that's mostly, honestly, map problems, but
dude, Billy Main problem is you will never get an iridescent chaser.
Yeah.
If you're good at cross map snipes like I am, you will never get a chaser.
Yeah, Bubba.
You end the chases too fast.
Yeah, Bubba has the same problem. Ghostface has the same problem sometimes too. It's funny because once again, it's only when you use your power.
Yeah.
So you're getting punished for doing the thing you're supposed to do.
Yeah, it's like, and if you're a killer and you're like, oh shit, I got a 4K at 5 gens and I depipped. Oh, awesome.
Yep.
Nice. And I got 10,000 blood points. Okay, all right, cool. No, I get it.
I don't know if it's still the same. Back in the day, I could be. You did a whole video on it, so I'm sure you know more than I do about it. But there used to be a problem where if you won too fast, not just chases, but the game as a whole, like you got a 4K too fast, you would depip. Yep. You would double depip.
Yeah, and in the old adept system, you would not get your adept.
Right.
And that's why it got fucking changed. And people told me that it was a bad change, and I told them suck my dick because it felt really fucking bad to perform really well as a killer and get a 4K and not get your adept.
I still say just make if people want to still complain about the 4K thing with adepts, because I think it's a little annoying, just make it 3K. I don't know why I can do that, but whatever. Anyways, back to thematics. We were talking about add-ons, and me talking about Knockout made me think about this. Do you like the idea that a lot of the add-ons are, not a lot, but some of the add-ons are kind of like mini versions of the teachable perks? So like Bubba has one of his add-ons makes his chainsaw do knockout.
Oh yeah, that is peak add-on design.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think from a
That is
thematic.
that is absolutely peak add-on design. That's what I was saying earlier. It is peak add-on design when you add these very weird bonus effects and how the power works to the add-ons. If you do that kind of cool stuff, it's just great. And it's almost never imbalanced. Like I know that you can have overpowered add-ons.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Blight was a big issue for a long time. But honestly, I think Blight was the only one that's ever had overpowered add-ons. I don't think I've ever read add-ons and thought, wow, this is too fucking strong. Like, I'm not saying you can't make them too strong, but I've never read one that's too strong.
Yeah, I think most add-ons aren't necessarily, because I talked about this with Chucky, because most of his add-ons aren't like super strong, because people have called for rat poison to get nerfed because every Chucky brings it. The problem isn't that rat poison is too strong. The problem is that it's so good in so many situations as opposed to his other add-ons.
What does it do?
When you slice and dice, you get aura reading.
Ooh.
So you can use it on the spot to check for people around you if you need to. You can use it in chase to know where the direction they're dodging. And the reason I like using it, once you hit them, if they're healthy, you know where they ran to immediately. Which, yeah, you could just use scratch marks, but you get a pinpoint. Like, if they ran into a loop, you know exactly where they are in the loop. It's really, really, really good.
Yeah, that's really good. But it's so, like, I know Otz was a very big proprietor of Pinky Finger being overpowered.
Mm-hmm.
I never really agreed with that. I understand the inherent problem with it was, like, face camping was made way easier.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mind that they nerfed it down to one bottle, limited to one. I say I don't mind. I kind of
I still think
against it.
Two. I
Because,
said two.
yeah, two would be better, because at the end of the day, you still need to be breathing down their fucking neck to get it all.
And they're not easy to hit.
Yeah, they're not. The bottles are really awkward. I understand why Huntress is limited to one, because I can hit your ass from across the map and insta down you. So I understand that one, but Pinky Finger, I don't know why. Like, I'm fine with it, but I don't agree with it. But I never thought it was overpowered. I just thought it was really fucking annoying. But then again, nobody fucking plays clown. So
I do. It's funny. It's funny too. What?
So where's Phoenix's P100 list? We'll count the clown mains.
It's funny too because me and Phoenix talked about it a little bit. Most clown mains, and this is the funny thing about a lot of these things. It's just like with Scamper on Chucky. Most people who like dedicate and main themselves to clown don't use Pinky Finger because it's just cheap, and a lot of people don't like the playstyle because you're not playing clown at that point.
No, you're really not. It's like I said, you get it because I think exposure's like what?
It's
5 seconds.
It's how long you're hindered for. So it would be after you leave the gas. 5 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it
could. So you have to be. Let's see. Survivors hit directly by the bottom. That's the big part. Directly. Suffer from exposed status effect as long as they are affected by the intoxication. So yeah, it is at max 5 seconds. So you have to be up their ass to make it work. You have to be.
Yeah. Well, and like with Huntress, because I know some people still complain about Eerie Hatchet. I really don't think it's that bad. I think it's annoying sometimes. But my suggestion to changing Iridescent Hatchet has always been make it distance-based, like Death Slingers. So, like, you still get all of your hatches instead of just one, but if you hit them at, like, let's say more than, I don't know, 15, 20 meters, then it's an instant down. Because I feel like that encourages a different kind of gameplay, but it's still, like, not as frustrating, because the counterplay to it would obviously be get closer to Huntress.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, some could argue, well, that's just giving her an advantage. Yeah, but it's a give and take. And I think that's what some people forget about with that's what counterplay is kind of supposed to be. It's not supposed to be like an actual like reverse Uno card That's not what counterplay is supposed to be.
You want to talk about shit iridescent add-ons? Fucking Deathslinger's stupid ass Hellshire iron. That fucking I'm undetectable while a survivor is who the fuck cares? Listen to me. I have said, and people argued with me, and they can argue with face. I don't care. They can kiss my ass. Listen to me. I have always said that the iron should break pallets when the chain crosses over the pallet.
Oh, that would be cool as shit. I love that.
It would break the pallet, break the chain, and stun the slinger. But it would be so fucking good. It would be so cool. And people are like, oh, it'd be overpowered. No, it wouldn't. It's a fucking demo shred. Or a Blight M1. Or a fucking Bubba chainsaw. It's the same thing, but it's tied to an iridescent add-on. It would not be overpowered at all.
Yeah, that also requires you to hit the survivor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Once again, like I said, I think with like ideas for counterplay and whatever, like I am slowly learning, and this is no hate towards anyone in my comment section. Some of you it is, but I am slowly learning that my idea of counterplay is not what some people think it is. Because I've said for a while, like people ask, well, what's the counterplay to Chucky? Well, there really isn't counterplay to Scamper. There just isn't. I'm not gonna lie to everyone. There isn't. The counterplay to Scamper is pray you're at a very small tile, because Chucky sucks ass at those. Ironically, well, what's the counterplay to like him hidey-hoing at a loop? Here's the thing: the counterplay is to stop moving. That's the counterplay, and people don't like it when I tell them that.
Yeah,
because they're like, well, that's not counterplay. It is, because you're wasting his time.
Yeah. I think a lot of people just don't realize that counterplay within Dead by Daylight is very different to counterplay in any other game. In any other game, counterplay is I have spotted the weakness within your ability and am using it against you.
Mm-hmm.
In Dead by Daylight, counterplay is I have found a different way to waste your time.
Yeah.
Because, and people don't like hearing this, but you're not supposed to run a kill gens. That's just not, that's not supposed to be the thing. If you're doing that, the killer is really, really bad, and you matched against someone you shouldn't be playing against. You are supposed to go down within 30 to 45 seconds. Every time.
Yeah.
That is how it's supposed to be. So, if you can find ways to overcome a power for that length of time, you have successfully counterplayed the killer. Yeah. If you turn a 45-second chase into a 60-second chase just because you played around the killer's power, you have done your job well. I know it sucks that you're probably not seeing gens get done while you're doing that, but that's how this game is supposed to work.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just like with, because I did the video about the anti-tunnel perks, and the biggest thing I said in there is I feel like people, because don't get me wrong, I do think DS needs a bit of a buff, but But my point with it was, in theory, even if you run in a complete straight line, unless it's a nurse or a Billy or a Chucky or some of the movement killers, for the most part, you're probably going to waste like 10 to 15 extra seconds. So it did its job. I think for some reason people have this idea that anti-tunnel perks are literally supposed to make the killer never, like, not be unable to tunnel you.
Dude, you're so correct. This goes back. I used to talk about this all the time, and I've never found out a way to title a video around it specifically, and that's why I've never done a full video dedicated to it. But this community has such an issue with wanting wins for free, and that ties directly into what you just said. They want, in their mind, anti-tunnel perks are supposed to make the killer just stop tunneling you completely. But like, because like I remember way back in the day when the tunneling discussion was very, very prominent. It's not much anymore. But when it was very prominent, people were suggesting that you couldn't hook a survivor until you've hooked a separate survivor. And I was like, do you understand the level of asinine that is? Like, that is begging for you to get 4-man outs every game.
Like,
because sometimes it's just not possible. Like, it's just not, dude. Like today, I had a Sable that was unironically, she was the weak link of her team, and I did not mean to tunnel her, but she kept getting found by me because she couldn't hide for shit, and she couldn't loop for shit, so she kept going down. It's not my fault that I didn't hook anybody else before she died. She sucked at the game.
Yeah.
And in your fucking fucked up imaginary world, I'm supposed to not be able to do anything about the fact that she can't loop, and I'm supposed to go find people who can run me for 2 to 3 gens instead? Eat my ass.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, you get the survivors who are like, why won't the killer chase me? And I always tell them, are you good at chase? Yeah.
That's why.
Maybe I don't like. I forgot. This was like 2 years ago. Someone was saying in a video like getting this footage was very difficult because I couldn't get killers to chase me. And I suggested to him, I was like, have you tried maybe gaslighting the killer a little bit? To like, no, and I was dead serious. I was like, try gaslighting the killer a little bit, make him think you're bad at chase, and he will probably chase you, even if like halfway through the chase he realizes maybe I shouldn't. Most killers probably will still chase you out of sunk cost fallacy, out of pride, out of something, it's just human psychology plays a role in it, and I think people forget that. But with the anti-tunnel thing, it's like off the record, DS, Guardian, babysitter, whatever the fuck it's called. Like, I know those aren't the most popular anti-tunnel perks, but they're anti-tunnel perks. Even, and I this was the one that people got so mad at me for suggesting. Borrowed time. Bring borrowed time, and I guarantee you it will fuck a killer up.
Dude, it fucks me up all the time. I've got that 10 seconds in my head locked the fuck down. I count that shit out in Mississippi's, bro. I fucking have that shit ready to go. And if I hit somebody and they still get endurance, the funny thing is, and I guarantee you most killers are like this, I doubt myself. I'm like, shit, I must have miscounted. It is almost impossible to tell when someone has borrowed time because you will always doubt your own count before you think, they obviously have this perk, nobody fucking runs.
Exactly. And that's go on.
And so it'll save your teammates in the long run. It really will.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. The reason DS was as good as it was back in the day, and I think people forget this, its mere existence was its power. It wasn't necessarily that it stunned the killer for 5 seconds and kept the chase going longer. It was the fact that killers had to assume everyone had it.
Just like Dead Hard.
Yeah.
Just like old Dead Hard. Oh my god, dude. When Dead Hard got changed for like a month afterwards, I still waited before every hit.
I still do it now because I play Chucky and Dead Hard fucks him up. But by the way, the other counterplay, and I know this isn't like, I shouldn't have, a perk shouldn't count as a counter. Listen, man, if you're having trouble with Chucky, I guarantee you're having trouble with other killers similar to him. Dead Hard fucks them all up.
Dude, Dead Hard, I was doing my Survivor perk tier list video, first week of April, sub to the channel. I'm doing a week of tier lists, which is, I don't know how good of an idea this is going to turn out. We'll find out when it happens, but my Survivor perk video, I put Dead Hard in the upper A tier, and I don't know how many people are going to disagree with me, but dude, Dead Hard's still really fucking good.
It is. It is
hands down the best anti-tunnel perk in the game.
Even if it only works once, and I think that's the biggest complaint I get from people with it, is like, once the killer sees I have it, they're going to wait out the second one. Even if it only works once, you just saved like 10 seconds. Minimum.
That's not even counting if you make it to a safe loop.
Or combine it with Made for This. Or like there's... Like I said, I think there's this idea, and this is another, and I've talked about this with problems with perks in this game. Because why do people bring, like, what is meta and why is it meta? It's not even just because, it does this thing really well. It's because it does this thing consistently.
See, that is the thing. People don't, there's a misconception. I don't know when this happened, because I swear, as long as I've been a gamer, all gamers have meta is not the most commonly used stuff. Meta is the stuff that does what you need it to do the best.
Yeah.
Right? So in a game like Dead by Daylight, any perks that waste the killer's fucking time and they do it consistently and well are going to be meta.
It's something like botany knowledge and will make it. Are they good perks? Yes, they're great perks. However, let's say it's a killer that's camping the hook, so you don't get any made for this value or will make it value. God, so many fucking perks.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well then I'm not going to bring this perk next time because what if that happens again and I don't get any value from it? That's the problem. And I don't think it's necessarily a problem. I just think it's why does everyone bring, like, I've talked about this before, like, Overcome, I think is actually a really, I don't say underrated, I say overlooked perk. And the reason why I say that is because it's not that Overcome is bad, it's that Sprint Burst and Life are so much better and more consistent.
True.
Because Overcome only works when you're healthy and not exhausted. And not going against a killer that can insta-down you. Life and Sprint Burst, it doesn't matter. They always do what they're supposed to do, no matter the situation.
I think I have Overcome first exhaustion perks, honestly.
Yeah, I love Overcome. Overcome is my favorite exhaustion perk. Like, it trips so many killers up, too, because I remember when that nerf happened on 6.1, where people were like, oh, they lowered how long the survivor gets a speed boost for. I'm like, yes, Overcome actually does something now.
Yeah. I put Overcome in the D tier
really?
the top of the D at the top of the D tier. I have it as the worst exhaustion per game.
Really? Under Smash Hit? Really?
Smash Hit is more consistent value.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, the killer always respects, but then again, you could argue that's still value. That's the other thing. That's the other thing with value. I think people also forget that some, like, what's the discordance? People are like, oh, well, a survivor split up on gens, it doesn't do anything. Yes, it does. It didn't go off. You know they're splitting on gens.
Yeah, you need to split your pressure better.
Yeah. Like I had this problem in Rainbow Six also. Like people forget that sometimes especially information perks. Sometimes the information it doesn't give you is enough information for you to play off of. It's not perfect, but it does something.
And that's the lead in with Smash Hit is that so the killer understands you have it one time, and then they start respecting every pallet. Well, now you get to greed pallets and waste even more fucking time because the killer is so fucking petrified. Dude, baby killers are so scared of getting stunned. They are so ungodly petrified of getting stunned. And you want to know how to revert any killer back to a baby killer? Show that you stunning them fucking does something. You stun them and you Smash Hit away, or you stun them and insta flashlight blind them, then they're all of a sudden fucking terrified of bad or mediocre killers will go back to being bad killers the moment they understand a pallet's.
Yeah, and as someone who plays, and I'm sure Legion players feel the same, I have to respect pallets a lot. Yeah. Because I play Chucky all the time, so I have to respect pallets. That is like his worst enemy is getting stunned by a pallet. Because the moment I get stunned by it, I'm just a 110 Andy. That's all I can do for 20 seconds.
So is Hubris not a good perk on him then?
It is if you don't. So the thing with it is the way you have to use Hubris, you have to run Enduring with it. Use Hubris, Enduring, Running Shoes, and don't activate your power until you're stunned. If you do it beforehand, you'll get knocked out of your power immediately. The problem with it though is that they run in a straight line, which some survivors will do. All you're going to be able to do is hit them with a slice and dice. Otherwise, you're not catching up to them in time. Because I say this a lot, and I've said it on stream to people who've come and gotten mad at me. I remind them that Chucky is 110, and I swear people forget that so much.
I'll never forget it. That was one of the first things that confused the ever-living fuck out of me. When this PTB came out. Yeah. I remember when his PTB came out and I saw he was 110, I was like, what the fuck?
Well, because people say, well, Scamper's overpowered, and part of the reason for that is because your options at a loop, unless it's a junk loop, by the way, this is what I mean by unintuitive counterplay, because you could argue that's not counterplay, but my point is Chucky sucks at junk loops because his Scamper isn't fast enough and he's 110, and he can't slice and dice around a lot of those loops. But if they hold forward at a loop, he's just going to slice and dice you. Unless you're like really good at dodging it, which I also argue isn't as hard as for people to dodge. They just don't know how to do it. Run into him, I promise you he'll miss almost every single slice of dice.
And see, and that's the thing. It tripped me up so much that his slice and dice does not automatically go off when you touch a survivor.
Yeah.
When I played him in the PTB, holy shit, bro! I could not fucking get a slice and dice hit to save my life because that no other power works that way. By the way,
yeah.
Every other M2 power hit the survivor when it contacts them.
Yeah. He's also him and Unknown. I actually noticed this with Unknown last night. They're the only two killers I know of whose cooldown starts when the power is activated, not when it ends.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Chucky's cool. I tell people Chucky's cooldown is actually 18 seconds, not 20, because if he does the full dash, it takes about 2 seconds, and the cooldown starts the moment he activates the dash.
Interesting.
And with Unknown, I noticed this last night because someone was asking me if the cooldown lowered based on how many people were weakened. It does not. I thought maybe it was a Singularity situation where the power didn't say that somewhere. It does not. It's still always the same, but it does start the moment he fires it, not the moment it lands. So if you shoot a long range one and hit somebody, technically, like if it was in the air for, in theory, let's say 2 seconds, the cooldown would be started from when he started it. So the moment they're weakened, like yeah. Which is why I think that was I'm assuming that's on purpose, because there's a lot of things like that aren't on purpose. Like Old Spirit cooldown was weird. She had duration add-ons for her power that actually lowered her cooldown because of how the code was.
Yeah, I remember Otts made a video about that.
He made a lot of videos about it. Just...
Where the fuck, dude? I am so in awe of people who find this kind of shit. How I begin to notice that's going.
I really, like, as someone who watches their VODs over sometimes, like, I don't even notice it unless someone mentions it to me. I don't know what, like, I guess it's like the whole, like, the science fun fact I always bring up. Did you know a snail can go over a razor blade without cutting itself?
What?
Yeah, a snail can go over a razor blade without cutting itself. This means one of two things. Either someone asked a really stupid question and wanted the answer, or scientists have way too much time on their hands. One of the two, and I would like to assume, in my faith with humanity, it's the first one.
What? Dude, there's so many random facts about that. There was like a thing about how fleas reproduce or something, not reproduce, but how fleas shit or something like that. And I remember when I first heard that fact, I was like, who the fuck in history fucking was like, what happens to fleas when they poop? And they fucking, and you just know it was some like autistic, I'm autistic, guys, calm the fuck down in the car. You just know it was some autistic person that just for some reasons hyper focus was fleas. And they just fucking, like, for whatever reason, fleas were like the coolest fucking things to them in the world, and that's who found that shit. You know it had to be.
Like, it was either that or someone got a lot of government funding to find out, and they just they convinced somebody. They were like, well, we need to know this.
Yeah, like, it just... That's how I find out most of my shit. Why do you guys think I make fucking a Dead by Daylight video every single day? Think it's because I'm mentally sound? No, autistic. This...
Well, I'm not gonna get into it too deep. I don't know if I am or if I have ADD. I'm not sure. Because I like the way I talk and the way like I like, because my first experience with Dead by Daylight, before I even downloaded the game, I've talked about this a lot. I watched an 11-hour Otsdarva video. I didn't even download the game yet. I already knew I was gonna play it, but like I watched an 11-hour Otsdarva video.
When Otts made that 9-hour, I mentioned to people that I watched it and they...
Do you know?
I can't tell you how. I just did.
Do you know Noah Caldwell?
No.
He does like 4 7-hour videos about like different games. He did one recently about Gears of War. He did a 7-hour video talking about Resident Evil. I eat that shit up.
Oh, dude, I eat that fucking Joshua Anderson's videos on the series.
Oh, yeah.
Bro. not Joshua, Joseph Anderson.
Joseph Anderson.
Yeah, Joseph Anderson. I fucking watch the shit. They're my favorite YouTube channel. He doesn't upload as much as he used to, which makes me my favorite YouTube channel is called Down the Rabbit Hole.
Mm-hmm.
This man makes feature-length videos, like 8-hour fucking videos on subjects I've never heard about. Like I'll just mention some. Let's see. I'll fucking pull up some of these videos he's done. And just the most random. When I say the most random subjects in the world, so so let me see. He did a 6 hour.
You cut.
He did a 6-hour video on EVE Online.
Mm-hmm.
He did a 2-hour video on something called Deep Blue, which I think was a chess machine.
Mm-hmm.
He did an hour-long video on a cat cafe.
Mm-hmm.
He did a 2-hour video on Wings of Redemption. He did an hour-and-a-half video on Temple OS. Like, it's literally, dude, it's the most random shit. He did a 40-minute video on Final Fantasy House, which if you ever want to listen to something that is like the most bizarre shit you've ever heard in your life, highly recommend that video.
Yeah.
But like he does just these multi-hour videos on the most random shit imaginable.
I love those,
and I love it.
I love that shit. I love it. Like, and I'm sure you were on Twitter it's like a month ago, when people were like, I forgot who did it, but someone like put out like a 11-hour video on like iCarly or something. And
yeah, Quentin reviews. I love Quentin reviews.
Yeah, and people were like, "How could anyone watch this? All he does is just do a synopsis of like the show." First off, that's not all he does. Second off, fuck you. That shit's entertaining. Okay, I don't care. Like
I have insomnia and sleep apnea. I have never slept better than listening to multi-hour video essays on the most random shit in the.
Yeah,
you could present me with a fucking 15-hour video on the history of peanut butter. Watch this shit. Like I don't know how we're getting 15 hours out of peanut butter, but I will find out.
I watched like a 3-hour video on the history of escalators. Yeah, I shit you. I actually watched it. Like I didn't like have it on. Like I had it on the background, but like I listened to it. I've listened to it a couple times just to make sure I understood it. But yeah, fun fact about escalators, by the way. The first escalator was 2 feet tall, and they had to give people a shot of whiskey to ease their nerves. Like I love those kinds of fucking videos. I like people are like, oh, it's just all they do is randomly talk and there's really no subject. Obviously, you haven't watched them because that's not what most of them are, at least the good ones.
And like, isn't that also like the appeal of podcasts is to just listen to people talk? Like, it's good background noise.
Yeah, that's why people love my shit. And I don't like people. Some people think it's an insult. No, it's not an insult at all. Like if people just want to turn it on and want to listen to me talk for fucking 4 hours about Pig and Dead by Daylight and somehow talk about League of Legends and Stranger Things, sure, fuck it. Let them watch. Let them listen.
Dude, right now someone's watching this on the YouTube asleep, which by the way, wake up! That's gonna get one person. That's gonna get one fucking person. I swear to God it will. I swear.
I'll send you the comment when it happens. Fucking assholes. But like I don't know. Like it's good background because I work 80 hours a week. I tell people this all the time. I work 80 hours a week, 60 to 80, not 80 every week, but. And I stream, and I do YouTube. When I'm working my shitty management job at an auto parts store, which I love, don't get me wrong. If I didn't, I probably wouldn't be there all the time.
Yeah.
But that's what I do when I'm doing, like, mundane shit. When I'm doing laundry, it's what I do. When I'm doing dishes, when I'm driving down the road. It's the reason why I'm able to talk as much as I am. What I used to do, I've told the story before. I used to have an hour-long drive to work. So what I did was I would put on podcasts because you can only listen to the same songs so many times.
Oh my God, yeah. When I have to go visit my granny down in Louisiana, it's like a fucking 12-hour drive. I cannot listen to that whole time. I have a collection of over 1,000 songs.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
Yeah,
I can't fucking do it. I gotta put on a podcast or something, dude.
Yeah, and what I told people I used to do, and people will say I'm insane, I guess, but I would listen to a podcast and I would actually pause it sometimes and start talking as if I was in the podcast. Like not in like a crazy way, like they could hear me, but like using what they said to start a conversation with myself. and that's why I think I'm able to like talk as, because I've told people like that start streaming, because once again, I'm not the biggest streamer in the world. I can't like give that great advice, but you have to learn to talk to nobody. Sometimes, and I think that's part of how I was able to do that, was I had the experience doing that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it also helped, like, and that goes back to what we were talking about content creation earlier. Oh, I don't have a chat. You just got to learn, bro. I can talk for hours to absolutely fucking about fucking random ass shit. I can, especially if it's a special. Don't get me started on like stand up comedy. You think this podcast is long? Get me talking about like the history of comedy in general, which is like always been my passion since 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
I will it'll be an easy 8-hour video, and I won't even have to write a script.
Mitch Hedberg's my favorite, by the way.
Mitch Hedberg was amazing. Rest
in
his
peace.
soul.
Yep, rest in peace. His kid.
What made him so unique was his delivery.
Yes.
People like, it's like, because like when I tell people passionate about comedy, they like ask about make so like different comedians popular. And what people didn't realize about Mitch Hedberg was, because like a lot of people compare him to Rodney Dangerfield, because they're both one-liner comedians. But what the difference between Rodney's jokes were so good because of his voice. His voice sounds very goofy, and so people just inherently like to listen to him. But Mitch was his delivery. Every single line was the most deadpan shit. and so when he would say absurd shit, like when he would go, I believe that a duck's opinion of me is based off whether or not I have bread. People fucking died, because it's just like he's saying absurd shit, but there's no infliction to it at all.
Yeah, it's like
and that's why he was such a genius.
Yeah, I mean the refried beans joke, I quote that all the time. I love that fucking joke, and half of what makes people laugh about it is it's the delivery. It's just saying it so, I don't want to say deadpan necessarily, but like just nonchalantly saying it. It's just like he wasn't. Do you
remember his cameo in the '70s show?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that he wrote that fucking joke about where he was like, "I did not die in the war for this," and they were like, "You never went to war," and he was like I said, I did not get shot in the war for this. He wrote that joke, and the history of it is he saw the '70s show, thought it was funny, and he was like, "Hey, I want to do a cameo on it." And they were like, "Okay, we'll write something for you." He's like, "No, I got the perfect joke." And he gave it to them, and they brought him on so he could do that joke because they thought it was so ungodly funny.
It's also improv. I forget which set he did for this, but he like asked a guy in the audience a question, and the guy gave him an answer before he asked the question, so he just rolled with it, and it was the funniest shit because he was asking the question before the answer, like every time after that for like 5 minutes. And it was just a fun, like I think people forget that with because I did a I've done a few open mic nights. I haven't gotten anywhere with it, but still, most of the jokes just come from, like, you have a set, obviously you have like a list of jokes, but you also have to be able to improv.
Oh yeah, it's being a stand-up is it's hard work, dude. I've been doing it since I was 9.
Yeah, it is.
I did it's yeah. People don't believe me. I got to Granny today and talking to her, but I called her today, and she was like conversation, and she goes, "What's that?" I was like, "Well, remember when I was 9 years old, said I wanted to be a stand-up comedian?" She said, "Yeah." I was like, "That's what I'm doing." But it's hard, man. It's fucking rough, and like, oh my god, if you bomb,
oh my god.
It's so, dude, and you can always tell bad comedians from good comedians, because good comedians, when they bomb, they either find a way to make it funny or they act like it never happened. And then bad comedians, when they bomb, are like Joe Coy when he hosted what was it, fucking Grammys or something shit like that, Oscars or something, when he bombed and he was like, "Hey, they hired me an hour, guys. Don't just shut the fuck up, Joe Coy." Like, you absolute useless ass excuse for a comedian. Fucking boring asshole, dude.
When he comments on this, I'm like, it's a weird thing, because like people have said this before, like because I know I'm not the funniest dude in the world. I have my moments, but like,
Mm-hmm.
it's a weird thing too because people are like, because I've talked to my parents about this because they've never been to like an actual comedy show. They've only seen like specials, and I took them to a comedy show once for I forgot who it was, but they were like, "Yeah, I've heard all these jokes before." Like, yeah, it's they don't like write an hour's worth of joke for like every single like they don't have an hour's worth of different jokes for every single venue they go to. It's not how this works. So like
Yeah.
they didn't even really find it very enjoyable, and I was like, okay, all right, whatever. Right? I don't know. It's another thing with the content creation thing. It's the behind the scenes stuff I don't think people
Mm-hmm.
appreciate enough because I've said it with like bigger YouTubers. It's like people are always like, "Oh, this guy blew up out of nowhere." No, he didn't. Like there is probably the fringe cases of that, but 9 times out of 10, I guarantee you they either knew somebody, they had been building this up for a while, they had a plan in place to blow up somehow that they've been working on for like 5 or 10 years. But people don't care about that stuff, and it's like I don't know. Like it's like with the commentary videos for mine because I've made it very transparent on how I make my videos. I literally
Mm-hmm.
make maybe 2 a night, but sometimes I'll right after stream or if I'm not streaming that day when I get home, I record the video, check the audio, make sure it's good, um, and then I add music, I add gameplay, I make a thumbnail in like maybe 10-15 minutes. They're not very elaborate because I don't really have the time for that because of my IRL job. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but like even then, all that takes about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And
And the thing is, like, you get better at it. Like
yeah,
I my when I did the the what was it, the dev notes, the reaction to the dev notes,
mhm,
for March, my chat watched me. Of course, we recorded the reaction, and then they watched me edit it, create the thumbnail, schedule it for upload in like 30 minutes.
mhm.
And they were like, "How did you do that so fast?" I was like, "I do 5 of these a fucking day." Because like it's because like I time investment gets shorter as you do it.
Right.
I can make a batch of thumbnails in like 20 minutes. I
Yeah.
can make a batch of thumbnails for an entire week in like 20 minutes. But I've also been doing this for over a year.
Mhm.
So I know where the settings are in my GIMP. I know what I have an idea of what I want to do. I know how to quickly undo decisions I don't like.
Mhm.
But people will hear, "Oh, you made 5 thumbnails in 20 minutes." It's obviously not that hard. No, it is, because when I first started this, I was spending 30 minutes on one thumbnail.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
honestly, I think the part that takes me the longest, and I'm not ashamed to admit this, it's the titles.
oh my god, dude, it's so the hardest thing for me is the caption on thumbnails. So, because like a big part of algorithm manipulation
Mhm.
is making sure that the caption on your thumbnail and your title are not the same thing.
Yeah.
You want the caption on your thumbnail to be catchy at a glance and your title to be something worth clicking.
Mhm.
So like if you like go through my thumbnails, like sometimes like so I have a video coming out on the 31st called on the Mangled, so it's called Why the Mangled Sucks.
Mhm.
And then the caption on it is RIP Sloppy.
I,
And I was like, I don't know, like I spent probably a good like 5 minutes going, shit, what do I fucking put here?
well,
Because like I could do RIP Mangled, but that doesn't sound as catchy, you know?
well, and then people will bring up like, well, what about like Scott? He doesn't put like have any thumbnails. Bitch, Scott has been
He's,
doing this for like 10 years.
yeah, yeah. Scott is also. I'm gonna tell you right fucking now.
You.
I have a relationship with Scott, dude. Like
Mhm.
on one hand, the dude is incredibly entertaining,
Mhm.
but on the other hand, he's like, hey, we should do the unknown. Make it to where he loses power when you're not looking at him. Fucking stupid. That is one of the dumbest
What?
takes to ever come up. Yeah, you didn't see that on Twitter? Oh
No,
my fucking god! Hold on. Where's the fucking tweet? I'd have to fucking.
that is
Where
what?
you at, Scott? Yeah, okay. I will read you the tweet. Let me pull his Twitter up.
I don't
I
want to.
saw that shit. It was the worst fucking take. This is the worst take I've ever heard in my life. He said, Okay. Although lore-wise it makes less sense, I feel like the unknown's weakness should decline when not looking at him. All it does currently is stomp new players even harder since they don't behind them, and this would make him stronger versus good players. Shut the fuck up. That takes away so much of his skill ceiling. Oh my god.
Yeah, part of this. Yeah, part of it is manipulating the LOS in your favor or running away, knowing when to leave someone weakened versus not. Like they can do whatever. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna. I've already ranted a bit on Twitter about it.
So Scott has almost 200,000 subscribers, and he has an average view count of around 50 to 70,000 views every video. Obviously, he doesn't need to make thumbnails. He's there.
Yeah.
That's what I tell people, like, back in the thumbnail creation. This is why I love content creation, because now I'm starting to learn, like, all the stuff that I never learned the first time when people used to give me advice. Stop putting your face on thumbnails if nobody fucking knows who you are.
Yeah.
If no one knows who you are, your face on thumbnails isn't going to do shit. Put people who are recognizable, put objects that are recognizable. And then once you're at the, 100,000 mark, then you can start doing stuff like doing a surprise Pikachu face on a fucking reaction video or something.
And I'm a little guilty of it with the killer interviews, but that's a different kind of thing. I think it's the other thing. You also got to match the thumbnail to what kind of video it is.
Yeah.
Once again, it's a lot of this behind the scenes stuff that people just don't either think about, care about, or know about. And I've only been doing this since November. But like I said, Scott's been doing this for fucking 10 years. He's already established. He could put out a video of a black screen.
Yeah. And people will go, what's this black screen about?
Well, no, it's funny. There's and he's a little controversial, but there was an old League of Legends YouTuber called Uber Danger. He did that for an April Fool's joke, and he straight up said, I forgot if it was on Twitter or not. He was like, that video of me putting up a black screen for 10 minutes, I made more money from that video than any of my last 3 videos combined.
Fuck it. Did you ever see the Markiplier clip where he was like, his interview with Anthony from Smosh, and he's like, I'm so sad because Meow was the lowest effort video I ever made, and it got 10.5 billion views or something like that. And Anthony was like, are you sad it made? He goes, I'm not sad it did it, but I have an entire series. Go watch that one 10 billion times. Like,
well, it's the curse of content creation. It's always the stuff you put no effort into. Oh. Well, not no effort, but it's always the stuff you put the least amount of effort into, where you're like, oh, this is probably gonna bomb and it's not that good, but I'll just put it out anyways. I already made it, and then it does the best for like no reason.
My video that released today, How Fun Are Killers to Play Against, got 3.7k views in the first like 5 hours. I did that video on a whim randomly when I was fucking bored. The 20-minute length of that video, you add an additional 10 minutes to throw on my my normal like thank you channel members stuff overlay, and then it got shipped out. That video in total took me half an hour because I didn't even fucking bother with anything. And that video performed better than my last 4 videos prior to it.
I watch a lot of YouTube analytics stuff because I'm a weirdo. Like I've said this before, I'm not trying to get super big or anything. It's still just nice to know. And they were talking about how YouTube is kind of changing soon, where and it's always kind of been like this, but where the and I talked about it a little bit earlier with retention editing, which is the nice way to phrase it, and I will keep saying that. The not nice way to say it would be ADHD editing, where it's just flashing lights and constant edits all the time. How that's actually probably going to die in the next couple years, or not be as good as it was because people are just tired of it.
Yeah. It confuses the fuck out of me. Like I can't watch a Mr. Beast video.
No,
I'm ADHD and I can't watch a Mr. Beast video because it's like before I understand what's happening, we're on to something else. And what the fuck? What happened?
Yeah.
Why are we here?
Same with thumbnails. They've been doing research into it. Because someone told me my thumbnails are shit, and they are. That's on purpose, by the way. Trust me, if I wanted to put more time into my thumbnails and make them like super elaborate and amazing, I could. I just don't want to.
Blue background, Chucky,
Yeah,
done.
pretty much. It's iconic though. People know, if someone sees it, they know it's mine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big reason I did it. And two, people are actually starting to click on those types of videos more because the thumbnail is more authentic. It's going back to the days of random Joe Schmo in his basement with a webcam just talking.
Yeah.
Like, and people want that experience again. And they've noticed with the analytics that it's starting to sway that way again.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean like Mr. Beast is going to lose 10 million subscribers tomorrow. It doesn't mean that at all. It's just YouTube is constantly changing, going up and down with how this stuff works. And it's just
Algorithm manipulation is very, very difficult.
Mm-hmm. I try not to stress about it too much, but yeah, I know people who do it as a job have to. But it's just the case it is. Also, speaking of the Scott June thing, Scott Jund, sorry. I want to make this clear. Me and Kaiser don't agree on everything, and I don't know why people have this idea that I'm not allowed to be friends with someone who doesn't agree.
Oh my fucking god! I was talking to Tad about this earlier, dude. I hate. So everybody knows I fucking loathe Legion. I hate that fucking killer.
Mm-hmm.
And people will be like, "So you hate Tataru?" No. Tataru and I literally was just talking to Tat this morning.
Yeah.
Like on Discord. I was just messaging him this morning. Like we talk occasionally. I'm friends with him. And I brought that up to him and he was like, "Oh yeah, God forbid people separate the player from their main." And I was like, "Excellent idea for a video."
It's not even,
but yeah.
It's not even just like the whole like because Bran hates Chucky. He's made it very clear. We're friends.
Oh yeah.
I talk to him all the time.
Yeah.
I have no vitriol towards him. I understand why he hates Chucky, and he doesn't hate me, so it's fine. But like even with like differing opinions, it's like I don't get where this idea of your friends have to agree with everything you say. I don't get it, and I never have.
Yeah. And obviously, like when this conversation is brought up, it's usually said in terms of people like, "Oh, why can't conservatives and leftists be friends?" It's like we disagree fundamentally on human. You can't disagree on stuff like that. But like, if I thought Chucky was the most I don't. But if I thought Chucky was the most overpowered pile of shit to ever touch this game, that it has no effect on our relationship.
Right.
I'm just gonna call you a fucking degenerate. I do it to Tat all the time. I call this man a degenerate on the daily. I have him nicknamed as my favorite degenerate. Like I literally, you know what I mean? And like that's what or there was Chloe Dordashian, you know who that is?
No.
We're mutuals on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And I posted something about how cringy walking back and forth over a survivor is because it's simulating SA.
Mm-hmm.
Her and I fundamentally disagreed on whether or not it simulates SA.
Right.
We're still mutuals. There was no we didn't unfollow each other, block, and start talking shit because it was just a disagreement over what this stupid ass motion represents in a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Life is way too important for you guys to let this kind of shit affect you. It really is.
Do you know who Question Turkey is?
I don't.
She's a big Twitter user, but we disagree on a lot with this game. I always get on her case about complaining about the game too much. We're still friends.
Yeah.
Like I don't, once again, I just don't understand where this idea of you're not allowed to disagree with your friends. I just don't understand where this whole thing started. And I don't know if it's just because go ahead.
It's because the act of feeling wrong feels like a personal attack. So you know that I'm non-binary.
Mm-hmm.
I go by they them pronouns.
Right.
Whenever I correct somebody, I will get one of two responses. Either my bad, man, or my bad, or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
And they apologize. And I'm like, no worries. I'm not mad about it. I get it, right? I've got a deep voice, I've got facial hair, I'm bald. I look like a man, therefore people who are used to perceiving men will use male pronouns.
Right.
So it's whatever. If you know, now if I've corrected you like 500 times and you're still doing it, I might get a little bit fucking irritated. You should know by now. But but that's one way. But another way people will do it, like this happened in one of my comment sections one time. Somebody was like, you know, they used male pronouns with me, and so I just put a thing. I was like, I said them with a star, and they were like, well, I didn't know. Why are you attacking me? I was like, I'm not. I know you didn't know. That's why I'm informing you.
Correcting you.
And yeah, and that goes back to the differing opinions feeling like attacks. Like I do this, my chat and I talk about this kind of time. Like so one of my hot takes is that Deliverance should be able to be activated on second hook, but it can only be activated once a game.
Yeah.
Some people think that's fucking insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I got in a passionate argument with my chat over this. And one of the people was like, why are you yelling at chat? I'm just passionate about it. I'm not attacking anyone. And that happens in my comment sections. People are like, you just don't like when people disagree with you. You can scroll through my videos. People disagree with me all the fucking time. All the time.
I am working on a video right now. This is one of the few I'm actually going to script, but talking about the idea of TB Skyn is a he does like League of Legends character design videos, and he did a video on his second channel talking about how one of the biggest things he hates to see is when people in his comment sections go, "That's just your opinion, bro," or the one he hates the most and the one I want to talk about is the why do you treat your opinion like it's fact? Okay. I'm going to do a whole video on this. If this comes up before then, whatever. I treat it like it's fact because I believe it. That's how opinions work. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't have the opinion. And I think, like, especially on YouTube comments, people just forget that shit. like, it's like, oh, well, that's just your opinion. Yeah, of course it's just my opinion. It's a subjective thing. Like, I don't know. It's just so frustrating when you say something like with your Deliverance thing. It's like someone could be like, "Well, that's dumb, and you shouldn't like. I don't understand how you can think your opinion like holds more water. I don't.
Yeah.
It's just what I think, and this is why. And that's the whole point of commentary. Like I don't know.
Yeah, and it's just the whole point. That's why my videos are about open discussion, because like it's just okay to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to disagree. All I ever care is that people respect my pronouns. You can call me a stupid fuck ass shithead that's never played this game before. I don't care. It's just I feel like people just they take disagreements as attacks. And this actually happened with Bran recently, where he was like heavily disagreeing with a creator. I won't say their name because God forbid I get accused of punching down on a smaller into it. But he disagreed with a creator, and people in the comment section of that creator were like, why is he attacking you? He's stupid. And I'm like, why are y'all going after Bran? He's not attacking anyone. And it's like a lot of them brought up the fact that like he laughed at some of the takes, but it's like, have you not ever heard something that sounds so absurd you laugh at it? I did that with the Scott Jun take that we just talked about. When I read that shit, I laughed out loud because it's the most absurd things I've ever heard.
Yeah,
I'm not attacking Scott. I don't hate Scott.
Yeah, and
I just think this one particular take is dumb.
Yeah, and none of us are infallible. It's like I make a video a day. I just hit 1,000 subs, and one of the things I'm going to do for that is I'm going to go back through some of my videos and find some of the dumbest shit I think I said, and make it like apparent that was stupid. Why did I even think that? Like our opinions change. We say dumb even if I script out a video or whatever, I'm probably gonna make some mistakes or say something really dumb. It just happens. And it's
I mean, it happens all the time. My opinions between my first Survivor Perks video and the one that I just got are so vastly different.
Yeah.
So vastly different.
Like I used to think I'm All Ears was one of the best perks in the game.
I still think it's one of the best perks in the game.
I wouldn't think I don't think it's like one of the best, but I think it's like, once again, there's so many perks in this game. Like when I say something's underrated, like someone's gonna be like, no, it's not. I run it all the time. My point is like, I don't even know what my point is with it, but
Yeah, I have I'm all ears as a highly recommended person.
yeah, I think it's really good in a lot of situations, especially if you combine it with lethal, because it's like what 9 seconds of aura reading after a Bias Vault.
Yep.
It just has a lot. There's just some situations where like in that it goes back to that whole thing. It's just some situations where it doesn't do anything or it didn't help. Like if you have I'm all ears and they just lithe away,
Yeah.
like, well, fuck me, I guess. Okay.
Live life, love.
I've been playing Unknown for like 3 days, and the amount of people who lithe in my face and then I instantly down. because it's funny because with Unknown, I'm sure you've noticed when they're weakened, you can tell if they're looking at you because their model goes fully purple.
Yeah, they glow when they're looking at you. Yeah,
the amount of people I see lithe and then they're just white the whole time, and I'm like, oh, they're not looking behind them. I'll just shoot this directly where they're going. It's the funniest shit because it's like in their minds are like, yeah, I got to what? No, you didn't. Fuck you. I will say Dead Hard has been. This is the other funny thing with Unknown. I've noticed when like especially day one, people were not looking behind them. Which is why I don't like to give like straight up like tier lists on killers. Like the day after they come out. Like some people, not punching at you with this. Even today you basically said you don't really know where to put Unknown since he's kind of new.
Yeah, I ended up coming to a decision that he's, I think a tier.
He's middle of the pack. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I put him at the top of the B tier because a lot of my issues with him initially,
mm-hmm.
a lot of skill issue. Like that's the reason that I like doing tier lists every so often.
Mm-hmm.
It causes me to reevaluate my lists.
Yeah,
because like I feel like a lot of people when they do tier lists, and this is my tier list so much. A lot of people when they do tier lists, they fucking just they already have in their head where, and so they just rapid fire through it. I think about every single placement,
mm-hmm.
except Nurse. Nurse is always top of the S tier. Like has the character who hasn't fucking changed years? Are they still? Yes, they're.
I when I did my killer tier list, which is bad, don't watch it by the way. I made the mistake of counting add-ons into it, and that made it more frustrating than it needed to be.
Oh my god, I never count add-ons.
Well, that's the thing, because someone in the comments was like, why don't more people talk about add-ons? I was like, did you watch me like have an existential crisis for 10 minutes about Myers? That's why people don't add or put add-ons into it.
That's why whenever Bran is like talking about Myers and he's like, "Oh, I think this is without Tombstone," I'm like, I don't think you can do that, Bran. I don't think that's how that works. Well, I have a minor.
You cut
add-ons plan. I think I have a minor aneurysm.
Well,
into killer powers.
It's just like, but because the other problem is like I understand why people want the add-ons to be added in, because if you only go out the killer on base, it's not realistic because most people aren't going into a match without add-ons.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I said with Myers, it's like normally when you see a Myers, I'm saying normally, they will probably have a Tombstone piece or Tombstone.
Oh my god, yeah.
Normally,
yeah.
So it's like, well, because it's brought so often, shouldn't you bring that into the conversation when you're talking about the tier list? And it's like, yeah, but no, because even though
I mean, what if they don't? And then you're trying, like every has, hang on, quick math, 5,
20,
14, yeah. So every killer has 20 add-ons, and you're trying to average the power of those add-ons, and then combine that with the power of the killer, which has to be averaged out to their map dependency.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's and map dependency. That's another thing, and perks. Don't forget about perks.
Yeah, don't forget about perk dependency. Like, yeah, it's way easier to just focus on the how situational this is how you do. This is how you do at tier lists in general, in my opinion. Is the more situations it's useful in, the more powerful it is.
Yeah.
And that's why Nurse is top of the ladder, because there's never a bad situation.
No. She's playing a whole other game. I've talked about this. So everyone has for years. And that's the thing with tier list is like honestly, like in my mind, I'm already pretty sure who's going to be at the top and who's going to be at the bottom. Like not even when I'm making them, when I'm watching them, it's like okay, I already know who's going to be at the top and bottom. The middle is kind of where I'm the most interested in. And I don't try not to fall a victim of like the nitpicky shit where it's like, oh, you should have put this guy one above this one, you fucking idiot. Like, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, listen, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. I'm just some dumbass online giving my take on it. But it's, I don't know. Like, tier lists, I suck at them personally. I hate making them. Props to anyone who can make them entertaining and actually do good with them. Because God knows I can't. I also have a very bad problem of playing devil's advocates. Because I'll be like, oh well, clown is because I think I put clown at like middle B, I think, because I fall into the trap of I used to main him and I watch Aranad a lot, so I'm like, my perspective of clown is he's really good sometimes. And some people make him look like a god killer, but that's not the case most of the time. And, you know, then I also fall into the camp of, you know, some people underrate certain killers. And I think the other problem I have with it is, like, you know, you were talking about how Freddy was, like, what, D tier? Like, he was at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, he's fucking he's terrible. He's the third worst killer.
Yeah, and I think I fall into the trap of where it's like, yeah, he's the third worst killer in the game, but that doesn't mean he's unplayable. So I fall into
Have you played Freddy?
Yes, I have played Freddy. I enjoy Gaslight Simulator. Shut up.
Fucking, I'm gonna put these red circles on the ground. They hinder. Surely they'll do something. Oh, they don't. Okay.
I only play Palette Freddy. I never.
I only play. I love Freddy so much. Every build I make, like I have this actual like I'm trying to win Freddy build that I don't run where it like uses both the dresses, but I just can't. I do it. And I just don't like it. I prefer Palette Freddy. It's funny.
Yeah,
it's fucking funny as shit.
Yeah, that's what. This is from Carnivorous, by the way, the artist main. She's the one who got me start calling it Gaslight Simulator. That's all it really is when you think about it. But I mean, like, it's like I run Insidious on Unknown, right? Because I think it's funny. I think it works way more than it should. And he's one, and I run it on Chucky too, because once again, there are two killers who can actually make use out of that perk. Is it good because those two killers can use it? No. It's not even necessarily good on those killers. They just have very specific situations where it might work.
Yeah, and that's the problem with trying to talk power levels, because if I had a fucking dime for every time I called something weak and somebody fucking came up with this random ass bizarre situation that happened one time 2 years ago, and they're like, obviously it's overpowered because of this. Like, okay, Honestone. I have one of my favorite memories of playing this game is watching from a distance as an entire squad of survivors would run over to a trap. I ran Honestone and Tension Spring. Tension Spring says whenever you escape a trap, it resets itself 2 seconds later. So a survivor ran into a trap. They went down to Honestone. Tension Spring reset the trap. Another survivor ran over, got caught in the same trap, went down, and then this happened 2 more times. And it was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. As I watched it, I wish I was streaming at the time, because it would be a clip that would never die on my channel. I watched it from across Dead Dog Saloon. I was across the map, and I watched it happen as all their auras started fucking falling. And so I brought that up as something to talk about, but I was like, that doesn't make Tension Spring Honestone overpowered. Granted, it is a good combo, but it doesn't make it overpowered. And I try to explain that to people, like, hey, you're never going to use this. You can't give me one situation that happened and claim that that's an excuse for something being weak. It's so difficult to discuss power levels like that because, yeah, Insidious on Unknown is funny as shit, especially because nobody's really figured out that when you start approaching a hallucination, your screen changes. So you know that the killer is Insidious. You should know this. No one's figured that out yet. But it's funny, but it's definitely not powerful.
No,
but someone's gonna try to tell me about the Insidious fucking and 4K'd with Unknown, and that makes Insidious an A tier.
Well, a lot of times when I use it, there's actually a clip going on in the background of it. I'll go to a loop and lose line of sight, and I'll go Insidious and I'll just sit there, and the amount of times, and once again, this is another thing, you also got to take into the account the players you're going against, because let's not all sit here and act like we're always going against people at our skill level. Like that's MMR is a whole other discussion, but or people who make the brightest decisions, but a lot of times, not even a lot of times, but sometimes people will just leave the loop because they think I left, somehow, even though they can just watch and see if I left. And then I could just get a free hit on them. Sometimes it happens, but that doesn't make it super good. I like running it on him and Chucky, sometimes, because with Chucky, you can basically fake going into your power, even though if they're paying attention to the footfall, they'll know if you did. The difference with Chucky is they actually can't see you, so they don't know if you left. But with Unknown, another thing you can do with it is you can teleport nearby and then activate Insidious, and they don't know if they're running into you or not while they're running away.
Mm-hmm.
That's another way I like to use it. But once again, it doesn't make it good. Like right now, my build on Unknown is Tinkerer, Bitter Murmur, Insidious, Lethal Pursuer. That is not a good build. But it works sometimes. When it works, it's great. It's so much fun because I run it with Vanishing Box, which will it gives them weakness when they finish a gen. So use Tinkerer to go up to a gen they're about to finish, sit there with Insidious, wait for it to pop, and then just hit them wherever they are with the Bitter Murmur aura.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, when it works, it's cool. When it doesn't, you feel like shit, and you realize how bad it can be. Because if they're really smart, they'll just speed through all the gens while you're sitting there waiting for them. Like, I'm a patient person, and it gets me killed, or it loses me matches in this game sometimes because I'm so patient.
I'm not.
I've noticed
I'm a Billy main. We're hyped up on fucking Mountain Dew and Jolly Ranchers, bro. We don't stop.
I forgot who it was. Someone was watching me play Chucky once, and I was holding a Chuck spot, I swear to you, for I think 45 seconds. And someone was like, bro, how can you just sit there and wait for that long? I don't know. I don't know. I just can. Like, I find it fun. I don't know what to tell you. I like, people are like, I make this joke all the time where it's like, don't try my patience. I guarantee you'll get bored way before I do. One of us is gonna fuck up, and I guarantee you it's you. Because I used to do that in Apex a lot. Because my favorite character in Apex was Rampart and Watson. And I was the jackass that would sit in a building the whole match.
So you made my ranked games miserable.
Well, no, okay, I didn't play ranked, so no. But fuck no, I'm not bringing that into ranked. My point was, like, sometimes I would set up in a building. I would like put all my fences up. It would be a cool defendable position. I would hear a team coming up and be like, yes, it's finally gonna work. And then my team would just be like, fuck it, we go. And then just a run at the enemy, and I'm just sitting there just like, what the all right. Like, I did all this planning, I had this set up, I want to see if it works. Like, I don't know. I'm just a weirdo with that shit. I
was a Mirage main.
Oh, yeah, that explains a lot.
Did you expect anyone else? I was talking to, who was I think it was Chat, actually, and we were talking about Apex. It was Des. We were talking about Apex, and I mentioned I was a Mirage main, and she was like, I would not have guessed literally any other legend for, like, that makes perfect sense.
Either him or Octane.
Yeah.
No, because I talked about this with
Octane's my second main.
That makes sense too. I've talked about this with Siege. Because when I play Siege, you can ask anyone who's played it with me before. I will go entire games without ever firing a bullet. I will literally just sit on cameras for 90% of the match. Just giving call-outs.
You sound like a Cypher main for fucking Valorant.
I am a Cypher main in Valorant. Cypher and Yoru.
Mine was it started off with Raze, then I went Yoru, and then I fell in love with Gecko for a while.
Yeah, I like Yoru because he he's one of those characters where when everything goes right and works like it's supposed to, or like how you think it's supposed to, you feel like a fucking god. That's why I like playing Yoru. It almost never does, but
yeah, there's a Yoru main in, I think it's called Ascendant, or is it Immortal? Whatever, the top ranks.
Mm-hmm.
His name's Egster, and he is the funniest motherfucker. He's a psychopath, because like he doesn't use Yoru like, you know, most of us, we like drop the decoys, we try to be sneaky and shit. No, this motherfucker W keys every goddamn match with fucking Yoru, and he made it to the highest ranks possible. And he's so funny to watch.
There's a Watson main. Well, okay, back when I used to play Apex a lot, there was a Watson main I used to watch. And I don't know why I watched them, because I hated watching them, because they would play Watson and never use her ability.
Is it Ross?
It might be, and it's like, bro, you're not...
Low-key Ross?
Probably. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's one of my good friends. He's the number 3 Watson in the world.
Yeah.
And chat makes fun of him all the fucking time, because he never uses...
It irritates me so much. I get it. He's good at the game. Don't get me wrong. It just like, bro, play anybody else, please.
Here's a fun fact for you. Ross and I started streaming within a week of each other.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we were good friends. We don't talk anymore. Unfortunately, you know, these things just kind of drift apart from people. I still hang out from time to time in his stream, but we were both part of Dre Nilla's community, and I started streaming, and then a week later, and the first like 5 months of our streams played together every night. And so I'm very proud of it. He's made incredible progress as a creator. He joined Soar. But yeah, no, as soon as you set a Watson main that doesn't use Fence, like, it's always fucking him.
Well, once again, like, I'm not mad at him necessarily. It's just like, play anyone else, please. I don't know, because it's like in Siege when I see Valkyrie. Valkyrie can throw cameras. That's her whole thing. And the amount of people who only use them to like throw them out. You can't really do this much anymore, but they would throw them out and just jump out the window with the cam info and just spawn kill people and then die. It's like, bro, you could be using this in like 40 other ways that would be way more useful. But no, you had to get your TikTok clips, I guess. I don't fucking...
Yeah.
But I mean, speaking of the whole content thing, you actually kind of jump-started my channel. I don't know if you know that.
I did not know.
So when you did your Chucky video, because I left a comment on that, it was probably October-ish, a little bit before that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You sent me the I remember giving you feedback.
Yeah.
On the I think you had the music too loud or something.
Yeah. But before that video, you know, I commented on yours because you basically sparked my idea for like coming up with a concept, because I love Chucky. He's a huge part of my life. I've been over this before. But not to, because people don't like me talking about it as much, but I used that as an opportunity. I rewatched every movie. I came up with add-ons. I came up with a power idea. And that video did okay once it came out, and I fixed everything with it. And then the Chucky got released, and it like tripled in views. And I know yours did the same thing. And you
got so many. So hey, this video aged like milk. Don't you feel stupid now? Wow, this video aged poorly. Wow, do you really like regret this video? Shut the fuck up! My god,
I felt so bad because mine. I got so many people were like, "Wow, you got so much of it right," and I was like, "Yes." I felt bad for you because I knew about it. I'm so sorry.
It's like the very first line of my reaction to Chucky on the PTB was, "Yes, I know the video is outdated. I know I was wrong. Shut the fuck up." It was literally one of those situations. Comments added on Twitter, fucking Discord notifications. Again, if like I said in the very beginning of this podcast, if somebody could have sent me a messenger about it, they would have fucking holy shit. I was like, yes, I get it. Shut up.
But yeah, so that happened, and when the concept was doing well, I was like, okay, well, I'll just do killer concepts because that did well. So I made a Springtrap trailer because I was going to do that one next. You can call me stupid later. But anyways, and then I started doing commentary on Chucky once he got released, or announced. I started doing like commentary on the game and talking about Chucky, and those started to do well. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just be like the other 5 people I watch and just do commentary for the game a little bit and try to have some interesting discussions with it. And that's basically how I started doing what I did.
Yeah, it only takes one, man. My a lot of people don't realize. I was rewatching some of my videos. My first video to 1,000 was my How to Fix Trapper video. That was the, I don't know, dude, like the third. I have so many.
I think how I found you was, oh my god, was it Aaron? Aaron Duke did that video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Aaron Duke.
Yeah,
So
he did that video, but I didn't go straight to you. What happened was YouTube, I guess, picked it up and it started recommending me your videos after that.
yeah, so the How to Fix Trapper video was my 2, 6, 7, 8. It was my 10th ever Dead by Daylight video. And all my other videos, none of them 200 views initially, and so that broke 1,000 views. To ever 1,000 views, and I was watching my Survivor Shenanigans playlist, but I ended up watching one of my announcements, and I was like, "Thank you guys for 250 subscribers," and I was only at 250. What the fuck? Like what? I was only at 250.
I hate talking about numbers sometimes because I don't want people to think I'm like trying to like fucking bolster my ego. I'm just as surprised as other people are. But like I was at 800 like less than a month ago.
I'm still surprised. We broke 4,000 a week ago, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing here? Like, why are you? What is? Because like I've always said it's important for content creators to be able to watch their own videos. If you can't watch videos, any fucking buddy else want to watch them. You know what I mean? But it's baffling to me. And like I said, all it takes is one.
Yeah.
All it takes is one video to do well, and you think, yes, I can do this, and that motivation can be going for a very long time. I just think that for a lot of people, they don't fully grasp that. They don't fully grasp that you need to keep that motivation going for yourself.
I know there's been a lot of nights because I'm a dum-dum with scheduling. Last weekend was a very good example. I scheduled 3 Killer Main podcasts that weekend. I did the one with the Ghostface, who will not be named because I like to keep it a secret. Of course, if you follow me on Twitter, most people can probably figure it out. But I scheduled that one. That one ended up being, I think, 4.5 hours, which is pretty normal now. It's funny to watch the progression because they go from 2-hour matter of facts to like 4.5 hour tangent fests. But that one went for like 4.5 hours, and then I was like, man, it's like, and then we talked for like 3 hours after that, like off once we got done, and it was like 6 a.m, and I was like, fuck, I my voice is dead. I need to put a video out, but I really don't want to do it. So I put it like community post, like, hey guys, no video today. My voice is kind of killing me. You know, I felt kind of bad, so I just said fuck it and made a video anyways. And you know, like, I don't want to say it's an obligation at this point, but like, I didn't feel obligated. I felt motivated to do it anyways.
Yeah.
And that's definitely something that's been it's just nice. It's just, it's so nice.
Oh yeah. And that's what keeps you going sometimes. People ask me, I get it all the time. I do daily Dead by Daylight videos. Daily. They come out every fucking day at midnight. And people ask me all the time, how do you make videos this often? I'm motivated to do so. And what happened during break was I ended up not being motivated to do it anymore because of a combination of I just wasn't enjoying it. And that's why I told people on my my comeback video, I said, if I ever get to a point I'm not motivated to make YouTube videos. I just won't.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how I do daily videos. And I always try to keep it 1 or 2 weeks ahead. So if I ever do need a couple days of not making videos, I could just, like that week of tier list is up for April, but I've got every other video done. So I filmed the killer tier list today. Tomorrow I'm just gonna not do any videos for the DVD channel. I'll probably do the video for the story channel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not gonna do videos tomorrow. Take a break, relax, and it's important to do.
Yeah.
But it's all about motivation. It's all about motivation. If you don't have motivation, you're not going to make it.
Yeah, it's funny with the with the Killer Main stuff, because I think now I need to double check, but I have like 6 now, like ready to go. But I only release them once a week. For some reason, my dumbass is like, you know what? I won't take a break. I'll just keep going. Who knows? Maybe I'll mess up and won't be able to get somebody for 6 weeks.
You're gonna run out of killers very fast.
Well, I mean, once again, once a week, I knew it was gonna happen, and I've told people this before, because someone asked me, like, what happens once you're through all the killers? There's more than one people who main killers. I can always go back through them, and people have differing opinions.
I mean, and then there's always stuff like we're doing now, like we're not doing any specific. Talk about the general state of the game.
Yeah, I also want to do a Survivor episode. I know who I want to get it, but their DMs are closed, and I don't like adding people on Twitter, and I don't know how to get a hold of them.
Are they on Twitch?
Yes.
Most of the time, if you're like, hey, I do. Depends on. Like Lilith. Lilith is such a bitch to get a hold of.
Mm-hmm.
I've been trying to get Lilith on an interview for a while now, and he just doesn't answer.
Yeah.
I gotta go into his Twitch chat and be like, "Hey, Lilith, would you still be up for this?" And he'll be like, "Oh yeah, just DM me." And I'm like, "I have," and he's like, "Fuck, I'll get you after stream," and he doesn't. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like against people. I do the same thing sometimes too. And fucking at this point, it's basically my second job. Sometimes I'll forget to like double check with somebody, like, "Hey, are you still good with this?" And like, I really need to get a fucking calendar at this point. Once again, like, I think after my 4th one, I had like 5 people like planned to do it, and I was like, bro, I'm at a point where I need a calendar.
Yeah,
this is so weird. Like, and then some of them, like I said, it's just some people are harder to get a hold of, and there's some people like I really, really want, but so I'm like there's a certain Deathslinger and Dredge main in particular I really, really want, and neither of them, one of them is really busy, so they keep like they keep being like, no, I can't do it. If you're listening to this, by the way, just, it's fine. I get it. Shit happens. And the other one, like, their DMs are closed. They don't have a Discord, and they don't read Twitch whispers. So my only solution is honestly to either ask them in Twitch chat, which I don't like doing because I feel rude doing it, or adding them on Twitter, which I also feel rude doing. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. I'm probably overthinking it too much.
Yeah.
Because I also don't like bothering people. So it's, I don't know. Because like a lot of the ones I've gotten, like Pixel saying yes was the fucking...
that's one of the ones that gives you whiplash.
Yeah, I was like, bro, really? Like, he didn't even hesitate. Once again, if he's listening to this, because I know he's subbed, thank you again, man. Like, it was weird, because I've told people my plan. I'll stop doing the killer interview series when Ots Darva agrees to come on. When I get big enough or like known enough to where Ots is like, yeah, I'll do it, I will quit YouTube.
It's so crazy, like, as a creator, because like I feel like the term too big to bother is like so bad. Like, I'm obviously not a huge, but apparently in the Dead by Daylight space I'm like very like well known.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like people are all the time are like, I wish I could get you for like a video I want. Like, then just tell me, like, just ask me, like I don't care. Like, even if I get to the point where I'm 10,000, whatever, if you ever think I'm too big to help you with your project, I'm not. I might, there might be some scheduling issues. I will never pass up a chance to help smaller creators out with their shit. I had a dude who was to ask me. He did this this discussion panel about what, when Chucky was coming out.
Mm-hmm.
He did this discussion panel about what that chapter might be.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, he asked a couple people, and then he asked me, and he was like, I was scared to ask you. So give a fuck. He's like, well, I only have like 100 subscribers. I was like, fine. I don't. Yeah, like I'm. It's just. Oh no, you're trying to get 2,000 subscribers. I
think that's the biggest fear with me with like some of these, because I didn't want Pixel to think I was just picking him for clout. I was picking him because he's the only Skull Merchant main I know. It's just like with who I got for the Twins main, which I'm still not going to say who it is, but like, listen, if you can't figure out who it is, I'm sorry. No. No. What? I'm such a good liar, man. No, of course not. No. Once again, it's like you have 3 options, and one of them doesn't even play Twins anymore, and I've already had them on.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you're down to 2, and you just take your guess, like it's a 50-50 shot.
Oh my! I'm sorry. I just remembered this when we were talking. Like, want to be in the.
You're breaking up upset. A
lot. So you remember when we were talking about people who want to be in the interviews and stuff like, and people like were mad because like they don't get picked or everything.
Mm-hmm.
On the brand interview, somebody commented, I see what it takes to get noticed. He's number 3 and I'm only number 4. I guess I need one more spot then for people to know who I am. And I was like, what the fuck? So I went and looked at their channel, and sure enough, not a goddamn thing was on that channel. Not a video, not a community post, not a nothing. Gee, dude, I wonder why people don't know who you are, dog.
Like Gummy, the one I did for Hag, he's an IRL friend I've known for like 5 years who just happens to be one of the best Hag mains.
Oh, you're friends with a Hag main. That explains a lot.
Yeah. I'm friends with the killer of every main. What do you mean? Don't be like my comment section that calls me a Survivor main all the time, even though I have killer footage in the background and talk about killer things all the time.
Gummy's low key. Gummy's low key one of the funniest fucking dudes on Twitter. What was it? It's like somebody responded. I think it was Gummy that did this, but some guy responded to him with like the 90 something and then like 10K hours or whatever. Mm-hmm. And Gummy was like, "I'm gonna get this framed," and then he actually got it framed. I quote tweeted that. I was like, "It's official." Gummy is the funniest dude on Dead by Daylight Twitter.
Fucking love Gummy. It's fun. Degrees of Separation is funny. I talk about it a bit in that podcast. I used to play League, and a character I named, I was a Discord mod. You can fucking kill me now. Anyways, we did an art contest, and I met his wife through that, because she won like 2 of them. So then she got me into Dead by Daylight, and then I met him through her by playing Dead by Daylight, and Degrees of Separation is always so fun. Like how just one little difference. Mm-hmm. Like, if you really think about it, changed everything and like got you to where you are.
Oh my god, dude! It's my relationship with Bran started off. I posted a community post, screenshot from I was fucking around with another Jeff main in the pregame lobby, and somebody was like, "You should watch the Mr. Headache," and I was like, "Who the fuck is that?" And they were like, "Oh, well, he's a Jeff main as well." I was like, "Okay." And like, I was like, "I don't care." And then they were like, "He reacted to one of your videos." I was like, "Okay, you got my attention." So I went and I watched his react to my video. And to be honest, like the beginning of it, I was really worried because like he was kind of making fun of me, which, I would make fun of me too. That video was atrocious. But so I hate how like aggressively angry I used to be when making videos. Like every single video was just so angry. But I watched it and then I commented because one of his chat members was like basically feeding misinformation about my Trapper video to him. And then I also was like, by the way, I go by they them. And then I was like, maybe I'll go check out this guy's stream. And so I did. And then I watched him for a little bit, and I was like, yeah, he's kind of cool. I'll drop a follow and leave it at that. And then he reacted to a second video of mine, and just that. But the point is that like that one comment about Bran led to one of the greatest friendships I have in the content space.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah.
that's it. And then it just opened doors. Like I met you through Bran.
Mm-hmm.
I met Des, Liz, good portion. I made a joke on Twitter the other day that Brand and I share so many community members. I might as well change my stream name to the Mr. Headache Waiting Room. Cause like people, basically everybody watches me in the morning and then they watch Bran at night. So
I'm kind of the same. Do you know who Ghost Anonymous is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I'm his waiting room.
I love watching Ghost. He's funny.
Yeah. Because a lot of time, because he streams at the same time I do, but he goes longer. So a lot of people will like hang out at my stream before because they know I'm probably gonna raid him, especially on Tuesdays. So it's really funny, just that idea of like being the waiting room for another streamer. I don't mean it vitriolically. I'm not like mad or upset. It's just
yeah.
funny. It's just funny.
It really is. It's one of those weird symbiotic relationships because when you interact with goes back to content creation advice. Networking is powerful. You're not supposed to like go in like I have a self promo channel in my Discord just because when I started streaming that was like the standard. But I don't know how to tell people, and I don't want to be mean, and I'm sure some of my people are going to watch this, and I love you all, I really do. But just spamming your link in my self promo channel is not going to do anything.
No.
It's really not. It's one of those things where people need to know your presence in the community, and then eventually people will come to check you out when they know you stream. Because like I have one dude who spams his YouTube videos in the self promo, and I watch them from time to time. I do. People think I don't like pay attention to what my community's doing. I watch you guys. I watch you guys all the fucking time. I have a lot of free time when I'm editing. Okay, I watch him do it, but like he's never said anything else in the community. All he does is put his YouTube videos in there, and I just feel bad because I want to be like, bro, you need to actually be a presence in the community. Nobody knows who you are.
So, a lot of I'm a PNG tuber / VTuber / not really, but when I was bigger in the VTuber scene, a lot of VTubers had Discords, and the way they would set things up for self promo is you actually had to get approved to self promo, and one of their approved thing was you have to interact in the actual Discord before you're allowed to. And honestly, that I feel like that's a better system in a way because it stops people from doing that, and it also just means there aren't the people who just join your Discord just to only do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I still put it in some people's self. I feel bad because I'm busy all the time. That's why I don't like if I'm not working, streaming, or editing a video, I'm probably watching a YouTube video while I'm laying down thinking about my life choices. And I just like don't have the energy to watch it because I feel bad when I'm in someone's stream and I don't chat. I don't have a problem with people doing it in my stream, or I don't have a problem with lurkers. It's just like I personally don't like watching a stream if I'm not chatting. It just
there was a sorry, it just reminded me. There was a saying in the Apex community that Kaiser is everywhere. Because I did that a lot. I lurked in streams, and occasionally I'd respond to something said or something that happens. And every single fucking stream that I would be in, no matter how small or big, you would just see somebody pop up and go, "What the fuck? Kaiser's here too?" I was like, I am an enigma.
But back to the why is it so intense? Back to the networking thing though. It's like I said, I knew Gummy already from other connections. And then Squid came on for the Wraith one because he asked because he was friends with Gummy. Then Gummy got me to Horserer. I already knew Karn from years ago. And then Karn got me in touch with Pixel. Pixel got me in touch with Linksy. Like, the biggest, and once again, not the biggest channel in the world, but my biggest advice is always, if you're going to network, which you should try to do at the very least, just put yourself. You'd be surprised how many people will say yes.
Yeah, I mean, you really would. Like, the thing, okay, so like with the Lilith Omen interview, he said yes already. It's just getting a hold of him outside of stream.
Mm-hmm.
But he's already said yes. I already have like the questions, like without the community questions, because I don't have a date for it yet. But he's already said yes.
Mm-hmm.
You would never expect that. This is a thing. Okay, so long ago, I say long ago, fucking in the lights of the years. Anyway, I made the Yacht video, my most popular video of all time, and I ended up deleting that video because I was receiving death threats like every week from
I got
delusional Odd fans.
I got 2 this morning. I got 2 this morning when I hit 1,000 because I posted that and people were like, "Fucking kill yourself! You don't deserve that." It's like, okay, man. Sure. Yeah. Anyways.
But it was from people who don't really understand how aughts, is as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And I deleted that video, and I mentioned in one of my other videos about the death threats, and I said I don't blame aughts. I can't blame aughts for that because it's not his. He would. I said he would, if he knew about these, he would have stood up and said something to people.
Mm-hmm.
But I just didn't want to bother him because I felt like it's fucking Aughts Darva. Like, I'm not going to DM him like, hey, some people are bullying me over this video. Could you like say something? Like, I'm not going to do that, because he's fucking Aughts Darva. He commented on that second video and said, I'm sorry you were dealing with that. And even complimented my original video on him, mm-hmm. which I never even knew he watched, mm-hmm. by the way. I did not know he watched that video. And then he was like, if you ever need something, let me know. I'm fairly certain I could get an interview. I'm not going to, mm-hmm. because I don't want him to think that I don't want him to be, I don't want him to think, and I'm sure he wouldn't, but I have anxiety. I don't want him to think that I'm like, hey, so to make up for all the bullshit I went through, you know what I mean? Like, again, he's obviously not going to take it that way. Right. I just don't want him to, but like, that's what networking does for you.
Yeah.
I could probably get an interview with Aughts, mm-hmm. and that would be the biggest turning point in my career. All you got to do is ask people.
Yeah.
And I've even had like one of Aughts' mods, which is actually, now that I think about it, that's how he saw the original video.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of Aughts' mods commented on, I didn't know they were a mod until later on, but one of Aughts' mods commented on it, and they were like, I sent it to him. All you got to do is talk to him. He'll be willing to. And I was like, there's no way. There's no way. But like, yeah, just ask, bro. And like I said, that goes back to me. People are scared to ask me for some fucking reason. I don't know if I'm just intimidating or whatever, but like, just you want me in whatever silly project you can think of. Just let me know. I'll do what I can.
Yeah, I mean, and the anxiety point, like with Pixel, like Pixel offered because I mentioned it. I mentioned like I have a twins main in mind, and he already knew because everyone knew.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Yeah, if you can't get a hold of her, I can talk to her." I was like, "I don't want to make you do that." He didn't have to. She actually was cool with it. It did help that I knew him though, because she knew I was fine. Mm-hmm. That's the other big thing with networking is it takes all the busy work of having to vet people.
Yeah.
Because like
I need to see if I can get Pixel for an interview. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty willing to do it most of the time. He is UK time, I will say that.
Fucking Brits.
Yeah. Well, I've talked about this before. Honestly, the one of the biggest hurdles with this is my schedule, because I do closing shifts, so I work usually 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. So I don't get home until 9:30 on days that I work. So by the time I get home and I stay up all night, I don't wake up before work.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like the most convenient people for me to interview are either nocturnal idiots like me, or I meant to say degenerates, not idiots. Idiots too cruel. It's either nocturnal degenerates like me or people who live in Australia. Those are like the best people for me to interview. But yeah, like it's just like, I know people hate to hear it, but sometimes it is just who you know. At the end of the day, and you got, everyone starts somewhere. We're not saying you have to know, you don't have to have Otstarva on speed dial.
Yeah.
But like, But like you start somewhere, like everyone. What's the old saying? Everyone is connected to everyone by like 5 people or something like that.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised who knows who. Even if it's a small amount, even if all they can do is get you a high back, like it's enough. And once again, most people are willing to give you a chance. Even like Bran, like we've talked before. I'm still surprised he did it. Pixel surprised he did it. Linksy surprised. I didn't say who the Night Main was. Um, even the person I got for Legion surprised they said yes. Once again, will not reveal who that one is. Ghostface surprised they did it. Like most of them, I've been surprised any of them had said yes. Even after I've done like 6 or 7 of these now, or like 12.
Yeah.
It's just network, put yourself out there, and make content. I don't care if it's good or bad. Make content. It's the biggest advice I can give people. Learn as you go. Make content. That's just how it is. Stop complaining about the numbers not going up and make them go up. And then I know this is dude bro advice. I told this to Pixel because he was telling me he was worried about the Skull Merchant guide he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I was like, listen, I know this is dude bro advice, but if you let the haters win, they weren't hating, they were right.
Fair.
I don't know if that was the kick in the pants he needed. I hope it wasn't, because it's the most generic shit I think I've ever said. But still, I mean, it's still good advice, honestly. It's the crappy thing about advice, a lot of the generic stuff is actually the best stuff. I just feel unoriginal saying it, but yeah, it's just go for it. Do it.
Yeah.
I mean, my stream started off as no webcam, a shitty mic, and like 720p. Or not even 720, I think it was like 480, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a really shitty laptop back then. Now look at it. I got sound alerts, I got notifications, I got follower shit, I got a PNG that works. I got like community stuff they can do. You know, the other random streamer stuff everybody has. I got rid of my overlay because you told me to.
Oh my god, that fucking and like I felt so bad when I mentioned it, but
it's fine.
I find large busy overlays so obnoxious.
So there was 2 reasons I got the overlay. One, it's because every VTuber has one. And I'm technically one, even though I don't associate with the community that much anymore. And 2 is because it made getting TikToks easier because the screen didn't get scrunched as much.
Yeah.
That was the 2 big reasons I did it. But I took your advice. I didn't think you were being mean about it, and I fucking got rid of it. I felt more bad I felt worse for the person who made it.
Yeah.
Because they put a lot of work into it, and it's like, listen, after some thought, I think I'm going to get rid of the overlay. I don't think it works. They were fine with it. They understood. So, you know, it worked out.
It's just it's tempting to have. So when I first started streaming, I had all of the, I had fancy like camera and stream labels. So like all submitted bits, and there's just shit all over the screen. And so one thing I learned, bigger streamers, is all that busy shit just looks, in my opinion, it looks amateur. Because it tells me that it feels to me, in my opinion, it feels like you're trying to distract from something. I don't know if it's, distracting from your gameplay or distracting from the fact you're not talking a lot or something like that. All of these things, and when you look at popular streamers, they all have ditched their just chatting screen might be really, kind of busy, but like the gameplay stuff, you want minimalism. I'm even like don't really like my camera. I want to get a green screen so that I can get rid of more clutter on the stream. It's just one of those things that like, and then if you like it, you like it. Like don't get rid of something just because I say get rid of it.
No. I let me rephrase that. You aren't the sole reason I thought about it for a while. You just kind of let me think about it. So sometimes you get the yes men mentality in your head. It's like, I can't be wrong.
Yeah, yeah. It feels overbearing. There's this one streamer I used to watch. I'm not going to say his name. Not that anybody watching this video would know who he is. You and I are in a completely separate world
Mhm.
from his content. But
Right.
he's a cool guy. But I could never watch his streams because they were a fucking eyesore. There was so many random effects and overlays, and it was bright and neon, and I did not know how this man had like 50 CC. I,
There,
I couldn't I couldn't figure it out because it was just so awful.
there's
It
a
would it would give me motion sick. I don't get motion sickness. His stream gave me motion sickness.
there is a streamer, a VTuber I used to watch. We kind of became friends, not really, more like acquaintances because of a dumb Twitter interaction. And I would go to their
Mhm.
streams sometimes, and like once again, nothing against them. They clearly knew what they were doing because they were doing better than I was. But like I couldn't sit in their stream for more than like 10 minutes. There was so much going on. They had like effects for their model, like explosions going off that like chat could
Mhm.
start. They would like change sizes randomly.
Mhm.
And it made sense, like if you were watching it, like it wasn't like completely random, but their voice would like change. They had like a voice modifier that chat could use.
Yeah.
And it was like, I can't do this. Like I
And
wish.
that's what he would do.
Mhm.
People could turn on he had an effect where like multiply him and make him different colors, and then like he would have a robot voice and a high pitched voice, and I was like, bro, how do you fucking function?
I think
Like,
I think the most I do, I have, and I have it on a timer. I have my stupid female voice one where I do my high pitched voice for like 5 minutes. And
mhm.
then I have because I'm a PNG thing, I let people I have my outfits as redeems. Like my maid uniform thing. Like it's just redeems people can do. That's like
I got,
the most I do.
I gotta say,
Hmm.
the maid redeem, I don't know what it is about it on your model, but for some reason, that is the funniest maid redeem out of any maid redeem I've ever seen. There's something about the way your model is deadpan, and the combination of your model and your voice with the maid outfit makes it seem like it's not even there, which like triples the comedy. Like it would be like if Samuel L. Jackson walked into a movie with a maid outfit and nobody said shit about it.
Oh, I'm so glad I got it made. Yeah, I've said this before at the PNG. The PNG is great because I get the best of both worlds of being a because I do face cam sometimes. Not often, but sometimes I did it for my charity stream. I did face cam. For I ate a sock on stream last week. I did that. I did a face cam for that. Uh,
You ate a what?
so when Chucky came out, I did it was going to be 24 hours. It ended up being 15 because I'm not a young man anymore. Um, I did.
I said the same shit.
So it ended up being 15 hours because I just couldn't. I tried. I am not 20
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah. I
And it,
don't have the stamina.
anyways, and I did a Toys for Tots charity while I was doing it because I thought Toys for Tots would be funny for Chucky because he's a doll. Um,
Hmm.
and
That's a great idea for a charity stream.
so I did that, and I think $150 was the goal to eat a sock on stream because I didn't think like I'm a small streamer. I didn't think I'd reach it. Nothing against my
Hmm.
community. It's just I'm trying to be realistic. Um,
Yeah.
like by the way, inside knowledge on charity streams and stuff, those really, really high, like super, like unfathomable numbers, no one expects to get there.
Yeah.
You fucking assholes.
Yeah.
Um, anyways, but after it ended, because I felt bad that I didn't go the full 24 hours, I was like, you know what? I'll keep the charity up, but I won't like promote it or anything. It'll still pop up in like my chat and whatever, and you can still donate if you want. We hit the goals. We hit the goals. 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine came in, saw it was there, donated the last $5 for the Eat Sock on Stream one, and I was like, fuck. So
How do you eat a fucking sock, Lynette?
very carefully. So Fun story. So I did the beginning of a stream was this. I need to put this video out actually. I went to Family Dollar. I bought a pair of baby socks. I cut it up into like little slices. I put it into a turkey wrap, and I ate the shit out of it.
There's no way your asshole isn't.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I felt perfectly fine the next few days.
I don't think you can digest cotton, Bennett.
Well, that's why I cut it up as much as I did. No, here's the thing. I was talking to people about this on stream. I looked into it. There's research on this shit. Because some crazy, insane person. Well, actually, there's a guy in the 1800s who, like, his entire life goal was to eat unedible objects and, like, document what happened to the human body when he did it.
I think I've heard of him before.
Yeah. Anyways, he wasn't the one who had the information on this. But yeah, there's a lot of info on it, believe it or not. I knew exactly how much I was supposed to eat. I knew how to, like, quote, prepare it. I was gonna cook it, but I didn't do that. I mentioned,
I thought painting Kirby on my belly for 50 subs was fucking.
Well, the 251 is less harsh. I get a tattoo of Chucky, which I'm gonna get anyways. So
I wish I could get tattoos. I can't afford them.
I have 5.
I want tattoos so bad.
I
also want to get some more piercings. I got my right ear pierced. I want to get my nose pierced.
Mm-hmm.
And like I want to be one of those like really tatted. They're so expensive.
Yeah, my back piece. My back piece this was a few years ago, but my back piece is like half my back. It's like $500.
Damn, that's cheap as shit.
Army base. Yeah, army base. Everything around there was cheap. Even my I think this is the most expensive one I have. I've got Zero Suit Samus on my right arm. I have Glaceon from Pokemon on my left. I've got my brother's death date on my wrist, and I have Splinter Cell on my right arm.
Yeah. My so one of the ones I want to get is from my dad. His favorite spider was a blue.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to get a Cobalt Blue spider, weaving a web with his birth and death year in it on my I guess it's called the bicep, where the shoulder connects.
Yeah, that would be bicep.
So I want to get it on the outer part of that. So I want to get it like basically a shoulder tattoo onto that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I want to get, and every tattoo artist I talked to was 500, 600, 700. Fuck, dude.
Whoa.
What is?
Wait. Were they asking commission price too, or just doing it?
I didn't know there was a difference.
Yeah. So most tattoo artists will charge you a lot for just the commission price. So yeah. Like my back piece. I had someone else draw it for them, and that's why I was able to get it for only $500. That saved me. Like, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that saved me like $300 right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. The piece I want for my back. My favorite anime is One Piece.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much people. It's the most popular anime in the world, obviously. But there's I'm not one of these fucking. I don't ever heard Piece. It's very.
Well, League of Legends.
Anyway.
League of Legends is the most popular video game in the world. You're the one fucking person who's ever played it, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a character named Ace in One Piece, and he has a tattoo on his back of the Jolly Roger for his captain, Whitebeard.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to get the Straw Hat Jolly Roger in the same style, and it's a very simple skull and crossbones just for the entirety of my back. And every artist I talked to was like 600, 700. Like I said, they're all 6. Even small ones, people were talking like $100. Fuck me, dude. Like I can't.
Well,
and I'm willing to pay because, like, pay artists fairly for their work, but it's like I just don't have that kind of money. Like I don't know anybody who does. I don't know how people are walking around with tattoos when they're so fucking expensive.
You got to find the right shop and the right artist, because that's another thing. A lot of them set their own prices. They're not like dictated, obviously, because art is complicated that way. But like my Glaceon tattoo, I've talked about this. That was my first tattoo. I got that shit on a whim. I was driving in the car one night with a friend when I was in the army, and we were talking about tattoos, and I was like, you know what? I want to get a tattoo. And he was like, I can drive you to the shop. Like, where's the closest one? 5 minutes away? Fuck it. I walked in there, found the first tattoo artist I could find. I was like, hey, can you do this? And he was like, yeah, sure, $50. Like, oh, all right.
See, when I'm spontaneous, I go bowling.
Listen, all right. Sometimes you just gotta makes you feel better. I'm a pretty boring person most of the time otherwise. I miss my army days sometimes. I don't bring it up enough, I feel, but it was a major part of my life. All right, well, we have completely stopped talking about Dead by Daylight for like, I think, an hour now. To bring it back around, and then we'll finish this up. So, thematics are, in general, important, and I think there's a fine line between, thematic resonance and gameplay fantasy and balance that some killers, I think, function well with, and some just don't.
Yeah, it is at the end of the day, you have to be careful with writing yourself. You can't. Once you write yourself in that corner, you can't write yourself out.
Yeah.
They will never be able to take away pigs, bear traps, and place them with something else, even if it fits thematically. Pig mains will be upset.
Right.
And that's just the basis of that.
Yeah, and I think licensed killers are much harder to do. Not even, I wouldn't even say harder, but there's a lot more on the line with licensed killers. Like Freddy, for example. I mean, I talk about this in the Freddy interview. We talked about it for a little bit. When I think Freddy, I'm not, no offense to Haley. I think he did good. I don't think he was the problem with that movie. But no one was out here wanting 2010 Freddy. Everyone wanted Robert Englund. Everyone wanted the funny haha man with the long arms.
Yeah.
And people wanted Freddy's power to feel like, you're, and I've watched your rework video, and it's just that he just doesn't feel like Freddy.
He doesn't. That's his biggest problem. He does not feel like Freddy at all. He doesn't play into the illusion dream deep.
Yeah, and I've said this many times before. I swear, if all they did to Freddy is they kept the power exactly what it is now, and all they did was give him voice lines from OG Freddy, his pick rate would instantly shoot up. I can almost promise you.
100%.
And that's another thing. Voice lines are a huge deal. I mean, Ghostface is technically half licensed, and I think they adapted him well enough because he's like a subversion of the other Ghostfaces.
Yeah, he again, Pixel did a great video on this. Yeah, he is his own character. That was a lot easier because they were able to write their own original Ghostface, so it was a lot easier. But he plays into the lore they wrote very well.
Yeah, and then there's Sadako is. Listen, we can argue all day and night whether she's good or bad, because that's probably one of those killers that I don't think anyone can agree on. But we can argue that all day. But thematically speaking, representation and adaptation speaking, I think she's perfect. Because obviously, someone could be pedantic. Well, she actually kills you in 7 days. Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sure. Well, you know what? Fine. We'll add a mechanic when you lose against a Sadako, or when you escape a Sadako, 7 days from now, the exact match, you just die. All right.
Fun fact.
7
days after you purchase the Sadako DLC, your opening scene when you open the game will be the Sadako teaser trailer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it happened to me.
Huh.
I bought the Sadako DLC, and we were right smack dab in the middle of Skull Merchant. So that was the opening trailer, and I opened the game one day and it started playing the Sadako. What the fuck?
You mean I didn't?
Yeah.
You mean if I did that, I didn't have to listen to "It Wasn't Programmed to Kill the Crew"? Come on.
I don't know what's more annoying. It wasn't programmed to kill the crew, or how many
pages have I written? Oh my god! Every time I had a list of jokes during for Alan Wake, because I heard it so many times that I would just do every time on stream when I started the game. Jesus, how many pages have I read? I don't fucking know, Alan. You're the writer. You should know.
Jesus dude.
I mean, even with like Survivor thematics, I think that's kind of something we didn't really talk about too much or at all, really.
That's so difficult.
Well,
because like you're supposed to design the perks around the theme of the Survivor, and sometimes it just doesn't.
Yeah, well, because I mean, I said it with Alan before Alan Wake came out. I straight up said, if he doesn't have at least one flashlight perk, I'm gonna riot, because that's like his whole thing. But honestly, like for Alan's perk, I mean, we can argue if the boon is any good or which is not. Please buff its behavior and please, for the love of God, make it. Have you seen my suggestion for how to fix it?
I've not, no.
Make it so you can see totem auras.
That'd be interesting.
The reason, and people told me, oh, that would just kill hexes. First off, no, it's a boon. So you still have to take time to place it. And if hexes. Well, here's the thing: if that killed hexes, then so would maps. And I don't see that many maps. Anyways, but my suggestion, because it also has that effect where if you replace a boon, it's 10% faster. So if you could see the auras of boons, wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Whatever. It wouldn't make it god tier or anything, and I'm not trying to do that whenever I change perks. I try to tell people this. Whenever I like make perk suggestions, it's never to like make them S tier. It's to make them better than they are. And
it's so bad. It's so bad. Like I remember I made a video called 7 New Survivor Perks, and people were like, "Oh, these are all useless." Dude, I just want to do cool ideas, man. Like I had a perk called Magician's Box, where you could get in a locker and then teleport to a different locker, like a few meters away, and it would make a loud noise notification at the previous locker. And people were like, "Oh, this is just like it wouldn't be good." And I was like, "But it's just a cool idea.
It'd be fun at the very least." I think it's another thing. Some perks are bad, but people use them because they're fun.
Yeah, like fucking Blast Mine. Yeah. Blast Mine's fucking atrocious. It will never stop being funny though. Whenever a killer gets blinded by it.
Yeah, and then because I mean, back to the thematic. What's Alan's other? Oh, Deadline, which by the way is one of the best names they've given a perk because it works on like 4 different levels. Because you have to be injured, so you're about to die. Deadline from a writer's deadline. And it also because the skill checks, you're moving a line to hit it. It's I love wordplay and like the fact, I don't know if that was intentional, but like the fact that it works on like 3 levels is just so funny to me. But yeah, like Deadline's fine. Like I don't think it's like super good or anything, but it's fine. Same with
it's a perk that only works within synergies.
Yeah, which is honestly I think how most Survivor perks should work in my opinion. But that's just a me thing. And then like Champion of Light, like once again thematically resonant. Like all of those, like even like all of those make sense for him to have, in my opinion.
Well, it's like adrenaline for Meg. People are like, "Oh, first off, if you think adrenaline needs to be nerfed, I don't trust you. Balance decisions." It's like people are like, "Oh, just take away the speed boost." The whole point of it is it's a Meg.
Yeah,
Meg is a track star. What do you mean take away the speed boost? Like, fuck off.
Well, I mean, it's like I'm trying to think of, like, what are some bad ones? Like Poised on Jane.
Yeah.
What does that have anything to do with Jane?
Oh my god. Dude, I have no fucking idea. Like, Jane's perks are all over the place. You got Poised, and then okay, so I think there's one perk where like when she's healing someone else, she starts getting healed.
Solidarity.
Yeah, Solidarity. And then what is her third perk?
Head on.
Yeah. I think Solidarity is the only one that fits her look.
Yeah, like Head On is just kind of if there's a character I think like 100% has like the best thematic one, it's Yoonjin.
Yeah, all of Yoon Jin's perks are very selfish.
Yeah, they're all very thematically relevant. They all make sense for her character. And I mean, it could be argued if any of them are good. I mean,
Yeah, we can argue whether it's good, but it's
yeah,
the theory of balance versus themes is always follow like I said, my philosophy: get your theme first, balance it later.
yeah,
But you want to make sure that your theme is not something that puts you in a.
yeah. I think like Ada's another good example. I think all of her perks are fine, and I think they all work thematically.
Mhm.
Could they use a buff here and there? Probably, but they all like even low profile, which isn't that great. If anything, is actually kind of bad. But like it has like niche situations it works in. It
Mhm.
and it makes sense for her character. Like there's because like Soul Survivor on Lori. Like I mean, I know what I would change on that perk to make it better. Um, hint hint, make it like low profile.
Ish.
Um, but like it makes sense on Lori.
Yeah.
Like, is it good gameplay? No. Is it like all of this? No, but they can change that. They haven't, but they could.
Yeah, the Halloween chapter is the best example for thematic perks
Mm-hmm.
for both Myers and Lori.
Yeah, yeah. Say the best for last. Play with your food, and well, even Dying Light, I would guess. Yeah. The effect.
Well, all of Myers' perks is around not touching the obsession until
Yeah,
you absolutely have to,
yeah.
which makes sense because that's what he did in the movie.
Mm-hmm. And then Lori's are all what is it? Object of obsession. She is the obsession. That makes sense. Decisive
Hmm.
strike. I mean, I don't know if anyone's not seen Halloween. You should
Yeah,
if you haven't, but makes sense. Um, and Soul Survivor.
yeah. All of her perks are based around the final girl, which Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis, is the pinnacle of final girls
Yeah,
in horror.
I think she's the one who coined the that her, but I think her character is what coined the phrase. I could
I
be
think so.
wrong.
It
Um,
might have been Nancy
from Nightmare.
Nightmare. Yeah, I think it might have been
Yeah,
Nancy.
I actually, you know what? I actually think I know the movie. It was I think it was Friday the 13th.
That's that's a hard one. It might actually be, yeah,
I think.
because there was only one survivor in.
Yeah, yeah. She's on the boat when she gets grabbed up by Jason at the end.
Yeah.
Which, if you don't know that Jason isn't the killer in the first Friday the 13th, at this point I don't know what the fuck to tell you anymore. Um,
Spoiler warning for a movie that came out before either of us were
yeah,
born.
and there's constantly jokes about it. um, but yeah, I mean, but those are licensed. Like a lot of the even the unlicensed killers. Like, what are Gabe's perks other than made for this?
Made for this troubleshooter and
Scavenger? Is it
yes,
Scavenger? Yeah,
yes,
I've argued that made for this makes no fucking sense on him. I get what they were going for with the name, but like
yeah.
what it does makes no fucking sense.
Oh
Um,
my god, bro! I'm injured now. I run faster. Okay, okay.
what does that have to do with being a clone? Or an astronaut or anything?
Yeah, yeah. Like, yeah. There's just some things that just don't fit how they're supposed to, and that's
And
that's
like,
the that's the never ending line you walk in
well,
balance.
yeah, and at the same time, we also have to think like sometimes they do just kind of throw these perks on there because they had an idea and they
Hmm.
wanted to put it in the game at some point. Like I think Nowhere to Hide on Night is like I love that perk, but like it's kind of random. Like, why would a
It
knight
actually
have
It
that?
actually is. It actually is I didn't never thought about it before, but like the wording makes sense. The title makes sense. He's always because his lore is that he's looking for Vittorio,
Yeah.
and he always seems to catch up to Vittorio,
Hmm.
just for Vittorio to slip away. So the name makes sense, but I don't understand the or reading.
Yeah. Well, um I forgot Screaming would have made more sense, by the way. Now to think about it,
Yeah.
because then that works with Face the Darkness too.
Hmm.
But I forgot who was talking. I think it was do you know Robbie?
I
He
do not.
he does like Jerks guides. Did
Oh, yeah, Rowby. Yeah, I love Rowby.
yeah. I forgot which video he said this in, but he said it in a few where the prediction is he has is they make perks for killers that work for the next killer.
Oh, I remember that theory. Yeah.
Yeah. Who came out after Night? Was it Larry, or was it Skull
No,
Merchant? Skull Merchant.
Scully. Yeah, it
Oh,
was Scully.
yeah, yeah. That perks works for her.
Yeah.
Never mind. Next question. Wait, I mean,
Yeah.
even like with unknowns perks, like the naming convention makes sense.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Yeah, like he was very. I think Unforeseen is the only one that fits him.
Yeah.
Because it creates a false well, the terror radius for gameplay purposes works like a real terror radius, but it creates a false sense of anxiety, and then it creates, because like that's what he is, or they are. That's what the unknown is. The unknown is an amalgamation of anxiety and fear, and so they create that by, with the Unforeseen, they create that anxiety and fear by making what should be a safe spot for you, the generator, unsafe, and then they can be anywhere. But what the fuck does Unbound have to do with anxiety? I injure you, and then after I go over a window, I'm faster. I don't like. I feel like it should have been, and I know that seems like weird. I feel like it just feel like because that makes more sense. Like he injures, and then they crawl over the window faster because they're hunting you. You know, I would have even. I think it could have been cool if they had like some really like funky window vault animation.
Yeah, a lot of it's weird because while I praise the unknown a lot, some of the animations are like kind of missed opportunities. The pallet kicking animation though.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, people hate it because the flashlight blinding is weird on it.
Oh, God forbid, you can't fucking melt my retinas when I'm locked in an animation.
I will say there is one flashlight blinding thing with him that I do agree needs to be kind of fixed.
It's he faces a different direction.
Yeah, that one I do kind of agree. I don't know how they could fix it though. Without just like, I guess they could just lock the animation, but then I feel like it gets rid of the character. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's just like with Chucky and Dredge. It's like, because Dredge's like hitbox for his flashlight is actually like under his face, or what?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, or whatever you call his face. It's like a little bit lower. It's like his neck area.
The hitbox for Chucky is above his head, isn't it?
It's a little bit above his head. There are actually, it's funny. You know the pallet at the top of RPD stairs? If he's on the bottom of it, like going up the stairs, you cannot blind him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's no way to aim it to blind him. It's really fucking stupid. It's not like anything like OP or like, oh my god, they need to fix this now. It's just a funny reaction.
Yeah, no, it says, and that actually goes back to themes versus balance with the unknown. Like we want flashlight blinds to be consistent, but it thematically fits that the neck doesn't quite work right. So the head might turn to a different way than what it's actually looking.
Yeah.
I think people just need to learn how to look red stain against unknown.
Oh, you mean that thing they use every other time for everything else?
Yeah. Yeah. God forbid for this one killer, flashlight blinds are a little bit harder, but what do I know? Maybe I'm just an entitled killer.
I mean, like, I think it should be looked at. Do I think it needs to be fixed, like, right now? No, not at all. I'd say give it a couple weeks, let it rest, and see what happens. I think this community has a big problem with that kind of stuff, though. No, I need it fixed now. Dude, it's been 2 days. I already saw someone calling Unknown OP, like 2 hours after he came out. Like, or they came out.
God. I saw that too. I was like, come on, bro.
And it's funny because someone came. I was doing the no add-on Chucky thing. I was playing Chucky for 50 games, no add-ons, no perks. The amount of people who came into my stream were like, "See, this just proves Chucky's OP because you could win with no perks and no add-ons." Okay, he might be a little strong. I don't think he's OP. I do think he needs to be nerfed. This doesn't prove anything. There is so many factors that go into this. The maps I'm getting.
I can win with no perks and add-ons on Trapper.
Yeah. The map I have, the position of the RNG on the map, where the survivors spawn, where the generators spawn, what perks the survivors are bringing, how good the survivors are, how good I am, one mistake they made, like there's so much that goes into it that even 50 games doesn't tell the whole story. I think it's enough to get a general idea, obviously, but like I'm not able to like go through every single scenario that's ever possible in this game. It's just not the case. Same with Unknown. It's like people were like watching my stream, and I won like with that Bitter Murmur build I was showing you earlier or talking about earlier. Mm-hmm. Like I've won. Yeah. I haven't lost with that build yet. That doesn't mean it's good. That just means I happen to be getting matches where it's working. That's all.
Yeah.
Like it's consistency. Like if the teams know I'm running it, like and know what to do against it, I'm fucked. It's just how it is. I have no slowdown. I have no way to like if they just speed up the gens. If I get a team of 4 brand new parts, like I'm fucked. Like, it's just how it is. And I think when people discuss killers sometimes, especially 2 days, I think it was Scott who said this, and like I know what he meant by this, but he said like the game isn't complicated to like take that long to know where a killer is in like a power level kind of thing, which I think is true, but I think some killers have proved that sometimes we do need to wait a bit.
Yeah.
Like Larry, I think, or I always call him Larry, but Singularity is a good example, I think. Because when he first came out, a lot of people were saying he was really bad. Lo and behold, like 2 weeks after release, people started changing their minds. And then people forgot he existed. And now the perception is, for some reason, that he's not that great is the one that's stuck. I think people who know how good Singularity can be, like know where to put him on tier lists and know how to assess him. But a lot of people don't even know how he works. And I don't mean that to be mean or like, vitriolic or like, you fucking idiot. No, it's just like legitimately people just don't play against him enough or play as him enough to know how he works sometimes. Yeah. And like that affects how they perceive him. I think similar thing has happened with Skull Merchant. I think with Knight too. Twins for sure. Why do all Twins players slug? Go play Twins.
Yeah.
And find the fuck out. Like,
although it is really funny whenever I play Twins, once in a blue moon, and somebody tries to leave with Victor on their back, and I get them, and then they rage. Why did I leave? What happened? What blocked me? Victor,
Pinhead. I'm trying to think of another killer who has that.
Victor and Pinhead can directly stop you from leaving the gates with powers, and
Knight,
Wesker and Deathslinger can pull you back, basically.
Yeah, and Knight and Freddy have the add-ons.
Yeah.
Freddy's is funny because I feel like people don't play against Freddy ever, so they forget that add-on exists.
Freddy mains also don't use that add-on.
No, which is a shame because I actually think it's a decent one. It just the condition is just sometimes it doesn't work and it's not reliable. Like we've said before, it's a problem with a lot of things. Knight's banner is actually pretty okay. I actually like it. I just wish a couple of his other add-ons weren't basically required.
Yeah.
Make Map of the Realm skits. Please. Yeah, I mean, that goes into another thing with like add-ons too. Like I like Unknown has the blurry photo add-on right now, the one that I'm trying to remember exactly what it does, but when you teleport, basically you get your movement speed back 50% faster. It is basically a required add-on. He feels so bad without it. I'm sorry, they feel so bad without it. It's just, yeah, at that point it's like just make it base kit. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like thematics like do extend to not just because there's been complaints with Unknown, like he feels like son of a bitch. I'm sorry.
It's hard for me too because like we're so used to doing it, but like the devs have stated that Unknown is
Yeah, I do it. I do it with Xenomorph too. I always call Xenomorph she. No one corrects me, and I don't think like anyone.
I always call her she too because I could have sworn this time.
There was a post like 6 years ago by Ridley Scott where he called them its. Because they're a hive mind. I just say she because queen.
Yeah,
And
that's what I always thought. They were they were all females that reproduced asexually,
well,
and then
well,
people do it with the dredge too. Though people use he for the dredge, and it's like the dredge isn't anything.
yeah. I mean, I do it with Pokemon a lot.
Yeah,
There's some Pokemon I'm just like he, she. It's I don't know. I know I need to be better about it, but you know sometimes it's like with cats. I know this is a
yeah,
weird tangent to go on with cats, but like it's because every cat I've owned is a female. So every cat to me, until someone tells me otherwise, is female. So I always say same with dogs, and I'm the opposite. I always call dogs male until I
yeah.
look down and realize there's nothing hanging there. Um, but yeah,
The complaints about unknown are uh, Penny unfounded. Shut up. Listen, the complaints about unknown piss me off so much. Oh, the grenade launcher doesn't fit thematically. It does, and I'll tell you why.
uh-huh.
The unknown is supposed to be an amalgamation of every folk mythological cryptid we've ever thought of. It's
Mhm.
supposed to be an alien. It's supposed to be a cryptid. It's supposed to be all these sorts of things. So the reason that its power works with it is not not the power itself, but the debuff the power inflicts.
Mhm.
So think about it this way. If you interrupt somebody by teleporting to one of your hallucinations, they get weakened.
Mhm.
The Vanishing Box add-on weakens them when they finish a generator, which tells me that the unknown infected generators with the box somehow. You know, and then the power itself, the unknown is a tentacle beast that we have no idea what it's supposed to be.
Right.
So people were like, "Oh," and then like every time somebody complains about the themes of the unknown, I'm like, "What did you want power to be?" And they can never give me an answer.
Well,
They always say, "Oh, I don't know, stealth."
like
What do you mean stealth? What does that mean?
like
Like,
I got in an argument with someone about the fire axe because this was PTB before any of the skins came out.
mhm.
And they were like the fire axe seems really random, and I'm like, yeah, that's the point.
Yeah,
Like
that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the creature.
like
They stole that from someone.
yeah, yeah. And also, I also mentioned that because it's so random, I would assume that means we're gonna get a lot of cool weapon skins because it can literally be anything. Because I mean, we have what, a pipe wrench and hedge clippers. So it's like I don't know. Because I do understand people's complaints with the idea of it doesn't make sense, and that's the point. Because in some contexts, that is a stupid argument. In this one, though, it works.
Yeah.
Um,
Like it's just the fact that the unknown. I mean, when they announced the skins and I was so blown away. I was like, "Oh my god, this is great." The amount of different skins they can make for the killer now
mhm.
are insane. This killer can be anybody. They can make it. They can give this little. They can give this silly little guy a fucking business suit. They can fucking. You know what I mean? They can fucking. They can make a farmer skin with some stupid overalls and plaids. They can make a fucking Marilyn Monroe skin with a dress, and you know what I mean? Like this killer can be anybody.
Well,
It's so cool.
that's the thing with like Dredge. I when Dredge first came out, I had so much fear that he was never gonna get skins because of how complicated he was. But when they started releasing skins, I realized no, he's not. Like, he is complicated, but it's it's um it's malleable complicated. Like, it can
Yeah.
be anything, and it's just so freeing from like an artist perspective, a designer perspective. Like, do you think anyone thought we were gonna get a Maurice skin?
Yeah.
Like, that's just yeah.
It's it's just the unknown is one of the best thematic killers in the world, and their power makes sense because they're supposed to be. You don't. They're supposed to be. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point. That's the fucking point.
Well, to be fair to some people, the human mind does not like that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
but it is a
then
video
again,
game.
if you read my stories,
Mm-hmm.
my horror stories, I don't give explanations for the shit that happens, like clean little wrap up or wise old man that explains it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Some shit just happens.
Yeah.
Some shit literally just happens, and there's no explanation for paranormal of occurrence of it. There's a character. People are gonna hate me for this, but there's a character that was introduced, which is the main character of the series' sister.
Mm-hmm.
Her letter, and you're never gonna know what happened to her. That's the whole point of her showing up. You're never gonna know what happened to her. Sometimes you're not meant to know shit.
Yeah, and I think, and we're in the information age, so I think we're at a point where I think the pendulum is starting to swing back, because I think I don't know where it started, but I think we've gotten to a point where people, I mean, once again, human nature, people want to know, but we've gotten to a point where people like expect to be told.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the pendulum in a lot of media is starting to swing the other way, where we're starting to go back to keeping things, what's the word, ambiguous.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, when the devs on the dev stream said the unknown will, like, even when their tome comes out, they won't be, they won't have like information on what it is, like concrete info.
Yeah.
I was ecstatic. I was like, yes, keep it that way.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to know what it is, because the moment you reveal what it is the moment people are going to be even more nitpicky.
Yeah. And like Dredge, I think also walked a fine line with it to a degree, because we know kind of what Dredge is, but it's also a mystery at the same time. But like, I don't know. But like, I think Dredge also fits the thematic a bit. Plus Dredge also takes a lot of inspiration from like the Boogeyman. Because that's a killer. Like, I've heard the Boogeyman suggested before for this game, and I'm like, what are you, 6? But like, they made it work.
Also, the Boogeyman just isn't. I don't really even think. Maybe I'll do a folklore video on my main channel. But I don't think Boogeyman is even definable, is he?
No, I think it's one of those. I think it's one of those that like has like a bunch of interpretations, and like no one knows what the beginning is. I'm trying to think. And I'm trying not to think of that Powerpuff Girls episode, because that's what I keep thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. So it. Let's see. First glance of Wikipedia, started in North America.
Of course.
Year of origin. But there's literally a section on variants. You have the Sackman, the El Coco, Babu, the Bootsman, and then there's like a fucking just a shitload of other.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
literally an undefinable.
Well, yeah, and some of them, even some of the more definable ones, like the Mothman.
Yeah,
I just probably gave away where I lived by saying that, but like the Mothman, there's like 40 different versions of him.
Yeah.
Even though, but like, there's also a very agreed upon one that's like the one, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like Dredge and Unknown were like these ways of like alluding to that specific cryptid without, actually adding that cryptid in. Because the thing is, when they add and I'm going to avoid talking about a specific one, but when they add that cryptid in, a specific one, like let's say they add Mothman in, it opens them up to the doors of constant criticism of, oh, you didn't get this right, that right, you didn't do this. But if they make it their own and like kind of allude to what it was supposed to be, it's like the best of both worlds.
Exactly.
And once again, I think Dredge and both Dredge and Unknown kind of fit that. Even with like Singularity to a degree. As much as I think the idea of AI goes rogue, wants to kill people is kind of boring.
They did such a good job with Singularity.
Yeah,
It's such a great job.
yeah. I think they did. But like, as much as I think it's boring, they did like it worked.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, just because it's boring doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah.
You know, tropes exist for a reason. Which is,
Well, my friend, I don't know about you, but
yeah.
I am falling asleep in my chair.
I actually had to be
This
awake in
is
3 hours. Sorry.
this is one of the most fun. This has been very fun.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I'm gonna end it there. For those who kept watching, all the way to this point, it has been almost 5 hours. You guys rock if you made it to the end of the video. I know some of you do because I can see my analytics. Okay, I know some of you fucking do. And y'all rock. I love y'all. Kaiser, I want to thank you again for coming on. I'll have all your links and stuff below. If you want to make it easier on me, just DM me all the stuff so I can just copy and paste it.
You can literally just copy and paste my description.
This will not be a pod. Actually, I probably should just do it as a pod. I'll probably just do an interlude one. Probably before Twins. Because I want to do that one before the rework happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for doing this. I know it was really random and I didn't really have like actual like.
I had fucking fun.
Yeah,
that's the important part.
Yeah, I had fun too. It's just nice talking about a game I love.
So yeah, no, thank you for having me.
Of course.
I appreciate it. I can't wait to come back if you ever have me again. So
yeah, of course. We'll see what it is. I might I wanted to ask you if you because I did a patch notes video where I brought on like three other killer mains for it. And a lot of people liked it. If the mid chapter comes out and you're free the day it drops, I know you're probably going to release your video for it, but if you want to come on, because I kind of like, I'm not the biggest fan of just talking over the patch notes myself. I like having the kind of discourse there. But I might ask. Go ahead.
After my initial reaction, yeah.
Yeah, of course. All right. But otherwise, yeah, I'll let you go. I know it's been a good one, and to everyone still listening, I love y'all. Buttons and stuff are below. Click them. It's really cool if you do. Have a good one, everyone, and bye.
Bye.